In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
Oh, well, hello and welcome to IESF. I don't know if my co-caster might have some audio issues. Snare, are you ready now?
I think so. Can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me? Okay, it seems like I'm not 100% sure that you can hear me, sir. But we are out here. We are doing our thing. And I think the main important thing about what's been happening over the next couple of days is the fact that we are, like you mentioned, doing IESF qualifiers for the Asia region. And one of the intriguing things about these national qualifiers, before we even get into the meat and potatoes about this here, Otomo, I've always had an interesting feeling about international competition when it comes to Dota 2. What do you feel about it? Do you like it? Do you think that it benefits regions when we have more of these national squads competing against each other?
I love it. I love it too, because you always get the very excited fan base, you know, where it's like, I mean, sometimes it can get overboard, but I like when it's like Malaysia versus Singapore and things like that. There's rivalries between nations. It's really cool to see it in Dota, because we have it in all other sports. Why don't we have it in Dota? I love it when, you know, normally, you know, like in Europe, Team Liquid is made up of different nationalities. I also like to see, you know, Philippines kick Thailand's ass once in a while or something like that.
You want to see people competing directly head to head.
Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of what I like as well. Going into this one though, obviously because we're all going to be doing the Asian region, there's a couple of regions, or a couple of countries rather, that I think will prove to be very interesting from a competitive standpoint, right? And personally for me, when I look at all of these regions, you already mentioned Malaysia and how good that team can be. I think Thailand is going to be very good as well. I'm just terrified about how close Southeast Asia is in general. There's 2 slots, of course, coming in from Southeast Asia, but between Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam, honestly, I have no idea who's actually going to be a better position to go through into the local qualifiers. So what do you think? Which team are you going to be?
I think we'll know a lot when we see Malaysia versus Philippines. I mean, these two countries seem like the most into Dota right now. So I would say Philippines is definitely one of them that's going to qualify. Second one could be a bit tough, you know. I mean, Malaysia could go, like you mentioned, Thailand versus Vietnam. There are a lot of, it's going to be very close between them, but I'd say Philippines is going to be one of them. The second slot, I'm not so sure. And we also have a bunch of countries for the Middle East, which will also be fun, because that's where I'm from, you know. So Jordan will probably, yeah, maybe Arab represent. But I expect Jordan will be one of the countries going in from West Asia.
Okay, gonna be very fun to see exactly how all of these countries pan out, and of course we have 6 games that we have planned, prepared to bring you the action for today. And witnessing these games, for me personally, I think the most competitive ones are going to be the first 2, the Thailand, Vietnam, then Malaysia, Philippines. But I wouldn't put an outside shot towards some of the latter games. In recent times, so I'm from South Africa, and we've played a lot of games as South African teams versus some of the Syrian and Jordanian teams. They've been beating us a lot, so they better bring the same degree of Dota that we've seen when they're kicking our asses when they play in this international format. So 6 best of ones for the day. Only 8 teams across all of these regions, only 8 of them find themselves getting their slots in the Asian Championship in Yashi later on in the year. So you can't necessarily afford to make any mistakes coming into this one. So given the fact that we do have a new patch, and especially the fact that we've had a update that happened now, like today is a new version of the game for everybody. So talk to me about this. Have there been any changes that stand out to you as things we need to pay attention to that could have very massive ramifications for the success or failure of these teams going forward?
Well, the first thing, I think the most important thing is that experience has been pretty heavily overhauled in a way. Wisdom Runes now affect 2 players, the person who picks it up and the lowest EXP person on your team. So if you can get to both Wisdom Runes, that's a huge buff for your side. You know, even more than before. It's like 4 people, the same 2 people get double buff. It's 2 tomes of knowledge at 7 minutes. It's pretty massive. And stacking has also been buffed as well, because now it gives you 30% gold and 30% experience of the stack. So that's another very big buff that we might see teams think like, let's get Sven and let's just stack. That could be a tactic. They go right. I mean, it could be right. Medusa was heavily nerfed. She is, I think, her Mystic Snake has a worse cooldown, and she takes a lot more damage. The shield used to be 4 mana per 1 source of damage. Now it's 3.6, so she's 10% less durable. And Spirit Breaker and Earthshaker were heavily buffed. And of course, I'm a Spirit Breaker fan, so I love that.
So it's actually funny that you mentioned Spirit Breaker, because back in the day, in the Dota 1 era, that legitimately used to be my most played hero, like by far. I think it was maybe twice as many games as the next hero behind him. But then almost as soon as I got into Dota 2, I was like, something's up with this hero. And what do you think it is that's made it the case that since the beginning of Dota 2 up until now, I think we only had 1 meta where it was viable to pick Spirit Breaker? For the most part, this hero has always been on the fringes of what's acceptable to play in a professional standpoint. What is it about the hero's toolkit that makes him so hard to balance for professional pay to make him viable in those arenas?
That's the thing, right? It's like you're saying it's hard to balance, because a lot of his abilities, if you tweak the numbers, become overpowered. Like status resistance, you know, he has 70%. That's really good, but is it good enough? And some charge is also one of those things that it's very obvious when you're being charged. Some people say, "Oh, you can smoke, you can get Shadow Blade," but these things cost money. You don't want to smoke every time you're Spirit Breaker. So there's a lot of things you reveal with the hero. It's very obvious you're being charged. He's great, but he's much better against a team that's uncoordinated, and that doesn't happen in pubs. I'm sorry, in pro games. In pubs, it's like, oh, he's missing. I don't know. No one reports anything. No one says you're being charged. No one says if you're being charged. No one cares. No one's going to show up to help you. But it's very obvious and it's very telegraphed in a pro game. Oh, he's missing from this lane. We saw him, past the trees here. Get your asses out of the lane, or we'll be there to save you. So, pros, they can play around him much easier.
What do you think about this, right? Because I've been also thinking about how to make this hero more viable in this particular standpoint. How about if instead of the Spirit Breaker charge being one target, right, you always connect on that particular target, they should allow you the option to vector target the Spirit Breaker charge, right? For example, if you could vector target it and then you could use that hero to stack. Imagine like charging through like 3-4 camps, you stack them as you all draw aggro on the way. And then that would be pretty nice. I think that would be pretty cool. And we've seen more and more that as the game has been being balanced, we see more vector targeting coming out. Obviously, we see it in our Pangoliers, we see it in our Hoodwinks. So what do you think? Would that be something that could maybe help the hero be a little bit more viable in a professional setting if you didn't have to rely on the target to charge, on the Spirit Breaker charge?
No, I think I like the way the charge is as it is, because a lot of times you can just target like a Crystal Maiden and just plow through everyone to get to her. And I think that's really good. I know you can do that with a vector target as well, but it's, if people move around, then suddenly you mess it up. Whereas if you have a target, you will be following that person. So, no. If you want a vector target charge, play Primal Beast.
That's fair enough. Actually, that's a pretty good shout, because that's what Primal Beast has been doing for the most part. Onslaught, I am kind of glad that the spell isn't as busted as it was prior, but I could still see a couple of numerical tweaks happen with that particular spell. Of course, once we do get later on into the year, one of the reasons why I was asking you earlier on about why it's intriguing to watch national teams play against each other is that for the most part, when Dota players play, when you're playing in a professional team, you play with the same 5-stack day in, day out, right? You're practicing with these guys, you're scrimming with them, you're playing pubs with them, whatever. Now, when you come into this international kind of competition, you're playing with people that you have surely played pubs together, but you might not necessarily have had some competitive experience with, right? Talk to the people at home who might not be aware of why it's such a big difference having competitive experience with somebody versus just having pub experience with them. So talk to us about why it's such a big deal to have competitive experience coming into a tournament like this one.
When you play a pub, it's very easy because you're playing basically one person. Yeah, you're all on the same team, but you're one person. You can do whatever you want. When you're playing in a pro game, I want you to stack at this time. I want you to leave you can go for the second ruin, not the first one. Things like that. So there's a lot of big differences when you're playing a professional match with everyone's community. And you can, like we talked about it, in pub games, you can play Spirit Breaker and charge, no one cares. In pro game, everyone's how you communicate. You can counter that guy just by communicating really well. And I think we have actually a schedule we want to look into before we continue this any further. So let's look at that for a second as we join the lobby as well. And that's going to be...
Are there any players that you've seen throughout their rosters between Thailand and Vietnam that you feel really we need to pay attention to? Because right now, if we're looking at these rosters, there are going to be some recognized names that people will be aware of. But for the most part, I think that people will be primarily looking towards Boombi and towards Joe. These are the guys that I've known from Thailand. It's a little bit unfortunate, though, that they couldn't get some of the bigger Thai players that have been playing elsewhere. Of course, they do have Lekels as a coach who's been a long-time member of the Dota community. So given that there's so many good Thai players right now, will this play an advantage towards giving them the up over the Vietnam squad, being able to pull on some of the experience in their own international pubs coming into this international game?
Oh, for sure. I mean, we talked about sort of the countries, some of them. When you mentioned Vietnam, I was like, I know I've seen Vietnamese players, but I always feel like Thailand has been a little ahead. You know what I mean? It's like Philippines is always number one in Southeast Asia. They have the they have the biggest player base. So obviously the pub scene is the most developed there. And the players, like we've seen all Filipino teams. I mean, I think we have even the DPC. So it's much easier to take that and go into a tournament like this. And this is the Vietnamese size. Do you know anyone here? I believe I've seen Red play before.
If I'm not mistaken, one of these guys, I'm not sure which name he is, but Lionax is going to be playing in this tournament, and he has changed his name, but he used to be like one of the more recognized people over the course of the time. I do know Red like you as well, but for the most part, I don't know everybody on the team. For me, that's what kind of makes these kind of tournaments exciting, right? Because you get to see players that you would never in a million years know about otherwise. You see them here, and then you're like, oh, this homie's pretty good. Like, I remember there was one random tournament that I covered like some years ago where a Polish team was playing, and on that Polish team happened to be Nisha, right? And I was watching this and I was like, yo, this guy's really good. And I messaged the captain of the team and be like, yo, this guy is really, really good. And he was like, yeah, he's the best player we have. I wonder how far he'll go. And then now you see Nisha being pretty much the best player in the world. So you're like, alright, cool. So I do think a lot of the players that we're going to be watching over the course of the next few days are going to be players that down the stretch of time, especially with Asia in general being on the come up, maybe not China, but the rest of Asia is doing a lot better. We are going to be seeing some of these names in more professional capacity. So it's basically a discovery process for us as well here at Otomo. That's always very fun to be involved in.
Yeah, I mean, I was doing another tournament very recently where it's also countries versus countries, and one of the teams had a offlane anti-mage who rushes Radiance. And that team won the tournament. We were able to interview him. We were like, what are you doing? He's like, well, I get Vanguard and I go Radiance, and I'm immune to all sorts of damage because I'm anti-mage, and they miss, and I take less damage. Like, that's new, and it worked for them. So besides the fact that we are going to have, like you mentioned, different countries, but everyone could bring in their own flavor. And if you're a new guy, you might have this crazy build, you showcase it here, you're picked up by a team after that. So I'd love that. And we do, of course, have a new patch, so the crazy things are going to come out regardless.
We do have a new patch. That's when it's very intriguing to see different teams have different takes on what the new meta is supposed to look like. Of course, right now, nobody on planet Earth has fully discovered exactly what this game is all about. I mean, we saw at this last major, yes, Game and Gladiators ended up winning, but very clearly there's still a lot to be discovered in this patch, and I wouldn't be surprised if, without that many adjustments, of course we did have a patch today, but I think maybe a D or an E patch is the most we'll need going into TI. At this point in time, just nobody knows what's going on. In terms of like what's winning in this patch, is there anything that's been standing out that you feel is underpicked? Something that you thought would be very strong looking at the patch notes, but that hasn't necessarily materialized just yet in the field of play?
Damn, now I have to go look at all the heroes. I was going to go to, I thought you were going to tell me what you think was too strong, because that one I have an answer for. And the auras seem to be the thing that a lot of players are looking at saying this is very, very powerful. We saw it actually adjusted in this patch, which is like, the Crimson Guard, the Pipe. Greaves is still the same, but Pipe Boots of Bearing even got a nerf. But in general, auras has been the thing that keeps getting buffed and buffed and buffed as players continue to think, okay, we're going to Steepcast 5, position, our 5 Chen is going to get the mech, our position 3 freaking Mars or Undero is going to get the Pipe, and then we're just going to stick and take the base that way. So I'm glad to see auras are being addressed. I don't know if it's going to be enough. We might need another patch, like you said, a D or an E, to further get it across to like the level where it's CI ready.
I'm fully with you as well. I think auras were really strong. For me, the big frustration with this patch was that my major problem with the prior patch was that damage mitigation was way too strong.
Yes.
And it didn't feel like this addressed that. It kind of felt like it lent in the opposite direction, made damage mitigation even stronger. And only now in this patch on 733C, things are getting a little bit more normalized, but I still do want to see damage mitigation get addressed a little bit more. I want to see, for example, the values on a hero like Lich. Whenever I play offlane nowadays and I see a Lich, I just want to quit the game. I'm just like, this is awful. I'll never be able to do any damage into the safe lane. I want to see I still want to see Vanguard get nerfed a bit more. It still feels a bit too strong. I want to see Underlord getting nerfed a bit more on the damage mitigation as well. But I do think that that's probably still going to be the direction that this patch leans, which is unfortunate because it does mean that the whole team has to be playing on one accord, right? You can't have a situation where this one guy on the team is like, well, we don't need auras or damage mitigation. I'm going to buy, like, I don't know, I'm going to buy some Dagon. I'm buying one of the Rush Harpoon. And you're like, bro,
we'll harpoon your ass out of the team,
we need you to help us in the fight, bro. Like, we don't need you to go in. We need you to help you come out. So I do still want to see some changes happen in that front. Overall, though, I do still like this patch, if I'm honest. I like a lot of what's happening. I think overall the immediate focus and the fact that fighting is so much more valuable does encourage you to play less as an individual. I'm going to farm for 35 minutes by myself. No, I actually get a lot of value, not just showing up with my team, but the earlier we show up as a team, the better advantage we get out of the map and the faster we can close out these games. So I do kind of like the fact that the game forces you to play like that. It's either you play together and win quickly, or we're going to play a 60-minute game and nothing happens.
Now, I like the patch now. I don't think I liked it when it first came out because there were so many new mechanics, and you can tell that they're not fully adjusted yet. Like we talked about Wisdom Ruins, but even Watchers are another thing where it's like, oh, is this important? But a lot of the changes, they are in the right direction. Roshan being 2 spots is very helpful, I think, to the game's health. It's like, oh, okay, it's not only Dire. We've been seeing it being Dire favorite for a long time. But there are a few things that need to be adjusted. One of the things that is new, and I don't think anyone really notices, is that there are 4 areas of the map where you have an aura. as you're farming. Do you know that? There's like the graveyard, you get like +5. Like, do you actually ever feel like that makes a difference? Or is it just like...
It does.
Oh,
so,
it does.
So check this out, right?
All right.
When the day the patch notes dropped, right? I remember I was doing a DPC game and I was casting with Fluke. And the day the patch notes dropped, I told him, I was like, bro, Radiant side is legitimately broken, right?
Yes.
And the primary reason why Radiant side is broken is for 2 reasons, right? Firstly, the access around Roshan Pit and the twin gate just feels so much more natural playing on the Radiant side.
Yeah.
But crucially, that well area on Radiant side, right? Not only is it easier to farm, because if you're playing on Dire side, right? The mines on the Dire side, they get bonus armor on all the creeps, right? So they take longer to farm as the game goes on. But they get bonus mana regen, which in turn means you get bonus mana regen on the Radiant side. So heroes like Alchemist, Heal, who want to be Luna even, who want to be farming, utilizing some of their mana pool. It's so much easier to do on Radiant side. You get your mana back. You don't have to worry about these creeps. Access back into like the jungle side and back into your actual base just feels more natural on the Radiant side. It's also because of the position of the Twin Gate, it's harder to gank a Radiant side hero farming that area than it is to gank a Dire side hero. I'm sure you've seen in games so far that if a hero is like farming on the Dire side and mines, that the Dire side has to put so many wards around that area to protect the carry. On Radiant, you're just like, whatever, dude, farm blind, they're not going to catch you. And you are most of the time completely A-okay. You get so much net worth out of it. I didn't think it would, right? But then I played some of these games and I was like, especially with Alchemist, it makes such a huge difference to your overall net worth. And I think that's probably why at the major, there was a point, I think, just before the playoffs, where Alchemist had a much higher win rate. I think it was like 80% versus 50% playing on Radiant side versus playing on Dire. He just got so much more gold, so much more quickly. Then the hero just like pops off and you can't stop him.
You know what I like about Dota is that a lot of people can see the same thing and have very different conclusions to it. And who knows who's right and wrong, right? Like I see it as something that is maybe a little insignificant, but you've seen it as an impact and you believe it is a big deal. And you know, if it was a pub game, we'd be insulting each other right now. But because we're here professional, you know, it'd be like, I see your point, good sir. I may not fully agree with it, but I see your point. So yeah, I do think that I like that the map has been rebalanced. I do like what you're saying. Like it feels like Twin Gate to Roshan and Radiant is like a straight line, whereas there you have to like sort of go down a little bit and go back up into Roshan. So yeah, I do like that. Another thing that I don't know if we talked about, Lotus Pools is an interesting addition where you can sometimes walk in, you find 6, it's pretty good, and the 3-minute mark is very important who gets it because it's a pretty big burst of healing. So I kind of enjoy it. How do you feel about the Lotus Pools? How do you feel about the block of cheese? Have you ever seen one? I haven't seen one yet in a professional match.
I haven't seen one in a pro game. I've seen one in a pub. And when I saw it in a pub, I was like, this is stupid. This feels a bit busted. This feels a bit too strong. I don't know if I'm 100% down for this one. The thing about, I'm conflicted about Lotus Pools, right? Because I recently changed position from playing support to carry. And as a carry player, I love Lotus Pools. I'm like, wow, this is so nice. There's permanent regen right next to us. I don't have to worry pretty much about most of my laning phase. However, if I was still playing support, I would hate it because that's like one more objective to accomplish in the laning phase. Now I have to worry about like, okay, I need to be stacking the wave. I need to pull for my carry. I need to make sure that I get these lotuses for him. I need to make sure that I'm harassing my opponents on that side of the map. It's a lot. It makes the game more fun to witness, but for support, it's more to do. And up until today, like you were mentioning earlier, the change of the wisdom runes, it was a bit rough, right, for support because there's more to do on the map, but less reward for you for doing all of these things. But now, at least with the wisdom rune change, it's like it normalizes that a little bit more.
Like even when you talk about Lotus Pool, what's the awkward thing for sports is that the Lotus Pools are the opposite direction of a bounty ruin. So if you're in the lane and they spawn at the exact same time, especially the first one. So I like to go for gold, but then it's like I want to go get the bounty ruin, and then you see the other guy walking for the wisdom rune. You're like, sorry, for the Lotus Pool. You're like, crap. You know, he's gonna get a nice bit of mana and health regen. You get a little bit of gold. It doesn't feel great because you can't get everything in this map. It's too big to get everything, and I'm not sure if that's something that. Like you're kind of not rewarded for being a really good player. You can't because you can't get everything. Someone's going to get something else all the time. That's a bit of a tough situation. In the past, a good team can shut down the enemy team and snowball. And is that a good thing or a bad thing that you can't completely do that now? You know, like it's always an avenue for comeback.
Well, I find it interesting, right? Because I agree with you that there's more. It's harder to be able to fully control the map nowadays. There's always little things that the enemy team can do to be able to mount a comeback. But paradoxically, it also feels like comebacks are a little bit harder to do, or rather, you have to be better to make a comeback happen, right? Yeah. It's not like in prior patches where it's like, okay, guys, we just have to win a fight. If we win 1 or 2 fights, that'll sort us out. It'll change everything on the map. Now you have to have a lot more planning and thinking about exactly how you're going to come back. And there's more tools to be able to come back, but it's harder to be able to take a hold of them. So it's just like, I kind of feel like we're in this weird spot where the better teams are getting more out of the map simply because the worst teams don't yet know how to recover the small slices of the map left. We saw this at the major as well, right? That a lot of teams would lose pre-30 seconds. You've already lost the game. Like, you lost the early gank, the enemy team gets like some additional bounty runes, they get the vision control on the twin gate, and then you're like, oh, well, game's over now. Well, what now? What do we do about this? But there are teams like, what is that team? Nine Pandas, the Eastern European team. And there will be a lot of games where they would lose early, but they, I think, were the best team at being able to find the pockets of recovery. So I think that's just like, once more players find the pockets of recovery, I think it'll be very difficult to dominate the game anymore. But I think right now we're still, there's still teams that know better how to move around the map. Because right now, honestly, I don't know how to move around the map. The amount of times I've been lost. I win a team fight, I'm like, where do I go now? I don't know what to do. Everything just is completely mysterious to me. But as teams start to figure that out, they'll probably have better ways of being able to come back. Even though I do kind of think the game it's definitely harder to come back on paper. As time goes on, it should be a lot easier. Which also means we're going to have longer games once we get to TI, Otomo.
I hope so. I like that, yeah. I was like, yay. But, I like your point you're saying where if a good team gets more, because we have added, 8 new camps to the game. So if you are winning, you are going to be getting more gold, because there's more gold to go around. There's more things to go. So even if before you used to dominate the game, you get 70%, that 70% is a lot more now. It's a bigger slice of the pie. And we're talking about like the things that are so important, like the paradox here of what you can get, what's important. We don't even know what's important. What is, like, how important is it to take the tournament at 20 minutes? Is it damn important that a team should smoke up, go to their own, take it, and make sure like the other team does the same? Or is it like, no, it's not that big of a deal. Maybe we can take Roshan instead. So it's a lot of things where you don't know what is the value of this and that. We don't exactly know. Wisdom runes, we talked about this before, but in the Berlin Major, teams that got the first set, the 7 minutes, they got both of them, won 63% of the time. Like, that's a huge win rate for you if you can get it. It's a big deal. So we still don't know exactly. I think it's just a small, it's 280 experience. What's the big deal? We don't know yet. But the impact of these things is pretty impressive. And for people who are
with the wisdom runes. Yeah, what's it,
I was gonna say, for people who are tuning into this podcast right now, we are waiting for one of the teams to join in. We're not purposely delaying them. When Snare, he was messaging production. He's like, "Don't start the game, guys. This is interesting. I want to talk about this some more." But we are waiting for one of the teams, and that's why we're having this right now, this back and forth discussion.
The team, of course, should be joining very soon, and we're gonna have Vietnam versus Thailand taking place here. It is a straight best of 1. So you don't have a second opportunity. Your draft has to be perfect. Your execution has to be crisp from the off. You don't have any chances to try and make it happen on the second go around. So you need to make sure that you're performing from jump. And both teams are now in the lobby, so we should be getting started in a couple of minutes. And one of the things that Otomo was mentioning now, of course, was about the changes to how experience is distributed on the map. Before today's change, one of the biggest gripes I had with this particular patch is just how low the experience gain is for supports. There's no tome for you to pick up. Most of the camps, yes, there's a lot more camps, but that just means there's more farm available for all of your cores. And there just was no space for you to be able to just occupy individual parts of the map and gain experience in that way. At least they've changed up how the wisdom runes are distributed. Not only is the player that picks it up, but the lowest experienced player on your team also gets XP. And that makes it a lot better, because I did kind of feel like there were a lot of fights that I played with recently where after like 30 minutes in the game, I'm just like, dude, what are you doing? Like, all you are is a ward bot at this point. Like, you don't actually contribute anything positively into the team fights. You're so low level. The amount of times I told him where I'd be 30 minutes in and my pulse 5 he's level 11, not even level 12. I'm like, well, now what? What are we supposed to do about the upcoming fight? We can't even wait to buy you a wisdom or a tome or something to get you back into the game. If we send you on the map, you just get assassinated. It was a much needed change. But I still do think we need to tweak the numbers a bit more, because I kind of feel like supports still need a bit more love in the experience department right now.
We'll find out, because I played a couple of games today after the patch. It felt so much better, dude. Like you were saying, I felt like I could actually go toe to toe with a couple of cores early on, because before this, the gap from the beginning of the game, the guy was like, they're like way up here and you're way down there, and you have no way to catch up. But now you get a little bit of damage, you get a bit of levels, it makes a big difference for you. So I'm really liking it. And I do think IceFrog intends for Sports to do well, because the Tormentor does give the shard to the lowest 2 net worth heroes on the team, which is one of going to be, the 4 and 5 most of the time. So he does want that. It's just that, like you said, he's tweaking the numbers. He's getting the formula just right, Mr. Frog. So he'll get there. He's been doing it for 20 years. I'm sure he's gonna get it in the end.
I would like maybe 5% more, because they also changed how the stacking works. So you don't only get 30% of the gold, but 30% of the experience as well. I think 35 would be my preferred number. That would feel a little bit better for supports. But there's still some more tweaks to happen throughout the course of this upcoming game, or of the game itself. But we have now, at long last, Atomo, we've got some Dota on our hands, my good sir. Thailand versus Vietnam in a BO1 showdown. The winner of this, not yet through to Yashi, but your work is made a lot easier in your path towards getting into the top 8. Of course, we're all going to be having our side selections. Vietnam chose to have second pick, and Thailand chose to have the Radiant side. Before we get into the draft, Atomo, do you have a particular feeling as to the pick order? Should it have been adjusted in the big change, or are you still okay with how it rolls between the strengths of second pick versus first pick?
I think that if IceFrog does just those, he'll just after TI, because it's been like second pick has been like the draft order has been like this for what, years. So if you're going to adjust it, it's going to be a big change afterwards. So I always prefer second pick generally. I feel like if there's one super broken person, you put it okay, you want first pick, but oftentimes you can just like ban it out. Second pick, you can have your combo, and you get the last pick as well. So I'm a second pick lover myself.
Second pick. I mean, there's a lot of good reasons to love second pick, and there's been a lot of situations where you get to the end of the draft, there's one hero that hasn't been addressed, you pick that hero, and it's just like, well, the game almost automatically ends, right? Yeah. There's no counterplay options. The opponent doesn't have anything to be able to do about it. So we're going to be seeing if those stream strengths will show up in this game right now. Personally, lately, I think at the beginning of patches, first pick is always a little bit stronger at the start, and then as time goes on, second pick just starts to ramp up in strength as you get these like counter picks going. But at the beginning, getting yourself some Coddle, some Medusa, some Bounty Hunter early in the game. Although Medusa did get nerfed, and so did Coddle. So I wonder if that's going to start factoring into how teams approach having first pick in these situations.
I agree with you, right? Like when Lina was number 1, right? And the left of Medusa is that if you have first pick, you're forcing the enemy team to ban the Lina or the Medusa or whatever is the most broken thing. So you already get like a free, I don't say free ban, but you're forcing, one of the bans is going to be that. You know what it's going to be. Whereas you can ban their signature heroes, whatever you want. They are forced to ban the most meta, like the strongest hero in the meta. So that is the power of first pick. But as the patch progresses, as you're saying, meta gets figured out. Oh, Lina, we can figure out a way to play against her. Medusa, we can get a bunch of Nyx Assassin. We can get a PL with Diffusal Blade or Anti-Mage. It becomes a little bit easier. And there it goes. There's the Alchemist. You were talking about this hero. He did get a bit of a nerf though, and not a small one. The gold was from 3 base plus 3. It's now 2 base plus 2, and that's a pretty big hit to his gold.
Pretty significant buffs. For me, the really big nerf came from the movement speed nerf on the Chemical Rage. The amount of times I've just not been able to kill an Alchemist because he pops Chemical Rage and just runs away from us. But half the movement speed at level 1 is a fairly big deal. So early on, Alchemist is a lot more killable. One thing that I do want to also outline before we get into the rest of the draft, at the Berlin Major, Master Otomo, remember earlier on we were speaking about how I think Radiant is better right now than Dire is, and we're speaking about the strength of first pick early on in the patch. At that particular tournament, Radiant plus first pick had a 68% win rate, which is nuts. That is ridiculous amount of value. So Thailand already in a very decent position, at least based on those stats. However, Vietnam, one of the things about going for first pick is that if you get a broken hero, people have been studying how to defeat the broken hero. And this is one of the responses that we started seeing. Getting this Ancient Apparition, deny the Alchemist the healing. Personally, if I'm honest, I prefer buying or going for like a Venom Monster and buying Spirit Vessel to try and detract from the healing, but Ice Blast is still a very good option, especially with how well this hero has been buffed in the laning phase overall.
I mean, this is the best option, right? I don't think there's any other ability that actually halts healing. There are a few spells that reduce it. I mean, you mentioned like Spirit Vessel, even Poison Sting has a level 10 talent, it reduces the healing. There's Drow Ranger, although I think the shard was moved to an Aghanim Scepter. It has been nerfed. Like, there are a few things that reduce regen. Necrophos, level 20, has the talent for his aura. But in terms of stopping healing completely, aside from dying, killing the guy outright, that's the best way to stop healing. AA does it the best. And this also means that Thailand, they can't pick like Necrophos and even items like Guardian Greaves was a lot of value because, well, I use it, does nothing. So it's a good opening. The problem is AA very strong right now? We did say he's pretty good laning phase. I like that Ice Vortex does damage now. You don't need a shard for it. I think that really helps the spell. And the new shard is amazing. For people who don't know, Ice Blast, now when you land it, it does stun them for 60% of a cold feed duration, which is pretty good. So, I feel like we did need a little bit of time to figure out the best item build for him. I like Phylactery on him. I think Phylactery on him is pretty fun.
I like Phylactery on this show.
I like Phylactery in general. It's such a good item. It's fun. Oh.
I think it's one of these underpicked items where it's like, it should be in more games than it actually is right now. You know which other item should be in every game, dude? Pavis should be in every game. That's such a good item.
Pavis is the best.
So good.
It's so cheap. It's so cheap. Well, it's 1,400 gold. Like,
so
how is it so cheap? And the shields it's better than a Vanguard because I was doing a bunch of tests with it. So like, it's better than a Vanguard. So it's insanely useful to see the Pavis. Mid is going to be Spirit versus Spirit, Ember versus Storm. Both of these heroes, I feel like, have, at least pub-wise, I've seen them less often because Void Spirit seems to just shot up in popularity. People buy like
Void is just the best one,
He gets something like 4.7 damage a level, so people have just been building him as right, like Death, so Echo Saber, and just be like, yeah, we just shred people.
It kind of feels to me, honestly, that the big loser of the patch, Ember was one of the biggest losers. Like, in the previous patch, this hero was in every game, had a super high win rate, he was incredible from the mid lane. Right now, of the three mid spirits that get played between Ember, Void, and the Storm, Ember feels like he's at the bottom of that totem pole relative to the Storm and the Void Spirit. Yeah, I've even seen Ember Spirits lose the mid lane matchup to Earth Spirits lately because that hero has been rising in prominence, being played from the mid lane. So I don't know, I kind of feel like Ember is in an awkward spot. That being said though, if I'm ever going to play Ember Spirit, it's going to be into a game where there's Ancient Apparition. Not only can I immediately dive onto the hero, kill him very, very fast, but I absorb a lot of the damage that he throws onto me with the Ice Blast. I can never get caught by cold feet, and he has no defensive options. If you're in front of an Ember Spirit, or an Ancient Apparition, as Ember, AA dies. Like 99 times out of 99, you have no counterplay options. So even though Ember's not that great overall, this is a decent situation to be picking the Ember into.
I agree, and although this is a bit early, right? You're showing you mid a second pick and there's only one squishy support, we might see them pick something like an aura-based heroes where you can just stay next to him. One interesting thing, though, is that Vietnam does not believe this is an Alchemist carry, because they do ban out the Anti-Mage instead. So they think that maybe it might be an off-lane Alchemist. I've seen some support in the pubs. I mean, high-level pubs, we've seen like position 4 Alchemist, but overall, I would imagine it'd be an off-lane Alchemist if it's, if Vietnam's right and they, it's not a carry Alchemist. I don't think it's a bit unusual, though. You see the Alchemist most of the time, you think, yeah, that's going to be the carry. And interesting pick by Vietnam. Maybe they know the players a lot better. It's like, oh, we played with this in the pubs. We've seen them what they do. We scrim with them. They go for Alchemist off lane.
I mean, this could also be what you were talking about earlier, right? In the fact that they might have been covering the offlane anti-mage, because you mentioned that you've seen some of these builds with the Vanguard Rads. And given how good anti-mage might be into Storm, might not be the best hero in general from the offlane, but in this particular situation, I could still see them being like, let's not take that chance.
Yeah.
I do agree with you that it's most likely that they were worried about safe lane anti-mage, but there's still a non-zero chance. Hell, I've seen AM mid lately, and I've seen Ember spread off lane, so Dota's in a weird place. Vietnam right now go for the Zeus. You were talking to us about the Zeus earlier on when we were off screen.
Yes.
So talk to me about this. Tell the viewers at home what it is that why were you so enthused about Zeus in this particular meta right now?
Well, Zeus got a very nice buff into his damage. The chain lightning, sorry, the arc lightning is now cheaper to use. Is the ultimate damage increased by 50 at all levels, which is a pretty big buff. 350 global, early levels a lot. But the main thing is that carry Zeus is a lot more viable. At level 20, the percentage goes from 4 to 6, which is a big deal. And yeah, the shard, it could be viable. For the record, it wasn't me who said it, by the way. It was Fear, it was Terror, the other guy who was here. But so I don't agree with him. But it is an interesting thing to see the Zeus being picked up. And the blue theme continues for Vietnam. They are heavy in the blue. I don't know if I would like Zeus like Zeus carry, honestly. I hope they go for something else. They're very squishy on Vietnam's side. And you're up against an Ember and an Alchemist and a Mirage, so there's really good chase coming out. I think I want Vietnam to pick something very meaty, like an Ursa, right now. And they go with the LC. All right.
Okay, so we have some press the attack versus the Searing Chains, against the Arrow, against the Unstable Concoction. We also have like Blink Initiation onto Ember Spirit. The builds I've been seeing from Ember nowadays don't necessarily prioritize getting a Lincoln Sphere, so they don't have an easy way to bail them out of that. That being said though, I'm very iffy about this LC hero right now, because the change that they made to Keeper of the Light, moving around the Blinding Lights, putting it as like a regular spell, yes, they've nerfed like everything about it, right? Like, they've nerfed the radius at most of the levels, right? They've nerfed the damage at most of the levels. They've nerfed the cost range at all levels, not even at level 4. But the one thing that did not change is the fact that it gives the pure miss chance. And LC, by herself, is really going to struggle this game, I think, when it comes to duels. Just worry about all these stuns, worry about the miss chance, worry about the heal from Cuddle. I understand that they needed a purge, but I'm not a fan of this LC pick, if I'm honest here, Otomo. And another thing that concerns me is, where's their damage coming from? With LC being picked, unless Zeus plays safe lane, it's going to be Storm mid, LC off lane, and then another hero safe lane. Storm takes some time to ramp up his own damage production. LC doesn't do it naturally by herself unless she's winning a bajillion duels. So where's their damage? Where's their hurt? I am very, very skeptical about this LC pick. I think whatever they get at the very end of the draft here, Otomo, has to be one of those 1v9 type of carries to make this draft work.
I mean, you can see they ban out Slark because that is a 1v9 carry. They get rid of the Faceless Void because he's great setup for the Ice Blast as well. My problem with the LC pick, I agree with you completely. It's a problem. My problem is different, is that when you jump in, you're going to jump in alone. There's no one coming in with you. So you might duel a guy, you might catch Ember, but his group is around him. He's an Alchemist next to him helping him out. When LC jumps in, who's going to be right next to her, absorbing some of the heat? It's just going to be her. And that's a scary thing. In terms of damage, you do have Ice Blast and Thunder God's Wrath, so that does help you in the early game. If you land one of those spells, often enough to get you the kill. But I just worry about the survivability of the LC more so than the damage problem, if that makes sense. It's going to be the last pick coming out from Thailand here. Is it going to be an offlaner, or are they going to go pick a carry and put the Alchemist offlane? We'll find out in just a second.
I think they need a fight starter here from the offlane. So they already have some like skating from the Alchemist. We have some initiation and tempo control from the Ember. We have laning prowess from both Alk, Coddle, and Morana. So just give me something that starts fights. Like, give me some axe or something, actually. Beastmaster would have been phenomenal, but that's banned already. I want something that can catch the Storm Spirit, because right now they don't really have an easy solution for Storm. He should be able to dodge all the stuns from Alchemist. Ember Spirit shouldn't really bother him that much. And if you get arrowed as Storm Spirit, you're playing the hero wrong. So whatever they get at the end of the draft, it has to be like some hard disable that sets them up for success in their team fights. So either you go like, I think, you either go for super hard initiation like an Axe hero, or you just go for overall team fights in general. Maybe some like Centaur or something. What are you feeling here for Thailand at the end of the draft?
I want something with an easy stun, like not like a Magnus or Enigma, or whether it's an ult, it's commit heavy or you get nothing. I want something like you said, the Axe or the Centaur, because if you miss it, it's okay, and they're going to go with the Centaur. So I like what you were saying. For Vietnam, I want an Ursa. I want Ursa, or maybe even, I don't know if I want to say Juggernaut, but I want Ursa. I think Ursa is the best pick for you. Slark is out, Faceless Void is out, so you have no combo. Medusa is also banned. You need someone with the LC, someone who can take some of the fire. I don't want a Drow Ranger or a Sniper. You have damage in the back line. You want meat in the front line, basically. I'm not worried about their damage as much as I'm worried about their survivability. And,
Ursa sounds phenomenal for me. I was thinking maybe Monkey King, but Ursa sounds even better, yeah. Sven, Sven's fine, but I don't know.
It's good because you get the extra armor to remove a lot of Ember Spirit and Alchemist's damage, the Acid Spray, as well as the Sleight of Fist. Yeah, it's not great against like the Centaur, the Mirror, and the Coddle, but you do reduce a huge amount of the physical damage thanks to the War Cry, and he is giving you that meat that you need. I would have preferred Ursa, definitely, but I do think that the Sven there's merit to this Sven. Like there's a lot of merit to this Sven. I still think Thailand has the better draft by far.
I am fully with you. Thailand's draft seems scary to play against. One thing that worries me about the Sven pick, I'm concerned about two things, right? I'm concerned about still Crimson Guard is still in this game. It's one of Centaur's most preferred items to buy. Sven hates playing into that item. He also hates playing into anything that can minus his own armor. An Alchemist has Acid Spray. We've seen a lot of Alchemists also buying the AC as well. Not only are you playing into Acid Spray, which minuses your own armor, they're going to be getting some plus armor, which mitigates your own damage output on top of the Crimson Guard they're going to buy. Dude, like, honestly, Ursa would have been so good. You dominate the laning phase. You can actually play mano a mano versus the Alchemist later. You can kill Ember Spirit during your very short stuns, which is right now pretty much only Stormhammer and or Duel. But Sven, this hero has been so iffy for so long. I'm going Thailand, dude. I'm going Thailand game 1. I think we're both going Thailand game 1. So let's see how it all pans out. Thailand versus Vietnam to open up the IESF qualifiers to see which one of the teams assailed to us will take up one of the 8 slots to get into Yashi for the playoffs. I think both of us are favoring Thailand. But Otomo, you're the smart one here. Earn your paycheck. What do Vietnam have to do in order to get a victory with the draft they have before us?
You got snowball. You got to snowball because you have LC and Storm Spirit. You know, these heroes, a lot of your potential comes in the early game, especially with the LC. If you can get those duels and snowball with it, that's great for you. And you have the tools to help you out. You have Thunder God's Wrath and you have Ice Blast. Like, you don't need your supports to sort of do this massive crazy thing. To like just press R on both of them, that's going to be enough. I do think that if you can snowball, it's going to do a lot. You delay the Alchemist, you have a decent chance of controlling the game. But going ultra late, if it's even, which it's going to be Thailand favorite overall because they have the Alchemist gold. But I don't know. I don't think that. I don't think it's gonna be a hard one for Vietnam. You have to snowball to have much of a chance.
Not an easy game by any stretch of the imagination. However, they do have some very good scaling heroes on their lineup. And they're waiting behind the T1 tower right now, hoping to try and find a very early kill. Unfortunately for them, though,
30 seconds.
we see that the Radiant side here of Thailand is perfectly positioned. And they should be able to escape this pressure. It doesn't seem like they're going to get additional bounty runes, though. So it should just be a 2-2 trade unless something catastrophic happens in the next few seconds.
By the way, I love. What do you think of the new item, Blood Grenade? I absolutely love that item. I feel like
it's so good,
it gives a what? Oh, we have engagement actually. RDP.
Right, we're gonna see them go in here. RDP went in for the hoof stomp. Not gonna be able to connect onto anybody. And there's gonna be an errant Stormhammer thrown in the opposite direction. Just connects onto a couple of heroes. Doesn't make any massive changes. Well, just gonna be bounty runes taken. Bro, they teased us. I thought that was gonna be a much bigger fight, but nothing actually ends up happening.
No, it's like when you're a kid, you know, it's like, bro, I'm going to, you know, like, hold me back, bro, I'm going to kill him, hold me back, and then it was like, oh, yeah, all right, fine, well, nothing happens. Thailand, though, they do have, we talked about Vietnam snowballing, but Thailand has the Keeper of the Light and Ember Spirit combo, which you can slide fist, searing chains, you get the chakra, you can do that combo basically, like, instantly right after it. And we talked about how fragile AA is, but Zeus support is also very fragile, and, like, this Ember can just feast on them. And that's a very scary thing because Vietnam, Vietnam, they want a snowball, and that's going to be very difficult for them.
Exactly. Right now, though, we're still in the early stages of the game. Mid lane matchup, Ember versus Storm. We were speaking about this matchup when we saw the Ember Spirit come out. So this should be Storm favored for the most part, but Ember, you don't get bullied out of this lane up until at least level 7 and or 1 rotation for one of the supports. So I think March should still be able to find most of his farm from the mid lane as well.
He's doing pretty solid. I think I generally would favor the Storm a little bit, but I'm also not an expert in the mid lane, you know? It's not like you got Quinn right here. You'd be like, well, let me tell you, at minute 2 to 3, it goes to this guy's favor, but then it swings back, and I'm like, oh. I just imagine if you're a Storm, you can harass him a bit easier, but if you're Ember, you should be able to get the last hits, but harass, so that depends. It's a skill-based matchup, favors maybe the Storm a bit more. But bottom lane, look at that. LC barely has any health. That is very scary. Alchemist followed by Mirana Arrow. That's a lot of stun coming out. Actually doesn't even have Arrow right now. He's gone for Starstorm level 1. So yeah, look at that. It's a good chunk of holy crap. KMP gets first blood. That is not the start you want of your Vietnam. That is very unfortunate for them. The guy you want to snowball dies to the one guy you cannot afford to give kills to.
Yeah, the one hero on the entire map that you want to have as little net worth as humanly possible. And meantime, he's the one to find the first blood. So off to the races on our Alchemist. I don't anticipate we're going to be having a game where he builds anything other than the Radiance. You know, we were talking about the struggles that Sven is going to have into the Centaur who builds Crimson Guard, Alchemist builds, the AC eventually. Radiance is also a huge problem. Sven does not want to buy an early MKB. So having to deal with that early mischance is not going to make his game as easy as you would like it to be. But so far, so good. Thailand off to a very decent start for themselves. In all of their lanes, in fact, right now, they are in a positive position here, Otomo.
Yeah, the one lane that's going decently well for Vietnam is the Storm Spirit in the mid lane. Like, he's the only one who's keeping up with his counterpart. But the other 2 lanes, I was looking at like Sven. He looks like he's very close to dying.
Oh, LC might die. Oh my god, the stun will come out, but very good counterplay coming in from the Vietnam side as they get in the heavenly jump and damage onto the Alchemist. So some good revenge gets found. I think there was not as much communication between Pan and the Alchemist, and unfortunately this Mirana still doesn't have access to the arrow. She couldn't follow up the unstable concoction. And the Vietnam side take huge advantage of that right now.
Unfortunately, they also lost the Sven at the same time. So, Sven...
hold up. Bottom? Oh, dude. Okay, this is why they picked LC. As soon as they went to the counterplay down bottom to try to kill Zeus, press the attack was there. But yes, Sven, did you manage to catch the kill? What happened in this top lane?
Unfortunately, I tapped at the same time as the Alchemist, so I was watching that fight. But yeah, he's struggling. He has got at one point the lowest CS in the game. I have to make sure if there any stacks. They can make some stacks from. They do have AA who can stack from a distance with Ice Vortex, and they're gonna need it. You know, Sven is gonna have to recover. The problem is, even if he recovers, he's not gonna get as much gold as the Alchemist with the Grieful Creed. So, Vietnam, that 1,000 gold disadvantage still a bit scary for me.
To make matters even worse, we see this Sven. Yes, he's doing okay in the CS department, but he's behind the Centaur. The same is not true on the opposite side of the map. So LC is falling behind. Centaur is accelerating ahead. And bottom lane, the arrow did connect here, but not enough damage to finalize the kill. They do have to back off with the Miranda and the Alk, but Beef having to very, very quickly recognize how mortal he could be in this lane. The next time they make a play like that, once the arrow is back off cooldown, which it is right now, this could lead into a dead Zeus. So he has to watch his positioning here in this bottom lane.
I don't know if you played a lot of Zeus support, but at one point it was my favorite thing to do, play Zeus support. And as much as I like the hero, especially the, you spam lightning bolt, he has mana issues for days. And that's stun. I guess that. And will they be able to
stun connects? Arrow will connect as well. Blood grenade gets thrown out, but they don't have enough damage just yet. They finally do get the kill. Beef went in. Will be able to find revenge, but he went too close to the sun here, Otomo. He ends up losing his own life as well, turning this into a 2-for-1 affair. So Lionax not only secures a kill in the laning phase, but sets up KNP to get some bonus experience off the back of this as well. So the Alchemist getting accelerated in this game, Otomo, in a way that the Vietnam squad is not prepared for at the moment.
The one nice thing is that at least Beef was alive for the kill as the Zeus, so he's level 4.5, which means that will give him a very, I won't say early than the God's Wrath, but he's going to get it. And Storm dying. Ouch.
Yeah. But it was 3 heroes coming in. They made a full rotation. So both supports came middle to ensure that they could get the Storm kill. So yes, you get the kill on Storm. Yes, you managed to depress his net worth, but it's not like you're applying pressure elsewhere. I must say though, this mid lane did not go the way I was anticipating Otomo. He is crushing the Storm Spirit. I thought like almost 1,000 net worth ahead of his counterpart in the mid lane on the Ember.
Yeah, and not only were they able to really get the kill, but they also made sure he doesn't get a ruin. And Storm, what is he going to go back mid? It's kind of scary, but Respect's going to show up. Oh, this could be a kill. I mean, almost certainly.
This should certainly be a kill. Onto Sven, yep. Searing Chains. Easy grab to be able to pick up the kill there. He's not done just yet, actually. Diving forward onto the Ancient Apparition as well. We'll get Cold Feeted up, though. Underneath the tier 1 tower. No, he dodges the Cold Feet proc. Throwing forward a Remnant. And he's able to clean up the Ancient Apparition. We spoke about it in the draft, how weak AA is into Ember. And we're starting to see that early on in this game so far, Otomo.
By the way, Wisdom Runes are going to be popping up. And look at Thailand. If they kill Freak, you can see Pun just go for the Wisdom Rune, get it himself. And I think that's going to be the plan. Double Wisdom Ruins at this point is going to be such a big hit for them. Oh! Lucky. Very lucky.
He actually gets a kill out of this as well, yeah. He might actually be able to bring down the Murano. One more right click. Just the damage actually from the Ice Vortex. Make sure it gets the kill. At the same time though, Ember Spirit diving in on the other side of the map, securing a kill onto the Beef Zeus. So okay, you don't get the Wisdom Rune. They do get on the side of the Dire, but unfortunately Ember Spirit still continues to get fatter all across the map.
Yeah, I mean, Storm's only level 6. He's gonna hit about at 7, but Ember's already level 8. He's got the Orb of Corrosion. He's working himself up to the phase boot, so that physical damage is gonna be huge. And AA, he's got no armor. Zeus has got no armor. Luckily they got that Wisdom Ruin, because if they didn't, that would have been such a disaster for them, and a kill out of it as well. Supports are actually decently level, both 5 on the Vietnam side, actually ahead of their Radiant counterpart by a tiny bit.
Speaking of Radiant counterparts, Beef, I think he's gonna end up dying to his counterparts on the Radiant side as he gets caught out in the river, brought down by this Ember Spirit. A mega kill streak pre 10 minutes on this hero. 5-0-0. This is usually the kind of performance that leads into some massive success from the mid lane. Dude, the difference between himself and the Ember is about to increase because they're going for a quick gank here, but they want the Ember. They do lack the damage to make this happen. I don't think they want to dive too far for this, but they'll just be happy to force him back. But no, they just get the steering chains out. Do they get this kill? He's been stampeded up so they can get some additional movement speed on the Ember. But Storm able to utilize all of his mana to zip away. Unfortunately though, for the Vietnam side, they brought in reinforcements, but Otomo, one of the reinforcements is the Sven, who now has to vacate the top lane as well.
Oh, poor Sven, man. He is almost half the net worth of the enemy Alchemist. And like I said, like that was, it's like, oh, I gotta farm the same area as you guys. And the map just continues to go all downtown. Luckily, Storm had the max magic. He had 20 charges, otherwise he would have just lost his life. Freak does have a Blaze Mail, and he is level 6, so if you can catch anyone, you know, maybe with an AA Blast on the God's Wrath, you can start getting those crucial kills. It's not hard to jump, right? Mirana, Ember, there's a Stampede. It's all very tough for you to catch anyone until you have the Blink Dagger.
To make life even more difficult, I think, for the side of Vietnam, is they can't actually force any plays onto a tower. They're going to try and get an Ice Blast play down bottom. Ice Blast will connect with the duel, and there's their combo.
There you go.
It leads to Freak getting his first duel kill of the game. Alright, well done. Good stuff there, but unfortunately, my main worry is that this combo isn't always 100% reliable. All of the spells actually have to land in order to make this work. They didn't have the Thunder God's Wrath this time around, but as Alchemists get stronger and stronger, they will need that Thunder God's Wrath. So I do kind of hope that they still keep finding a way to ensure that they keep getting these kills right now before the Alch gets a bit too tanky to deal with. In the mid lane though, they're going on to the Sven. Sven gets arrowed up. He's gonna die here. He didn't just come to farm Otomo, he came to die in this mid lane. Thunder God's Wrath will fly out from the Zeus. Only gonna be able to help clean up this Mirana. So you trade your kitty for a Sven. It's a trade you'll take all day, every day on the side of Thailand as they bring down the big bad rogue knight on the enemy team.
And there's a little bit of stacks coming out from the Radiant side as well, so that's going to help the Alchemist continue to snowball. He already has a Sacred Relic. That kill on him was very valuable because they killed him just when he was about to have Sacred Relic Gold. So you do delay him, you know, 40 seconds. And despite that, he is still having the best game of his life right now. But check out Ember Spirit. I was going to say, Ember Spirit, check out, he's going for a Mage Slayer, recognizing that between Zeus, Storm, and AA, you know, I slide a fist them, and I reduce all of their damage by a huge amount.
This is actually a phenomenal Mage Slayer game. Like, my god, this is such a good Mage Slayer game for the Ember. So, just going across this build, like you said, he's gonna get some massive damage reduction coming in once he picks up this item. And especially considering that they need all their spells to land. Bro, between the Mage Slayer on the Ember Spirit, as well as the Centaur about to finish off the Pipe of Insight not too long from now, I do not know where their damage output is going to come from. It has to be the Sven, but he isn't necessarily having the best game for himself. Mid lane, we do see Ember Spirit getting a quick jump onto the Ancient Apparition. Between himself and the Mirana, they are able to get that cleanup kill. Gonna be some free gold for Lionax here. Playing under the pun moniker, but doing really, really well in this game number 1 on his Mirana.
Yeah, he's been having a good time. Actually, what is he going for? He's just going to go straight up, you know, Drums of Endurance, and that's about it, along with Tranquil. Boots of Bearing. Guys, it did get nerfed a little bit, but it's still a fantastic item, you know. It gives you a good amount of stats, although the region is a little bit wasted against AA in this game. And Storm has been very quiet. He's going to go for the Kaya first. Not Witchblade, not Orchid, Kaya. Okay. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I prefer the Witchblade just for the damage, because I feel like you need damage right now.
Maybe the idea is I get Kaya Sanj, and then the few disables that they do have, yes, I should be able to dodge all of them, but if I do get caught, it at least gives me a window to get the next zip out. That might be the idea. I'm not sure. We'll see. So far, though, he's still really struggling to find net worth in general. But the main issue is that they're just not finding map control at all. Like, it's taking them so long just to push down this tier 1 tower bottom. And while they're doing this, yeah, they will be able to eventually get the tower. But the exchange is so much net worth on the Thai side. They're just getting so rich in this interim.
To be fair though, it's been 3,000 gold deficit for like the last 3 minutes, and if you're Vietnam, that's a good thing. That the enemy carry, like you can see, Freak is actually catching up. He has the blink dagger. Storm's doing okay. Like the gap is, it's not increasing. It might increase now. Oh wait, that'll creep.
Oh wow, Beef, dude, Beef actually got kept. Oh my god. So there was a creep wave that blocked an arrow coming in from the Miranda, and that kept Beef alive. If he gets hit by that arrow, he is 100% dead. But because he doesn't die, not only does he survive, but his team gets to defend the tier 1 tower. They get a dual kill on top of it. And they just get to maintain some map presence in this mid lane. Dude, Dota is such a game of fine margins. I love it so much.
I love it so much. By the way, 2 items we talked about are being picked up. There is a Pavis on the AA and a Phylactery coming out on Zeus. I'm not the biggest fan of Phylactery on Zeus, but it will give him a decent damage buff that he could have certainly used. But Phylactery, and Pavis on the AA for all that physical damage, it helps quite a bit. Smoke up? What can they find here? Oh no. Is it Sven?
Don't do it, Sven.
He's
thinking about coming to farm, but he knows what's coming. He has an idea that there's a gank en route towards him. The question is, though, will he be able to actually escape away from here? They're coming directly towards him. There's a twin gate for him to try and take towards the top side of the map, but he doesn't take the Tim gate. Decides instead to try and go farm some of these creeps. I don't know if this is the safest option though. He reveals himself, jump forward though, coming in from Freak. He gets a duel onto the Ember Spirit, but not enough damage here. The Pipe of Insight doing its work, Otomo. They finish off Freak, and here he comes. But I don't know if this is a fight you want to be involved in as the Sven. He came in on the backlines, but he will die at the backlines as well. 2 heroes down, arrow flying forward, will not connect onto anybody, but the Slide of Chains will hit directly onto the Storm Spirit. Searing Chains with the slide. Ensure that they get the kill onto the AA. The only hero left is the Storm Spirit. Has just enough mana to zip onto the high ground. But nonetheless, 4 heroes have fallen and they're still chasing him. Arrow yet again gets blocked off by a creep wave. So March might not be able to find this kill. They will be able to get off a nice electric vortex. March choosing to zip back. Unfortunate for Lionax finding his arrows blocked off multiple times, but nonetheless, Otomo, a massive fight for the Radiant side. They get 4 heroes, they don't even lose a single one.
The amount of damage mitigation against magic. I mean, we talked about the pipe as well as the main slave, but he's also got the flame guy. He took the town. Okay, here's a duel. Here's a duel.
Okay. Hey. Alrighty.
Alright, we need to tap it like
okay, so all they have to do, Otomo, all they have to do is catch him when he's on 200 HP, when they have Ice Blast and Thunder God's Wrath and Duel, and his team is nowhere nearby him, then they can get the kill.
Hey, chat does that all the time with one hand. You know what I mean? So they can do it. I'm sure. You know, these guys can do it as well. While are we looking at DH? He is. I think he's going to go straight up forward. The BKB, it'll help a lot. But I want to go like Thailand. Their damage mitigation is incredible. Radiance for physical damage. Pipe, Mage Slayer, the Flame Guard on the Ember Spirit. Centaur's already got a Vanguard. I don't think he's going to go Crimson just yet. You might want to get that Blink Dagger first because it does help you to get that initiation. But once he has that Crimson, again, damage is such a problem for Vietnam.
Once he gets Crimson, I actually don't think they can kill anybody at that point. They're struggling so much as it is right now. We're going to see them smoke up. March leading the charge right now. He could go for Beef on the Zeus, but he wants a little bit of a bigger target here. Unfortunately, though, the only one nearby is the Storm Spirit, but this would be such a big grab. Oh no, he's revealed himself. The Searing Chains, it actually connects. Otomo connected. Oh my god. Out of what, 8 units? There's a very low chance of the Searing Chains connecting, but it actually does. And this time around, Lionax will not be denied the follow-up arrow. That is a dead Storm Spirit. Oof, game is hot.
25%, and he still gets it every time. He is going to go for the BKB because he does sense like, all right, this is like crazy game for me to try to dodge everything. We mentioned like, yes, arrow is unlikely to hit you, but you got Searing Chains, you got Centaur Stomp, you get everything. You need the BKB. Like he's going to go for it. Freak, he's been I think he's been having the best game time on his team. They need to continue to do that. Oh, can he find someone? Yes!
Does get a duel off onto this Keeper of the Light, and they should find the kill. Didn't even seem like the Ice Blast was necessary from Danang.
It's style points, alright? You know, you gotta sometimes throw it in there, like, hey, you know, I could next time I'll catch someone important with it, but Thailand, they say, oh, this is an opening for us, go straight up for Roshan. Orbit Corrosion has a spray, that is a lot of minus armor, but you know, they're not the most the highest physical damage here.
It'll take them a while. I am very concerned about the fact that Ember Spirit has higher net worth than the Sven right now. And you know, we were talking in the draft about how this is not a hero that's gonna immediately buy a Lincoln Sphere, so that's gonna be useful to have LC against. But given how well his game has been going, it turns out that's not gonna be the case for Tomo. He's gonna have a Lincoln Sphere in a really good timing. 25 minutes at the latest, he'll have the Lincolns plus Maelstrom plus Mage Slayer. They'll have damage to contribute as well. Getting very worried about their overall tools for teamfight victory on the side of Vietnam.
But check out the what we found on Zeus. He was able to get the Philosopher's Stone easily. The thing you get on Zeus, no matter what. You know, it's like he's able to scale, especially as a support. He wants to go for the Aghanim Scepter, and we're going to jump in. First thinks he spots someone. He does. This is gonna be the Zeus. We just talked about him.
Bye Zeus. Sorry, bro.
We did curse him a little bit. It's very scary to see how low the net worth is on the Storm Spirit, by the way. He is lower than the Centaur. Centaur, you know, tends to fall up a little bit later on in terms of gold, but he's ahead of Storm at this stage of the game.
Things that should not be happening, but happening nonetheless. Vietnam have to deal with this. And to make matters worse, he's buying BKB on the Storm Spirit, but this Centaur that's ahead of him, like you mentioned, now that he's finished his Blink Dagger, he's coming back for the Crimson Guard. So not only has he already mitigated the Storm's damage with the pipe, but once he gets the Crimson, Sven does nothing either. They still have the Flame Guard. They still have access to the Radiance. And unfortunately for Vietnam, it's not like they have any like, alright boys, we have this one-stop play, we'll quickly go push a tower, and then we'll force a team fight. They're pretty much playing to the tempo that Thailand sets right now. They don't have that many options to make things happen themselves unless LC finds a perfect dual target.
Yeah, and games like this, oh, it looks like the arrow's gonna land. Pavis comes out, is it gonna be enough? Nope.
No. Oh, 2 heroes stop coming in from the Centaur as well. Sets up for some more kills. They've already found the secondary support. Can they get the Ember Spirit out of here though? Yes, they can. So Storm can't find the counterplay. BKB popped. Oh, Alchemist. You might not want to be here, my friend. The Alch jumped in. BKB was popped and they dueled him as well. So they forced him to kill himself. Okay. That was very, very good. Unfortunately though, Atomo, it does cost a buyback and 2 BKB charges to get that Alchemist kill.
And even still, it's still worth it for Vietnam. If you look at the net worth, they got more gold and experience from that trade, despite like all the things, losing 2 people for 1. And I heard Storm zipping in, but she's gonna be fine. Zeus, he's trying to get the Aghanim Scepter, will work really well with the duels if he can get it, but he hasn't even got a single item from it. And I want to ask you, how do you feel about being able to pick your neutral item now?
Oh, I think it's... So, before the change even happened, I was theorizing about ways to make neutral items better. And one of the things that I was thinking about was each team has like a set of neutral items. So it's like one control type neutral item, one farming type neutral item, one type of item. And I thought that could be an interesting direction, but I think this is even better. Like this is, I love this change. This is one of the best changes I think that's ever been made in Dota. It's so good.
I think it fixes a lot of the problems we have. Oh, double!
That's one hero dead at least on Danang. Will he be joined by the Storms? This fan, and at least he will. QUY gets taken out. And the fight's not over here, Otoma, as they're jumping forward with March. They get the jump, but oh, nice duel coming back onto the Ember Spirit, but that's just the Aegis that gets popped. Do they have what it takes to take him down on life number 2? Definitely doesn't seem so. Does end up missing the slide chains onto Beef. So slide chains do not connect. Nonetheless, though, the rest of the team is able to take down the tier 1 tower. They do get the Aegis, but that Aegis only had about 90 seconds left to begin with, so it's not that big of a deal. And they get the tier 2 tower, which is the bigger grab for the Thailand squad.
One nice thing about Vietnam is that Zeus is generally one of the best base defenders, but he doesn't have Aether Lens, and he's a support Zeus, so he's not the hardest to catch, and that's going to be another Wisdom Ruin taken for Thailand. But they've gotten 4 out of six so far. There's one that they haven't taken yet. That'll be 5 out of 6. Huge EXP advantage for them. I mean, they're already dominating in terms of kills, so that goes without saying.
You know what's actually intriguing about these, you talk about these wisdom runes? Right behind the runes, of course, are these tormentors.
Yeah.
This is the first game I've ever seen where we might hit 25 minutes where neither team has actually killed a tormentor just yet. Both of them are just too busy fighting. And we're going to see a fight maybe break out right now. Lionax, though, able to jump away. What's kind of contributing to this as well, I suppose, is that outside of like Recoil on Radiant side, Recoil is like in a phenomenal first item shot. And then I suppose on Dire side, like neither of these shots you really want, right? You don't really care. Like Ice Blaster is nice, but eh.
No, IA is amazing. But what if it goes to Zeus, actually? That's the problem, right? Oh, here we go.
They got the Storm Spirit. They got him with the whole stuff. They got him with the arrow. They got him with all the stuns that they needed. Storm is dead. Yeah, it cost the life of the Centaur, but who the hell cares? And now they're turning this back around. They're looking for multiple kills. They brought down the Ancient Apparition. Sven forced to pop the BKB and just TP away from the fight. But now Beef, he is almost certainly going to die here. The Alchemist stuns himself, but they still have Searing Chains available from March to ensure that they get the catch, they get the kill. That is a 3-for-1 affair here, Otomo. And the Storm Spirit, life just gets from bad to worse. Dude, he died with BKB being online, but he just couldn't get off in time.
I like what Beef did, by the way. He threw the lightning bolt to slow the Ember, so he can have enough time to walk away, so he doesn't get hit with the Side Fist. But it just wasn't enough time. He still gets caught, loses his life. And Vietnam, it started out pretty good. At one point, you saw Thailand was like, "Oh, we're gonna run away. We're scared." But then they just like, "No, we're not really worried about them." They just turned around, just kick their butts. So a little bit unfortunate for Vietnam. The situation continues to get worse for them. The gap, the experience and gold, going more and more, in Thailand's favor. 85% chance to win. Do you agree with that, or do you think a little bit more, a little bit less for Thailand?
I disagree. I think it's like 90 right now, maybe even 93, 94. It's because I'm looking at this game, right, and I'm thinking to myself, all right, Sven is very far away from having MKB. He's buying the Harpoon right now, but that just means that his Echo Saber is flying in at the moment. Doesn't actually have any beefier, bigger items. We have BKB, yes, on the Storm Spirit, but he's very far away from having reliable damage. The LC, she has tons of damage, but she needs, I think, like an AC +1 before she feels really useful in these fights. And, they're taking out the Tormentor. They should be able to at least get something.
Oh, Zeus gets it.
No, he's dead. Yeah, no, he's dead. Yeah, he's dead. He's dead. Gets the Aghanim shot.
Oh.
That's the worst one, dude. Honestly, of all the options they could have gotten on their team, this is the worst one, by far.
It's so bad. Oh man, it's like even like no matter what, if you're a support, you don't want it. It's garbage on you. And that's one of the reasons, by the way, I think some supports may actually be picked or not. Like Omni Knight's shard is garbage if you're a support as well. It really doesn't help you in any way. So I don't know. Like if you run to AA, you get it disabled. Like that is a big deal. You get extra disable. I think it's like a 2-second. I think maybe it was more like 1.6 or something, but it's still a sizable. Oh, here we go. High star.
Oh no. Oh, Storm Spirit. We hardly knew you, buddy. He's dead, no buyback. They're gonna try and make some kind of counterplay. LC thought about it. He popped BKB, and I think just before she was about to press R, somebody on the team let her know that if you do this, you are just going to die immediately. So that's the wrong option. He gets back instead. Now that means that there's no defense available for the tier 3 tower. 30 seconds, no storm. They don't have an Aegis though, so this is not the safest push in the world. We'll see if they can exploit a beautiful little jump in. The ultimate coming in from the Zeus in tandem with the Ice Blast enables them to kill the Alchemist and save their tier 3 tower. Sure, they don't get any dual damage, or they do get dual damage out of it. Sure, it does lose the life of the LC, but honestly worth under all these conditions.
Super worth. Very worth. Like you always, anytime you can kill the Alchemist, even if you have to trade one, sometimes even two people for it, it's still worth. Like he is so far, he's double the net worth of the Lazy Commander and the Storm, so it's well worth it to kill him no matter what. And Sven was involved. By the way, this I don't mean to flame the guy, but he has not had much of a game. He's 1-5-1 on Sven. He's gonna have to do like an incredible comeback to actually have an impact in this game, because so far he just walks in and dies. A very tough situation to be in for him.
I personally feel that Sven, for the last 2-3 years, has been, I think, one of the hardest heroes to play from the carry role in the entire game. it's super hard to remain relevant as this Fed. It's either you like uber crush the game and nothing threatens you, or you have one of these performances where it's like, well, I don't have a crit stick, I don't have any big sources of damage, I'm just hoping for the best. They're gonna try go onto Rayan here.
Oh.
And this might be a kill. Aeon just buys time though. Glimmer Cape will get him even further away. And now they have to be worried about the turnaround. So they know that they can't go up the hill. And they pop God Strength for this hero, Tomo. So they need to get something out of it. Otherwise they'll just have no damage once this ultimate ends. And then at that point, Thailand can just do whatever the hell they want with them in the upcoming fight.
Yeah, I mean, the other team also, I mean, you spend Moonlight Shadow of your talent, but you're always happy to trade that for God's Strength. Luckily, the cooldown's not the longest, right? Like, Thailand, they have to group up within the next 40 seconds to take an objective. And Vietnam gets their second Wisdom Rune of the game, and that's going to be very helpful for them. And actually, Thailand took 2 at the same time, because the one on their side was just there for a long time. Meantime, they are going to go for second Roche here. It's going to come with cheese as well. One nice thing is that, you know, you have AA on your side for Vietnam, so maybe the cheese won't actually be a big factor, but you still wouldn't want to give it to them if you can afford to do this.
I'm actually kind of surprised they're taking it right now. I think they should leave this, dude. Honestly, like, oh, it's only number 2, so it's fine. Like, take it, and then the faster it goes, the sooner we get to Roche number 3. That one they need to take from the Radiant side, because they could really use an Aghanim Scepter on the Coddle. Like, Coddle Ags in this game would be phenomenal. I mean, that should be their priority on the next one.
I think almost always you want to get the Aghanim's over the Refresher Shard, right? Like, I mean, Refresher Shard is really good and all, but if I have a choice, I always want the Aghanim Scepter, unless everyone's got an Aghanim Scepter on my team. Then it's like, alright, let's get a Refresher. Yeah. Maybe if I have like an Enigma on my team, or Magnus, it's kind of worth it, but Aghanim Scepter is just a more consistent upgrade. And Thailand, they do have the Aegis now on the Alchemist. They have 4 minutes to see what they can do with it. They haven't broken high ground yet. We have Zeus to thank for that on the Vietnam side. And Zeus, he's not quite sure what he wants to go for. He wanted to go for the Aghanim Scepter. He went back for a 4-staff for the extra mobility, but he's decides, oh yeah, I'll go back for this Aghanim Scepter. It's going to be tough. He doesn't even have the Philosopher's Stone. He's going for the, Psychic Headband for the extra cast range, which he needs.
I think I like the 4-staff. I do think that they probably realize that, well, the enemy team has such an overwhelming advantage in terms of lockdown that we should be able to try and just reposition a little bit if somebody gets caught out in a bad place. But right now, the main issue that I have is still the output of damage. It's still such a huge problem for them. Like, Alchemist has the AC, has Radiance, or AC is about to be finished, has Radiance already. There's a Crimson Guard pipe on the Centaur. There's still this Flame Guard sitting on the Ember Spirit, of course, with his Mage Slayer that's been purchased up. And we still have to worry about all these heals coming in from the Coddle. It's not like we just have to worry about, well, these heroes are so beefy through their items. But if Ice Blast doesn't connect flush onto absolutely everybody, suddenly these Illuminates have a huge role in this fight just to elongate matters. And these heroes are not tanky whatsoever on the Dire side right now. No, the only tanky hero is this Sven, but everybody else, very killable. So this game right now is just in a really rough place. If you're playing on Dire side right now, is there any item that you can foresee that would help them change their fortunes and make it easier for them to win these fights?
A specific item, I would like to, if Zeus get an Aether Lens, just stay behind throughout the Arc Lighting, because it is percentage damage. That could actually add up for them, you know, but he doesn't want to go for that. He wants to go for the Aghanim Scepter. I think that works. I think that would be a lot better if we were still in the ganking phase, like, you know, we're 10 minutes earlier, LC is finding those soul targets. I think an Aether Lens with the Psychic Headband, you just delay the game by defending the high ground. One thing that the Radiant may not be able to defeat is the ISP. ISP is the strongest player in Dota 2. No one can defeat him. If your internet is gone, you know, that is the one guy that teams are always scared of. And Centaur, he is DC'd. So, yeah, and that could be something. That could be Vietnam's prayers being answered right now.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Let's hope that ISP hasn't put out his maximum power. But at the same time, I'm talking about, look here, Storm Spirit's also DC'd. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, they both came back at the same time. Okay.
Okay, so
ISP's powers have been taken away.
He's not like fully committing today, you know. He's like, all right, I'll just, it just gives them a bit of a scare, you know. Everyone's just like, oh my god, oh okay, he's back.
Oh, so that's the neutral item you all want in your inventory. Get that ISP going as soon as humanly possible. Get that enemy DDoS. They should actually make an item called like where the abbreviation is DDoS. That would be pretty funny.
Check out what LC has as a neutral item. Still sticking to the broom handle at 30 minutes in the game. That's kind of wild.
Okay. They should have some additional tokens, so we'll see if there's gonna be maybe he's waiting for tier 3. That was the wait on. Like we're waiting for now. We're gonna see a fight start though potentially. We did have a smoke being popped up by both lineups. Moonlight Shadow also committed now by Thailand. See if they can make a re-engage here. Lionax has been very clutch with these arrows, but doesn't have a viable target at the moment. They don't have the best vision. So this will end up just breaking up to nothing. What I find very intriguing, you were asking earlier on about whether or not I thought Dota Plus was accurate about its win probability. Yeah. Up until literally 10 seconds ago, Dota Plus was actually saying that Diaside is on a better track to win the game. They were on a 17% win probability. It's only getting worse now in these next couple of minutes.
I know what you mean, right? It's like going down a little bit for them, but it's still very favored for Thailand. Vietnam is stuck in their base, basically. They are lucky enough to have a Philosopher's Stone. Oh, check out that item on AA. What's that? The Defiant Shell.
That Defiant Shell, really good.
Yeah, but
well,
AA,
it's not that good on this hero though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, hear me out, bro. Hear me out. Maybe the rationale is if you keep killing charge on auto cost, right? Then it becomes okay. Then it's not so bad. Because then you automatically casting chilling touch on the target, right?
It's probably because of the armor, right? 7 armor is pretty huge, actually. So that does help you a lot as a seeing change. But yeah, okay, imagine you slide a fist him and he hits you back, and you're like, well, that was a cute. You know, thanks for the tickle. And overall, though, Vietnam, they are held up in their base. Thailand, they are going to be losing the Aegis fairly soon. They have about 2 minutes left with it. So they want to make a move with it.
Oh, nice little duel though, going out onto Rayum. Alright, but this might still lead to them losing the fight though. As we have a big jump in coming in from March. We also try to finish off Danang. Danang though is still alive for now. Ice Blast has already been expended, and Danang will eventually get finished off by RDP, who jumps in on the Centaur. So support for support is traded. However, in terms of ultimate expenditure, the high side use Ice Blast, they use God Strength, they use Thunder God's Wrath, and they use the duel for that one, Otomo. They have nothing left if they want to re-engage on the side of Thailand.
It's not so bad though. I mean, we still get a dual victory out of it, so it's still fine overall. And these Aeon discs from Coddle, the cooldown is becoming very long. That was announced at what 145 seconds, so it's not going to be. Next time you're gonna jump on him, it's gonna be like almost impossible for him to have it. You just hit him with a Thunder God's Wrath, proc it, and then he's not gonna be able to get it for the next 3 minutes. So they're eking out very tiny advantages on the Vietnam side.
Dota 2, as we've discussed, is a game of margins. Any slight advantage could easily translate into a winning advantage. Jump forward, okay. Ember Spirit from March having very small qualms about jumping in, and they get a big stun onto the ancient apparition, and the duel stun onto Zeus and Sven. There is a duel back onto the Ember Spirit, but it ends prematurely. QUI is still stunned up. He pops BKB, but he still loses his life. Freak right now has no more BKB to pop, and he'll die, granting an ultra kill towards March's Ember Spirit. And with 4 heroes done and dusted here, Otomo, I don't see any more hope for the Vietnam lineup. They're losing their first lane of racks, but even when they respawn, how do they even take the subsequent fight?
Doesn't seem like they will. And I mean, they've got a minute without Sven, 30 seconds without Freak on the Legion Commander. It just looks like they're going to get at least 2 lanes of racks, maybe go for all 3. But yeah, I mean, Vietnam, it's gonna be something crazy for them to come back from it, and I don't think it's happening. It's been pretty much written on the walls for a while now that Thailand's gonna be taking this game. Vietnam, they lost the laning phase a bit too much, you know. Top lane, Sven and AA really didn't do anything. Bottom lane, with Zeus is a very greedy position for. You want to pair him up with an independent offlaner, else he needs some help. And we were surprised to see that Ember was just getting kills on Storm early on.
Yeah, not just getting, like, he was firstly winning the laning phase 1v1, and then with some help ended up just crushing it. Looking back on this replay, we see how impossible this fight was. A phenomenal stun from the Centaur, the arrow catching the Sven, and then to make matters even worse, Otomo, he pops BKB mere moments before he dies anyway. Woof, game is hard, so difficult.
That's like your classic pop carry, right? As he has like 10% life, he pops BKB. Right as he's running away, he dies. And you're like, you could have popped it before. You could have popped it before the fight began. It's like, no. And because if he did, he could have dodged the arrow, might have been able to do some damage. So that could have been the game-winning BKB use. And she got the XP for minutes, by the way. The top 4 out of the top 5, sorry, 5 out of the top 6 are all on Thailand's side. That is the Wisdom Rune we've been talking about, along with, of course, a billion kills. Mostly Wisdom Runes.
Wisdom Runes have made a pretty big difference in this game. They've grabbed so many of them. The experience looking very, very healthy on the Radiant lineup. In the meantime, though, not very healthy on the other side, and 2 heroes get stunned up right now by their stable concoction. Arrow follows up onto the Storm Spirit. He is dead. He has forced a buyback. Ancient Apparition threw out the Ice Blast but dies anyway. BKB about to expire from Freak, so Freak has no more protection in the midst of this fight. And now Storm Spirit comes back, but the Ember has a lot of protection from Sub. There will be a duel from the LC, but why would you get a duel there, my friend? You're just putting yourself into a deadly position as he ends up dead. Beef right now being chased down by the Ember Spirit. He is about to die with a sleight of fist. On the far end of the fight, we lost QUI's Sven as well. And yet again, only Storm remains in this fight, but it will be immaterial, Otomo, because they get the second lane of Brax. And the read on this game leads me to believe they're about to find the Megas and about to find the victory here in this game.
A very convincing victory overall. Like, Thailand just looked so good from at all stages of the game. Mid lane, seeing Martial Machine he just crushed the lane, which we didn't think he would be able to do. Top lane, we didn't see anything big flashy happen, but RTP just continued to farm. Bot lane, it went also in their favor. They got first blood on Alchemist. Like, wild that he was able to get first blood on the guy you want to have a good game on the LC. So Thailand, good draft. They played really well. Love the damage mitigation ideas that they went with. Absolutely fantastic.
Yep. Let's actually, now that you talk about damage mitigation, let's just give everybody a countdown of all the ways that they frustrated being killed. Crimson Pipe, Aeon Disc on Centaur. There's Coddle, of course, as the Aeon Disc, and Glimmer Cape Annual. Big jump in onto Alchemist. Can they get anything out of this? They hit him with the duel, they hit him with the Ice Blast, they hit him with Storm damage, but none of it matters. They end up losing the AA. Zeus follows them into the grave as Ember Spirit takes him out. The arrow, it's gonna be there, connects onto Storm, does get just bound though, but here's gonna be a huge Illuminate blast. Ember Spirit jumping into the fountain. It wouldn't even matter after they got a triple kill as they get the GG. Well played. Thailand secure this best of one in scintillating fashion. And Otomo, Alchemist did really well, Centaur did really well, but by God did this Ember Spirit pop the hell off in this game against Vietnam.
Hey, and its first pick Radiant, like you're talking about, 68% continues to dominate even in this tournament, and fantastic play by Thailand, man. Like it never felt like it was close, right? From the 6th minute they had 3,000 goal advantage, kept growing. They didn't do any sort of crazy thing where they're like, oh, let's just dive fountain or anything like that. They played really well. You talked about damage mitigation to count that out. We saw Defiant Shells being picked up, Mage Slayer on Ember Spirit. He took the talent for plus 200 Flame Guard, which adds a lot. And you look at the other side, they actually did okay. Like Vietnam played well, but their draft was counted from the start, basically.
It was really counted from the start. Much more difficult for them to play from that position. Unfortunately, even though they saw the Alchemist first pick, they only really picked one hero to try and address that, right? They picked up this Ancient Apparition, but the rest of their draft didn't necessarily lead them into the direction of dealing with the Alchemist. And the AA, yes, on paper, you're like, oh, sweet, we have this health mitigation. He's not going to be allowed to heal during Chemical Rage. Just makes it easier for Thailand to pick a hero like Ember Spirit. Just jump on this guy, kill him reliably. The Sven as well. You know, they picked Sven at the very end of the draft. Part of me thinks that, I remember Terrorblade got banned out right now by Thailand. If Vietnam had Terrorblade, this could have been a very different game, because one of my big issues as well, Otomo, did QUI to me on the Sven felt like he had literally zero impact. He'd pop God Strength and just be like, now what? I can't actually do anything meaningful in these team fights.
I really read this, like we were saying, there's mischance, there's Call mischance, and there is Radiance mischance. So it's like if you don't hit him with a blind line, you still ways to miss it. And you look at it, it's like, well, how is he gonna catch anyone? Even in the laning phase, it didn't feel like. Imagine if you had like a Slark or Chaos Knight or an Ursa, someone with a bit of a lockdown to combine with the Cold Feet. Sven, yes, it's fine, but it doesn't last that long. It's not as good as the other three that we just mentioned. So. The laning phase, he didn't do well. He tried to farm, he catch up. You can't out farm as an Alchemist. It all went in favor of Thailand in the end.
I mean, just to give some additional context for how bad this game was ultimately for the Sven. The Sven not only found himself having the indignity of losing out to the Alchemist, but he did the least damage in this game. And I don't mean he did the least damage in this game amongst the cores. No, he flat out did the least damage in this game as the Sven. You do not pick Sven for those circumstances. You pick Sven so that he can get this God Strength and do more damage than anybody could envision in the span of like 2-3 seconds. If he's doing pretty much nothing, you're like, yeah, that's not supposed to be happening. And actually, to make things even worse, Tom, I'm just quickly doing some
I know what you're gonna
back
say.
napkin compilation. I think Ember did more damage than 4 heroes in the enemy team. He might have done almost as much damage as all 5 of them just by himself.
Oh, by the way, the second lowest damage in the game amongst all players is the Storm Spirit. Because I thought that was what you were going to go with. You're like, oh, Spirit's lost. I was like, yeah, that's pretty bad. Then I look at it, oh, who's? I was like, 7,000. That must be AA. It's like, no, 7,000 goes to Storm Spirit. So, very, very rough start. Actually, I felt like the supports as well as LC did a good job, but we weren't able to see, you know, the Storm or the Sven have a good game. It's a tough situation to be in, actually. It is a bit of a tough situation to be in. And we're going to have highlights in just a second. I'm going to go back. I was thinking of that last pick, the Sven coming out like that. We were just feeling very awkward about it. What do you think Thailand did? What was the best thing that you think Thailand did? Like the one thing where we're like, oh wow, that was really good.
I think the best move that they made the entire game, well, they made 2 moves in conjunction, which were very, very good. So right after they lost their Alchemist, so first the very good move that they made was their initial move to ensure that Alchemist gets first blood, and then from there can just like have a much better time in the laning phase. But there was a move they made after Alchemist died down bottom, where they moved both Coddle and Mirana to the mid lane to kill the Storm Spirit. I'm sure at that point, Ember's telling them, guys, I'm winning this matchup. Right? I have more experience than this guy. I definitely have more farm than him. If we kill him now, he is not going to have a game. And they killed him, and he legitimately did not have a game. It took him like 90 seconds after that death to get level 6. Without having level 6 on this Vietnam draft, they don't have like Centaur where you can just press R, the entire team gains movement speed. You know, they have to sort of be very reliant on the Storm Spirit, very reliant on the LC to get either experience from the Storm or the gold necessary for Blink Daggers from the LC. Because Alchemist gets the first kill, there's no early Blink from LC. Because Ember gets a kill, there's no experience for Storm Spirit. But both of those things happening at the same time almost guarantees their victory. And we see at the end that Storm literally had no influence in this game. And I think that one particular move that they made on the side of Thailand here made that possible for their lineup.
And not only were they able to like get the kill on the Storm Spirit, but he was able to take a haste through and go top and kill Sven right after. So it was like that double whammy, where he's like, oh, you killed their tempo and you killed their late game, and in general, just a very tough situation. I don't mind, like the supports that you took, the A and the Zeus were also very fragile. You can see they died 21 times between them. It's not blame on the players. It's just that when you pick these 2 heroes against an Ember who's snowballing. That's actually how many, like he got so many kills because of that. How many times did he kill that? We can actually see that. He killed Zeus 9 times and AA 6 times. So that 15 of his kills are on these 2 supports. That's massive.
Kind of crazy performance coming in from our Storm Spirit from the mid lane. March, aka Fearless, aka Joe. Just, if he doesn't get MVP for this game, we're rioting. Everybody's just leaving right now. We're done. He itemized perfectly as well, going from Maelstrom, Mage Slayer into the Lincoln Sphere, giving him damage. So he got all the 3 things you want as an Ember Spirit. You get damage and farming potential from your Maelstrom, you get additional damage, but more importantly, damage mitigation from your Mage Slayer, then you get protection from your Lincoln Sphere, and then of course, Aghanim's ends as well out. You didn't need to buy BKB this game because we spoke about this in the draft, looking at this like, well, what realistically stuns Ember Spirit? I mean, Storm Spirit also had a similar, somewhat advantage, right? But unfortunately for him, Lion Axe Pun was a little bit too on point with the arrows, so Storm Spirit kept getting caught out by those. But this Ember, perfect performance from him, make game so much easier for the Alchemist as well. So the MVP for me, Otomo, it has to be Ember Spirit. I can't imagine anybody else having as influential a performance as he did in this game.
And by the way, look, I was looking at the damage reduction: 70% on Fearless, not 60% on Alchemist. Like they are not taking any damage at all. And even later on, you can look at the call. What did he go for? He went for Wind Waker. He went for the Aeon Disc. Went for the Glimmer Cape. So he's doing also just, I don't want to die. And when you're supported, you die a few times late game, your team takes a 4 versus 5, they lose, and they just also snowball. So very disciplined, where he's like, I know exactly what I want to be doing.
Well, a very disciplined performance coming in from the Thailand squad so far. Even though it's only the first game of the IESF qualifiers for the Asia region, I'm pretty sure we can note Thailand, at least from the Southeast Asian squad side of things, as our most preferred team to go through all the way. So Toma, before we go into a break, what do you think our final thoughts are, or final learnings from this opening game here in these qualifiers?
Yeah, don't lose all lanes. Really bad to lose all lanes. Try to win one lane at least, or preferably 2 if you can. Don't lose all lanes.
Just win your lanes and win Dota. It's as simple as that. It's not complicated whatsoever. Of course, right now, Vietnam have found themselves losing this game against Thailand. But we are not done with today's action just yet, as we are still going to be having quite a few more games from the Asian region. So don't go anywhere, stick around here for the IESF qualifiers to see which teams will go into Yashi to compete for that all-important prize as being the best team nationally within the Asian region. So for myself, Snare and Tomo, we're going to be taking a small break. Don't go anywhere because the Dota action will continue soon. So stick around, we'll see you in a few minutes to continue the hype. So we'll see you in a couple minutes.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the IESF 2023 Asia Qualifiers, and of course, joining me for the cast is going to be Otomo. Otomo, you had an amazing game number one. I feel like it was a bit one-sided, but I mean, hopefully we will have more action-packed gaming coming your way with this game number two, right? We have who do we have here? Yeah, so we have. Sorry, can you hear me now? Malaysia. We have Malaysia. Oh, okay. So we do have Malaysia versus Thailand coming up next, and it is also going to be a BO1 series, right? And yeah, just a small correction for the previous what we were talking about. The winners will be going into Gamers8, which is going to be happening in Saudi, and from there onwards they will be going into Yashi. So they do have two more steps, or rather one more step extra to get into Yashi. So yeah, there is another qualifier which is going to be a land one happening in Saudi. But what are your expectations for Myanmar versus Thailand?
I mean, Thailand looks really strong. I don't see them stopping. You know, I think they'll just be able to take another game right after. I mean, Vietnam, we had pretty high hopes for them. We'll have to see the draft, but Thailand looked like... I love their idea of going with damage mitigation. We saw Thunder Esports win TI11 with that. I think Thailand will be able to figure it out. It's up to Myanmar to figure out some sort of way of getting maybe pure damage maybe in the draft, or just snowballing their lanes. And we'll see if they can go up with that. This is a bit of a shame that we're not getting Malaysia versus Philippines, I gotta say. But yeah, I mean, this could be a very even matchup.
Especially since I think Philippines has some of the most avid Dota 2 followers in the world. I think there is no one more passionate than the Philippines when it comes to Dota 2, and would have been absolutely entertaining to watch that match. But of course we do have this, and going back to what we were talking about in terms of damage mitigation, right? I think that has been such a huge part of the patch. Hence why I think with this new patch that came out in the morning, they have nerfed quite a bit of the Crimson Guard, the Vanguard, the Pipe. The cost has increased, the mitigation has reduced, but I still think it is such a huge deal. And if you don't have your offlaner who builds into it, I think you need to have one of your cores building into this damage mitigation. Otherwise, I don't think the game is playable anymore. And the Legion Commander, yes, he did manage to get those duels in and get those dual victories going, but you're not helping your team. You're getting one hero, you're killing off one hero, but you don't have the damage mitigation to stop the Alchemist and the Ember Spray was just going absolute ham. And the other thing was, I think Underlord was left out completely. What about that? Like, he wasn't even banned, right?
No, he was banned actually. That's he was banned. I think like second phase, maybe. Yeah, so that's one reason. But I agree with you. It's like we're not gonna see like Razor off lane, you know, where it's like, oh, Razor goes to BKB and becomes a carry. It's like, no, or even like Timbersaw is maybe less popular. Teams are very much into, I want to make my off lane is tank, just like in pubs now. Off lane is tank, get auras, and that's all you need to do. And alright, so this is gonna be the match, Myanmar versus Thailand. We are not gonna be seeing Malaysia this turn. I think they might have decided to forfeit the turn, which is very sad. That's home country, you know. That doesn't seem right.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, like, we would always want to watch more matches, and we would want to watch all these players taking part, and this is how you do discover new talent as well. And at a national level, you would expect the countries to put forth a team that will participate and take up the competition in the region. And this is probably one of the best options also for them to prove their talent as well. Instead of going through the DPC and then, you know, grinding your way through. This is like a stage where you can right off the bat fight up against the best talent across your region, and them forfeiting is definitely a bit sad, but nevertheless we do have the rosters on screen. Do you know any of these players?
I saw the Myanmar side. I could see Young PH, KSH. I recognize them, but Skill-Lay, Zaurain, these all players that we've seen in the DPC. On times we used to see Boomboy, a fantastic performance. RTP as well as Red. I think someone must have. Oh no, sorry, Red was on the Vietnam side. But yeah, a lot of these names are very familiar from the DPC, either Division 1 or Division 2. You're gonna be like, oh, I'm not exactly sure which team, but yeah, you see that they're there.
Yeah, I mean, like, it goes back to what I was saying, right? This is another stage where they can perform and show off their skills and get, you know, known in the community and get known internationally as well. So, I mean, taking part is such a huge part of getting to that next stage and really developing your skills, because you want to go up against the best to realize where your current status is, and then you can develop from there onwards. And let's talk a little bit about the draft, right? So going into this game, do you still agree with what Snare was saying? Radiant first pick, do you think that is just absolutely broken right now?
I like Radiant more than Dire. I don't know if I like first pick more than second pick. I mean, obviously the pros and people know, they will tell you like they have their own pace, but I think second pick you get that combo, that 1-2. Oh, maybe I want to do that LC Skywrath Mage or Phoenix Faceless Void. Like you have that combo that you can pull off. We don't see them very often, but because oftentimes there's more meta things you want to do, but you have that option. You have that 1-2 option that you can pick, and you also get last pick, which is always a big deal. I also feel like oh look, they got 4 strength heroes, Timbersaw. They have no counter to my Huskar mid. I can just take it, or even just show up with the Mega Meepo. Oh god, I hope we see Mega Meepo. But like, I always believe in second pick. I also do like Radiant more this patch. How about you? Where you stand with this?
I mean, in general, regardless of the patch, I have been. I would always favor Radiant. I feel like it's easier to play for me. But that's just my personal opinion, and I don't think that is relevant when it comes to competitive. I think there are patches where Dire is favored, especially up until recently, until there are 2 Roshan spawns. I think Dire always had that Roshan advantage, but not anymore. But yeah, I mean, I still prefer Radiant. And first pick also, like you said, there are pros and cons to it. First pick allows you to get that one strong hero in the patch, and you're forcing the enemy team to ban those strong heroes right off the bat as well. But then again, with second pick, you do get the 1-2 combination and forcing the enemy team to react to your wombo combo kind of dual pick that you pick up. But with that, I think we should be starting the game as well, and we should be able to see the draft on screen. And going back to, I think we were having a chat prior to the matches, right? You're a massive fan of Spirit Breaker. Do you think with the buff that it received, do you think we will see it?
I think the pros don't. If they don't know what they're doing. They're completely clueless about that. I think the hero is just very hard to play in the pro scene. In the pub game is better. There are some heroes that you feel like they're really good professionally, but they're not as good in the pub, and vice versa, right? Like every Smurf is playing Meepo and Tinker, but we don't see them in every pro game. Why? Because they know how to play against it. And at the same time, some heroes I think are pro good, but in pubs are not good. Like Lion. If with Lion, when you blink, jump in and hex, your team is right there. They know what you're gonna follow up. But in a pub scene, you jump in, you hex, and you die. That's what happens. So I do think that some heroes
for support.
Life of support, right?
Life of support in pubs.
Look at what Thailand do. They were listening to what you're saying about Underlord. They're like, look Underlord. Sorry, look Terror. He's there. He's gone. So from the start.
I mean, that hero is, I don't know, like even in the pro scene, right? We saw so much of Underlord in the DPC as well. And I mean, they left out the Kotl again. Yes, it did receive a couple of nerfs, but I still feel like this hero is so strong.
Yeah.
Definitely first pick worthy, but yeah, they took out the Alchemist again. Has to be taken out, I feel like, unless you do stop this Alchemist very early on, stop the stacks happening, kill him a couple of times early, he just gets uncontrollable. If you don't have the damage output to deal with this out, like what happened last game, he just runs across. And to be fair, last game the Alchemist was not even needed. That Ember Spirit was destroying everyone, single-handedly.
But I like that what Thailand's going for. They're going for some sort of sustain. Healing is better this patch than before because the shields have the armor magic resistance applied to them. That's why they're so much better. That's why Pipe is better. Before it's like 400 damage block. You take 400 magic spell, that's gone. But now if you take 400 damage spell, it's reduced by the magic resistance. So it's so much better. Same thing with like the Crimson Guard and things like that. But Myanmar, they start off heavy with the Terror Blade. Okay. That doesn't make certain heroes less viable. One of them is Medusa, right? Because you get that split shot combination. Radiance carriers are less valuable as well. So there's a lot of interesting things coming out with the Terror Blades.
Yeah, but the thing is, right now you don't want to pick the Medusa. Also, she did receive some significant nerfs on today's patch. So I feel like Terrorblade is fine, right, as a first pick, but what you were saying about that 1-2 combo, like where you want to pick up a wombo combo, what can you really pick up as a wombo combo with the Terrorblade, right? This is, you're just picking it so that no one else gets it, and you know that it's a very strong carry in the patch, right? So that's why they have gone for it. I'm not a huge fan of it, but this lane is strong, right? Terrorblade, Disruptor is a very decent lane, depending on who Thailand decides to pick up against this. But in general, Disruptor, Terrorblade is a very strong laning matchup. You pop meta really early on, you have the glimpse, you just run them down and glimpse back, and tends to lead to a first blood depending on who they pick up as their off lane. It's a very strong early lane that you're looking at, and then Terrorblade just controls the map afterwards once he gets a few levels and a couple of items. So I don't mind the first pick here, first and the second pick coming out from Myanmar.
Yeah, I like it too. And it's not like, I mean, well, Thailand, they're not going to take like an ancient apparition as well to counter the Terrorblade. They might have to take heavy magic damage, but even then, Terrorblade eventually is going to have, you know, Scad, Yenmant, and BKB, so magic damage becomes a bit less of a problem later on. And the combo is good, right? Like, you have the Thunder Strike to give you vision and slow, which with the Terrorblade, with his own, reflection, another slow coming out, so it's pretty powerful. For Thailand, they do take the Ember themselves. Not the best against the Terrorblade, but and even Disruptor, you could glimpse him, put him into a static storm. You can catch him. You know, it is an instant silence. You don't even have to do glimpse him. You can just, you know, you find him somewhere. He's walking on, drop it. You couldn't be able to catch him. So I like it. I feel like Myanmar's starting off with a decent duo against the Thailand draft in general.
Yeah, I also don't really like the Ember. Previous game, there wasn't enough catch for the Ember, but this game around, just with the Disrupt, I think it's such a good hero against the Ember Spirit. And like you said, Ember doesn't really do anything against the Terrorblade as well. And Terrorblade is a hero that excels at controlling the map after he gets a couple of items, and especially the map being so big, it is very important to have one of these heroes on your side that will control the map and, you know, show presence. And Terrorblade is someone who can push out lanes. He doesn't even need to be in the lane, send out illusions, go for that range creep, make sure that the lanes are continuously pushing out, and makes it even more safer for your team to farm in your own side, rather than taking this unnecessary risk going into the enemy side to try and farm. Yeah. And Ember doesn't really stop the Terrorblade from doing this. So not the best of picks, but it did work out last game. And they would. It works very well with the Kotl as well, right? The cooldown reduction, we saw it last game as well. It does work reasonably well, but there is catch for the Ember. Just with this Disruptor, there is enough catch for this Ember Spirit already.
And Myanmar, they could consider going for a Viper or a Huskar, you know, and just dominate the Ember Spirit during the lane. Like, there are options for them to pick later on and to win the laning matchup. And Myanmar, what are we banning out? They are going to continue to ban carries that they don't want to play against. PL versus Terrorblade. This is I love this matchup because a lot of times you think, well, you know, Terrorblade should just be able to smash PL, and he does. But PL is just generally you doppelgang until the Terrorblade is gone, like the meta's down. You're able to run circles around him. You don't damage him a whole lot, but you're basically unkillable against him. And they do ban out the Medusa, even though we thought the Terrorblade would be pretty solid against her.
Yeah, another question is, what do you think about Slug? I'm like a massive Slug fan, and Slug works reasonably well against the Terrorblade as well. Do you think Myanmar should ban it out, or do they have enough to deal with it? I think Disrupt is really good against the Slug, but still forces the Slug to maybe go early BKB if you are picking it up. But other than that, I feel like Slug is decent here.
Here's the thing, I know a lot of people like Slug versus like Medusa, Terrorblade, and some of these Medusa because they feel like, oh, these are very tanky heroes, so Slug gets a lot of agility. But if I want my carry to kill people. I don't want my carry to just like for like 10 seconds. Like, I want to just shred people. So I don't like the Slug versus Terrorblade matchup because Terrorblade is insane armor and Slug's damage is mostly physical. Yes, there's magic, Dark Pact, and Pounce, but it's not enough. So, like, I like what they do. They get rid of the Ursa. They do not want someone to jump on the Terrorblade and crush him. So, I like that ban. Maybe they consider going for a Drow Ranger on Talent, but I don't think Drow is in a very good spot from what I've seen in the meta so far.
Yeah, Drow hasn't been. I tried it out as well during my rank games. It's just horrible right now. Because there are better carries. Not that the hero itself is bad. I feel like there are just so much better carries that you can pick up over the Drow Ranger, and majority of these carries work really well against a Drow Ranger. Like, in your pubs, you would have, like, you know, Rickies, you have Slugs, you have Terrorblade. Like, Drow doesn't do enough, and especially with the nerf on the Aghanim Shard, where you have to pick up Aghanim Scepter to get that buff. It affects the Drow Ranger quite a bit. This is hindering the Drow's damage output and forcing her to go Aghanim Scepter a lot early on. Then, you know, kind of delaying it with your Force Spike and then going into Manta. But now you need to get that Force Staff and into that Aghanim Scepter to be able to do some damage during these fights, otherwise you're just taking the game a little bit too late. We have another Legion. I mean, I do like the hero, but where is your Aura carriers? Where is your Pipe? Where is your Crimson Guard carrier? I mean, where's the damage mitigation?
Yeah, it's like,
that's the only problem.
They even play Dota? Don't you know it's auras only from now on? But no, I like it because it does give you a good catch, and I do like the Dispel coming out from it as well. Like, you might get, I will see what they pair it up with. Thailand side, what do you want to go with? Your carry, I agree with you on the Drow Ranger also, not feeling too good. They go with the Tusk and the Darkseer. So they're leaving their carry pick for the very end. Lockdown is kind of iffy, right? It's like, well, you got Snowball, which isn't that much, plus Walrus Punch, it's okay, but Darkseer Vacuum is barely like a disable, Keeper Blight, the same thing. Searing Chains is not a stun, it's a root, so you can't do stuff like through it. So, not much control coming out from Thailand's side. Myanmar, I feel like if you can pick, I don't know if you want to, some sort of support that gives you a little bit more control and maybe sustain something durable, you can have a very good time for them. Like the LC by itself presents a problem. Sorry.
True. Yeah, and I think they have a problem with damage as well, right? They're lacking damage to against this Terrorblade as well. Like where's the damage coming from? And also he's going to be able to get off the Sunder every time. And I'm so hyped to watch this. I love IOs, and it works really well against the Legion as well. I mean, it's just stupid strong.
I like the IO a lot because I was thinking I want to support. I didn't want to say a healing support because I'm like usually that's the position 5, right? Like the position 5 is always good. It's usually that. But I was thinking like, well, you need a support that gives you a bit of sustain, and then go for the IO. Perfect 4 to have. Microsoft putting in 5 for the Terrorblade, putting the Disruptor 4. I'm okay with that as well. Like I like that you have this combination. Because you look at Thailand, their damage is not bursts. You know, it's tag team takes a lot of time. You have the Ion Shell takes time. The Flame Guard takes time. A lot of damage just takes time. Yes, there's some Searing Chain, Side Fist. There's a little bit of there, but it's not enough. Thailand, you need a carry who can do a lot of bursts. What is it?
What are we looking at? What do we have left against this Terrorblade? Like we have, but Monkey King has been taken out, PL has been taken out, Medusa has been taken out, Ursa is gone. A lot of these carries that does have that burst potential has been taken out. I'm just going through the heroes here. Maybe they don't really have PA.
I was thinking
it has been so bad.
No, I don't want. It's the same problem. I imagine. Is there any sort of? Would you consider going for like an OD? I mean, you want the pure damage, but OD carry is also in a weird spot where you don't see. Theoretically, it could make sense, right? Because when the pros don't pick it, you're like, maybe there's something wrong. The save would be good against the LC as well, right? Like she jumps and duels someone, you use Astral them, that could be a save for you. So I'd like the OD. I don't know if that's something Thailand will consider. And for Myanmar, they might consider putting the LC mid and picking an offlaner with Auras, by the way. Like LC versus Emperor is a matchup that LC is happy with. Or they could go for Huskar, Viper, something like that.
Yeah, because right now, looking at the lanes as it is right now, I feel like Myanmar is in a really good spot. This Terrorblade plus IO or Terrorblade plus Disruptor is not going to be too bothered by this Tusk plus Darkseer. They are going to be quite okay with the lane. And then even if you put the Legion off lane here, interesting. Okay. Naga, but I mean,
good.
It's okay, right?
Yeah.
It is good. But they're still running into the problem that this Terrorblade cannot be killed in these fights. Like I don't see this Terrorblade dying at all. He gets Skadi, BKB, Manta, this Terrorblade will not die. There is no way that they kill the Terrorblade off. Naga has to get like, crazy amount of damage. And the only thing that they're looking at is they do have decent split push, right? This Ember is going to be able to push really well. The Naga is going to be able to push and control the map really well. And both of these heroes together does it a lot better than Terrorblade as well. And that's the only advantage that I'm looking at. I really like the Myanmar draft so far. I don't like this Naga side. It is good in terms of trying to deal with the push and the delay, that you're trying to delay the match. Ooh, Tinker.
Huh.
Oh, wow.
Interesting. They went for the Tinker. This is a hero that, I mean, especially in a game like this, there's an Ember Spirit, there's a Tusk, and there's a Darkseer, so that you have ways of getting close to the Tinker. I don't love the Tinker last pick. I mean, I know you also don't like. I'm not a big fan of the Naga side. I think it's the best that they could get. It's not like a good count. It's the best that you have. It's not great, but it's the best that you can get. But Tinker coming out as well for me, and I love the first 4. I don't love the Tinker, but I don't know.
I think they were trying to think of a way to deal with like Naga illusions, but I don't think you need the Tinker for that. I mean, you have the LC, you have the Terrorblade reflection to deal with it. I don't really think you need an added core on top of that to try and deal with Naga illusions. Given the fact that Naga has to get to that stage where the illusions are not killable as well, right? Because I don't see this Naga getting that late into the game to be able to do that, because I feel like the Legion alongside the IO and the Disruptor is going to be able to do so much in this early game because they're not pressured at all. I don't see them being pressured during this laning stage at all. the only person who might even get pressured in the laning stage is going to be this Tinker. No one else is going to get even pressured in this laning stage.
But there's one thing that's nice about the Tinker is that you have Tinker, IO, and like they have very good global presence, right? Like, you know, Legion could be dueling someone, like Legion, you duel someone, you can just bring a Terrorblade, IO Terrorblade show up, Tinker shows up as well, so you have that great global presence. I think Myanmar is trying to make sure that they can shut down the map. You know, it's just like, oh, we can gank you anywhere we can show up. I think that's a decent idea. I like Tinker does that better than anyone else, unless you took like a Nature's Prophet. So overall, I'll still go with Myanmar. I thought I was going in like, I'll be like, yeah, Thailand, they look so good this game, but I like the draft for Myanmar a lot. I'm gonna have to go with it in the end.
I think I'm sticking with you there. I think I really like the Myanmar draft over the Thailand draft here. They just have better ways of dealing with things, as well as they do have the damage output, they have the burst damage, they have the lane sustain as well. Definitely picking up this IO to try and help that out. And none of these heroes are going to be pressured too much in the laning stage. So Terrorblade is going to have quite a free game. So is his Legion Commander, and I feel like Daya does not have the tools necessary to be able to bring these heroes down quite easily.
I think I'd prefer to see the IO with the Terrorblade. So that would be, I think, a decent counter to the Dark Side. Like you get, because if you put IO and LC, you get a lot of sustain. It might be overkill, you know, like maybe you want to put some of that healing with the Terrorblade, but they know best. So I think both works like either way.
30 seconds to battle.
We'll have to wait and see.
Nice mustache. Not bad at all.
By the way, I love what the Legion Commander's name is. Lose minus 40, win plus 10. That is Dota these days. You know, you lose. Some people I've seen them win plus 0. You know, they're like, oh yeah, they're like, how much did you win? They're like, oh, I got 0 MMR. You're like, oh, sorry, bro.
What do you think about the new ranking system, though? Like people have been having different opinions on it.
Oh. I don't like the one that where the captain picks people. I have that because you know I'm lucky enough to grind to that level. And when one person, you know, the captain begins, 3 people want mid. How do you draft that? So it's supposed to be like, oh, you know, the player pool is small and mortal, but it's not. There's like 6,000 mortal players, and everyone, you won't know each other. So I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I'm glad that today's update actually patched it so that only people above 6.5 thousand average MMR will be able to be in that match. Then everyone else is getting ranked troll, which is good.
See, guys, this is why he's the brains in this cast, and I'm just a troll here. This is why.
Hey, no. Listen, I'm the brains. You're the beauty.
Thanks, man. But getting into the laning stage, so how well do you expect this Ember Spirit to be able to do against Tinker and vice versa?
I think that they should both be able to farm, but once Ember's level 6, you should be able to threaten the Tinker quite a lot. You know, if you just get close to him, he has to be worried about his health. That's one thing though. Laser's pure damage, so it doesn't care about that. We didn't talk about getting pure damage as a way to deal with the Thailand players because they love damage mitigation. Tinker doesn't. Laser's pure. There's nothing you can do about it.
Another question. The Disruptor has gone for level 1 Thunderstrike. I'm not a fan of it. I feel like Glimpse is a lot better. Meanwhile, bottom lane, we might have the Terrorblade in a little bit of trouble here. Really good ice shots coming out from the Tusker. They're trying to run him down, though. He's going to be okay. There is no surge yet. And it was just one Iron Shell. Yeah, it was just one at the time.
By the way, check out something that we see on the Terrorblade. He's actually got... Oh, here we go. Glimpse. Snowball.
Wall save is going to be there. Can they bring him down, though? He is level 2. Does not have the surge. The vacuum is going to be there, but is it going to be good enough? Disruptor is going to be a whole lot of trouble. That's going to be first blood, and the Terrorblade might get a return kill here, but he might go down in return here. Is really good stuff coming out from Thailand, getting both the players on that bottom lane, the Terrorblade and the Disruptor both going down. Terrorblade maybe should not have chased after the Disruptor there. I mean, sorry, the Darkseer there, but I guess he just wanted the kill.
Yeah, and that means that when he comes back, he's not going to have meta for 2 minutes. And by the way, I find this very surprising. We actually see the Terrorblade is the one with the blood grenade. Usually, we see the supports are the ones who buy the blood grenade, but he's actually doing it for himself. Interesting pick, because Terrorblade doesn't have a whole lot of health, so using, 75 to use an ability seems a bit expensive for him.
Indeed. You generally would want it on the supports to be spending on these consumables rather than your core trying to get these items to try and kill as well. Top lane has been quiet so far. Legion is top of the last hits. Naga having a little bit of trouble here in terms of last hits, but not too much. I mean, not too far behind. You would expect this Legion Commander IO to be able to win this lane quite easily.
Yeah, you can just spam overwhelming odds, get rid of all these Naga illusions, and that's a big part of Naga's strength, right? You send those illusions to a support, but it's like, what are you really?
Mid lane? Oh, he did not have the sleight of fist. The Tinker was in a whole lot of trouble there for a moment. I thought he had the sleight of fist there. Sorry, go ahead.
By the way, look at the CS. So much in favor of the Radiant side right now. In all the lanes, like they are coming out massively at almost doubling the mid lane. Top lane is doubled. LC is 20-10 on the Naga Siren. So Myanmar off to an amazing start right now.
We were expecting this as well. We expected them to win the laning stage. The only thing that we were not expecting is the 2 kills that happened bottom lane where the Turboblade and the Disruptor both went down. Meanwhile, they are trying to dive this Turboblade under the tower here. Going to be a bit risky here, but the double launch are doing quite a bit of damage. Do they have enough is going to be the question. The snowball forward and they will grab that kill, and now the Disruptor will fall here as well, most probably. Yeah, he's going to fall here for sure. So that's a double kill picked up for the Darks here. I was talking about not having kill potential. I'm being proven wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's still very early, right? Like, the lack of kill vision will come out later. Early on, Terrorblade doesn't have a lot of health, and you have this magic damage coming out. And Tusk does a decent amount of it, you know. He's got 1 point in everything, and, sorry, 2 points in the tag team, so 45 damage per hit. It adds up. So it is going to be, I wouldn't say tough. I mean, Terrorblade is still getting good CS. He's still way ahead of the Naga Siren, so, but you're going to be feeling some of these skills time. Mid lane?
Tinker might be in trouble here, and just that's going to be massive because the Ember Spirit was actually falling behind in terms of last hits, and getting that kill definitely helps him out.
This is, alright, so Thailand, maybe not the CS battle, but they're winning the kill battle by a huge amount right now. 5-1 right now, and they do get a net worth advantage out of this as well. So they are starting to recover. Darkseer catching up with the Terrorblade, Ember Spirit catching up with the Tinker. Naga Siren is still the only one suffering, but I mean, Naga Siren is a hero that can always recover. So Thailand, very, very solid recovery right so far.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Bottom lane also, Turboblade still keeping up with the CS, even though he did go down twice. He still managed to stay ahead of the Naga Siren as well as the Darkseer in terms of last hit. Meanwhile, they are going to be rolling onto the Disruptor bottom lane as another snowball forward with the double iron shell, and going to be an easy kill. Darkseer might be in a little bit of trouble here. Turboblade wants to chase after this, does use the blood grenade, and he does get the kill. See, man, this is why he was carrying the blood grenade. He knew that the Disruptor won't be alive.
He knew in 5 minutes he's gonna get a kill over there, right? It's like, and look, blood grenade bottom lane as well. And Naga Siren taking some damage, but should be overall okay. That was a really good kill for Myanmar's side, getting the Terrorblade another one. So still even laning phase. CS one side, kills on the other side. Naga Siren plus call. I didn't think about it, but you can really spam out those mirror images with the chakra magic on you.
Oh yeah, that's actually pretty strong. Meanwhile, we do have the Disruptor dying yet again to the Tusker here.
He does deny the haste rune though, so at least he's gonna, he gives his life up for something. It's not like he just died. Bumbo doesn't refill his wall, doesn't get the haste, isn't gonna be as scary. So it's not too bad overall.
Yeah, and of course we do have the Wisdom Rune spawning in a couple of seconds. Do you think that anyone is going to contest this? I don't think anyone is in position to contest the enemy Wisdom Rune, so I think they are just going to trade it off.
Yeah, it looks like this is already going to go. He's going to aim to stack and take the Wisdom Rune himself. In the meantime, for the Dire side, no one seems to be making a move for it, but imagine you want to get as soon as you can. I think that might be a nice thing to do if you're IO. You can just teleport with your ultimate, take a Wisdom Rune bottom lane. Good Sunder.
Solid Sunder, and they will get the return kill as well onto the both of them with the Legion Commander tapping in as well. Did not have the duel unfortunately, but the Turbo ends up going down to the Ion Shells. Well, that should not have happened. I think the Legion Commander should have aggroed the creeps there, but yeah, that was a small mistake.
On purpose, sir. These are professionals. They never make mistakes. But yeah, it's fine. He didn't give any experience to anyone, so it's not the biggest deal. And he was able to get those 2 kills. So overall, another Myanmar. We were talking about them having kills disadvantage, but they are able to get a couple on their side. Wisdom Runes 1 for 1 in each, so no advantage coming out from that area. And in the previous game, me and Sneer did not talk about Lotus Pools at all. Like every time I look at it, like, oh yeah, you're walking 6 Lotuses. That's great. But I think even the pros sometimes, like, I'm sure they're picking it up, but this doesn't seem like it makes a really big difference unless you get that, the Greater Lotus or the Great Low Healing Lotus.
Meanwhile, mid lane, the Tusk was looking for an opportunity there, almost found it, but now he picks up an Invis as well, so this might be a kill opportunity on this Tinker. They can get it, but it looks like he is... wait a minute, who picked up the Invis? I thought it was the Tusk who pinged it out.
No,
oh, this Disruptor picked it up.
Yeah. Exactly. He's following Lion X. He's like, he's here, he's here. And Lion X, yeah, that's gonna be tough.
That damage coming out from the overwhelming odds. Good God.
Dude, that's crazy. Like it's I mean, I don't know. Like this spell seems like it does so much more damage. I'm sure it does. Like someone's gonna mathematically calculate, but it just does massive damage when I see the cast. But they do get the bomb tier 1. Sorry, bomb tier 1 is being pressured by the Dire. This should fall any second now. So, you know, one dual kill tower. Both teams are feeling relatively happy, I'd say.
Right now, I feel like it's pretty even between the two teams. And Tinker did go down once, but he is keeping up in terms of last hits and farm, just around 300 behind this amateur. But meanwhile, mid lane, Tusker rolls in with the snowball. And the relocate out from the IO, saving the Tinker. No way he gets that off. And that's so unfortunate. And they might be looking for a return here. Tinker is going to be chipping in. But we have the Darkseid joining the fight as well. The rockets will fly out. The IO trying to move away so that he can get... Oh yeah, the Legion joins the fight as well, looking for the duel. They will get the duel off. The blinding light not doing enough, and they will find the Tusk. And now the wall goes down as well from the Darkseid, but he is going to disengage. So really well played from the IO, and the Legion just coming in as well, managing to get another duel win under their belt. Really well played by the main mascot there.
That was all of it was so good. He saves him. By the way, you wouldn't be able to do this in the previous patch because there's no way I would have been level 6 before, right? So this patch when we were doing those skilled support plays, oh man, the fight continues.
Fight continues mid lane, the snowball forward onto the Tinker. Tinker will go down. The Blade Whip picked up on the Legion commander, but is this going to be enough? The IO breaks the tether. Now the Legion trying to get away. He does have another overwhelming odds in a little bit, but the double ranch, just too much damage for him to sustain through there.
Very unfortunate that the link broke. I don't know if it would have kept him alive, but he actually did have a healing lotus and a couple of magic one-star charges, so he would have been able to heal his friend. So a little bit unfortunate that the LC was left to die. That's 2 cores on your side that for Myanmar. So Thailand continuing their superior team fight basically. Oh, here we go.
For me, that would have been might have been a bit too aggressive of a blink forward, because if they were ready and if the Ember and the Tusk was in the area, I think he would have been in a lot of trouble even with the IO backup coming through. But having said that, Terrorblade has been left to his own devices for some time now. Has picked up the Yasha, looking to pick up the Manta style next. What is happening with the Naga side? And that's the other hero that has been left alone for some time. He has picked up the Yasha, right? I think that's the Yasha being delivered to him. So keeping up.
Yep, it's coming there right now. And give me just a second. Let me check my mic, and I'll rejoin the call in a second.
All right. Ember Spirit looking to pick up that Maelstrom, looking to increase his farming speed. Obviously, needs to be able to keep up with this Terrorblade as well as the Tinker, who is going to be roaming around the map looking for these pickups. But right now, things have quieted down a little bit. We have the first smoke coming out. There's going to be on the Legion and Disrupt looking for a pick off bottom lane. But there is a snowball save. This is the problem with the duel that is going to be coming through. There's always going to be that snowball save option. And Disruptor, the smoke gets broken. He is looking for the Tusk. The glimpse pack is going to be the ideal target to go for, but he snowballs and dodges the glimpse. He will be moving forward, and Legion has already wasted his blade. They won't try and fight this. The water vacuum wall coming through from the Darkseid there, and the retaliation is going to be there from the Dire squad here running forward, but they are going to be able to disengage for the time being. There wasn't any lockdown. What was talking about this? They don't have any definite lockdown to hold people in place, other than, I mean, Aisha do try and block the path and maybe snowball, but they don't really have really good lockdown to try and put them down. And it was a really good 3-man vacuum wall coming out from the Darkseid, but there wasn't any follow-up to come through.
Yeah, in general, like once you combine wall, there's not much here on Thailand that's amazing, right? Like Slyfist is gonna hit people anyway, so it's just mad. There's not a great combination. Maybe if you can get Illuminate, but overall things looking good. It's a very even game, and the graph tells us that an even game is very close, 52% favor for the Radiant side.
And Unfortunately, though, the Turbid has actually fallen behind the Naga Siren. Now, Naga Siren picking up in terms of her farming speed, already looking to pick up that Mantis quite close to it. Not too far ahead, but he is ahead of the Turbid as of this point.
That's a small amount, 500 gold. And Naga Siren is a hero that I feel like needs gold to be effective, whereas Terrorblade, like your abilities are just kind of good enough, if that makes sense. Yeah. It's like you don't have to be ahead in terms of network to be more effective. You know, like an Alchemist always needs to be ahead to do better.
True. Very true. Ember Spirit still has not picked up his Maelstrom, still around 1,000 gold behind in terms of picking it up. We have the Tinker who has picked up that Blink Dagger, looking to pick up the Shivas. This is when the Tinker gets scary. As soon as she gets a couple of levels with the Shiva's card, and that's when Tinker really starts becoming very, very scary.
Yep, Shiva's
meanwhile, we have a relocate going in onto the Naga Siren. We have the Disrupt Ultimate on top as well, but he does manage to get the Song of the Siren off, so this relocate is kind of going to be wasted. We have the Retaliation coming through, a really the backlog coming out from the charts here into the Meteor Hammer as well, and they will lose the IO in the process. The duel not really doing anything onto the Tusk, and then Legion Commander is going to be left alone, trying to TP out, will not be able to get out. The Illuminate finishing him off. They lose the 2. And clutch play coming out from the Naga Siren. He managed to get that Song of the Siren off just in time for his team to be able to come back and help him out.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about sort of the vacuum saying it's basically the best thing he gets illuminated. He does that 3-man vacuum into illuminate. Very well played by the Darkseid right now. Thailand starting to take control of the game right now.
Has fallen.
I think we might be having issues on the side, the Raid side here, because they are running into trouble in terms of trying to get these kills, right? Because you want your Legion Commander to be going forward, getting these dual damages through. Yes, he did get like a couple of early duels, but after that was about it. I think he has 2 dual wins right now. Yeah, he only has 2, right? And he's falling behind in terms of levels as well.
Yeah, I mean, Tinker, by the way, it's like Tinker we haven't seen Tinker do too much this game. He's 1-2-0. Yeah, it's only 15 minutes. And he's going for the Shiva's guard, so it takes a little bit more time to get online. But overall, we haven't really seen Tinker do much. So you need that from Myanmar's side.
Yeah, and we're talking about lacking damage. I feel like Myanmar is at a stage, this is where the power spike is. They're able to run at you, and they know that this Tinker is not joining the fights, and they're able to retaliate very, very well. And Tusker and this Darkseid with this double Iron Shell is going to be able to kill off any solo target that they do find, other than probably the Terrorblade, who is going to have that Sunder ready to go. But other than that, they do have the damage output to try and look for kills early on. The lack of damage is going to come through a lot later on, when this Terrorblade gets a lot tankier and the Tinker just becomes unkillable with that defense matrix and the Shiva's guard that is going to be backing up as well.
And IO healing and an LC healing, so yeah, it does feel like, I mean, Thailand 3,000 gold ahead, good for them, but it definitely feels like they need to be 3,000 gold ahead for them to win the game, and they might get even further now.
Yeah, they do pick up another kill mid lane here onto the Disruptor, who was caught out the load, provided he was next to the Legion Commander, but there's very little that you can do against the Tusk, the Cottle, as well as the Ember Spirit, who did go on it.
Radiant's middle tower is under
It's still just a support kill, so it's not the biggest deal in the world, right, for them. And Fearless, he's still on the hunt. He wants to get more. He's going for, unlike last game where he went for damage engage, here he just wants damage. DD on LC, but a bit hard to catch the Ember Spirit. Your animation's a bit longer than that.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, if he does manage to get the catch off, he will be able to get the kill. There is the Blade Mail to back him up, as well as the Tinker, who is going to be able to TP in and dish out the damage that is necessary. But like I said, the Tinker hasn't been active though. Like every time we do see these engagements breaking out, we don't see the Tinker anywhere nearby. He is, you know, in the jungle most of the time, just farming away into that Shiva. So haven't really seen any active plays coming out from this Tinker.
Yeah, but to be fair, he's going for a lineup that, an item build that's takes a bit more time, right? Like Shiva's an expensive item. He wants Shiva's an overwhelming blink, but then when he gets that, he can just jump right in Naga's face, and then he's gonna be a serious threat. Until then, he is playing very conservative. He's focusing on his farm. I don't think that's bad, but It's certainly your team has to make space for you, and right now Thailand is taking advantage of the double farming cores, the Terrorblade and the Tinker, both requiring so much farm. So it's a very greedy draft.
Indeed. Who are you favoring as the game goes late, like post 40 minutes, if it does go that long? Who will you favor in terms of late game? I feel like both teams do have the tools to deal with the late game. Yeah, I kind of like the Myanmar squad's late game a little bit better.
Me too. I mean, Tinker late game is amazing, Terrorblade late game is amazing, Disruptor with Agam Scepter is one of the best supports, Io also gives you a save and he just buffs up your carry so much. LC's one here who late game I feel like slightly falls off just because it does become like you don't get as much value from tools, it becomes hard to use it. But it's still just the discount by itself makes her really worth it. So I like Myanmar side a lot more than Thailand.
Indeed, and we were talking about not having any aura carriers, and that is the problem that Myanmar is going to have later on because they don't have a single Crimson or a pipe carrier right now. And whereas on the side of Thailand here, we have the Darkseer who has picked up the pipe and is looking to pick up the Crimson Guard as well. So that damage mitigation is going to be pretty big in these engagements with the Tinker dishing out a lot of damage. I think pipe going for the pipe that this early on is the right choice over the Crimson because you don't see the Terrorblade joining these fights, and it has only been the Legion Commander, and he has not been able to be as effective as he would have liked.
To be fair, it's very tough, right? When it's one guy making space for two cores. So I think he's done a good job, but you're right. It's slowly Thailand is taking more and more control of the map, more and more control of the game. So it's a bit tough for lose 40, win 10 to carry the game, to carry the team on his back by himself.
And I feel like Myanmar is banking on the late game as well, right? Because they have left the Naga Siren completely alone, and he has been freely farming away, and so has the Terrorblade and the Tinker. So they're not looking to make any active movements to try and stop this Naga Siren's farm. And she has taken complete use of this, already has picked up her heart and looking to pick up the butterfly on top of the Manta as well. So she's going to be very, very farmed by the time these two teams decide to actually clash. They have been avoiding. For the most part, Thailand has been the only squad actually actively looking for a kill, and it has been the task. And again, the Disruptor is going to get caught out, and he's going to go down yet again. You don't mind that happening just because he was able to break a smoke.
Yep.
Protects the Terrorblade who was farming in the triangle as well.
He's doing his job, he's doing his job, taking the hits for the team. But you look at the support net worth on Myanmar, 3,500 each. You look at Thailand, 4,000 and 5,000. There's a lot more gold on their side. And then at the same time, the heart from the Naga side, it's not going to be too useful, because you are up against the Shiva's Guard. So it does give you raw health, but the regeneration is going to be not as good as in some other games, for example.
They're trying to do Roshan here. Can they actually do it? I mean, I don't think the Naga Siren dishes out enough damage for this. It's going to be a very, very slow Rosh. They are going to commit.
With the tag team. The tag team will help if they can get it going for them. He's not using it though.
I'm probably waiting for everyone to get there, maybe for the Ember also to get there.
There you go.
Yeah,
With the tag team is a bit faster. But yeah, it is definitely one of the slower ones. And in the meantime, Myanmar, they're just going to be farming away. Thailand, I don't know if this is going to be enough to go high ground. Maybe just going to be able to take the tier 2s and close up the map a little bit. But still a victory for them getting. Oh, here's a duel.
Well, damage on the mid lane, but the snowball save immediately coming out from the tusk. Legion is going to be left to his own devices for the time being, but now this ultimate coming in. Terrorblade wants to try the fight as well. He has the start picked up with the Manta side, going to work on the Darkseer, but he is so damn tanky. He's not going to go down, and Terrorblade going to be left alone, going to be Vault of Spine Staff, does not get the sign drop. Terrorblade goes down, and no one on the side of Thailand is going down yet, and the Tinker interrogate caught out as well. That's the 2 foes down. Stuck inside the shot, they lose 3, and what a hitback coming out from the side of Thailand, and what a snowball save coming out from this tusk with that blink dagger.
Yeah, that was the big thing, right? Because they catch Ember Spirit, yes, he has the ace, but it doesn't matter. Like you still would like to get the dual damage, but Ember Spirit clutch save, and Thailand now in firm control of the game. They lost the Terrorblade and the Tinker. You've been putting everything into these two guys, and they end up losing their life in that situation. So this is starting to enter the disaster area of the game.
And they now managed to pick up a Wisdom Rune as well, and probably the Tormentor on top of it. And that's going to hurt. That's definitely going to hurt.
I mean, that experience is a great way for you to come back a little bit here, but getting both of them and the Tormentor, the Keeper White gets the Aghanim shot, so that's, was it recall who gives it? So there you go, now you have a little bit more mobility. You have a counter to the IO relocate, as well as the Tinker's mobility all across the map.
And mind you, that was their power spike as well. They thought that they were strong with the Terrorblade Skadi Manta and the Shivas coming out from the Tinker, but the damage mitigation is just too much. This is what we were talking about in the draft as well. The Darkseer, Crimson, Hype, they just don't do damage. Like, there isn't enough damage that they can do. Darkseer just did not die. We had the Terrorblade racking away at the Darkseer that entire fight, and he would have lost like half his HP maximum.
Right, they even glimpsed him back, and he's like, okay. Like, so what? You know, they just did everything. It's still, like we said, the Tinker, once he's... I mean, I keep saying once the Tinker's online, but it's like, it's 23 minutes, you know? Like, he's got... It's about time he gets online. He's going for the Kaya after, but he just doesn't feel like he's doing any damage just so far on this Tinker. One kill, 3 deaths, that's it. No, not even a single assist. Thailand, now they're shutting the map. You're getting no experience, no gold from the NR side.
I don't think the Naga Siren was even required for them to win that fight as well. So that's another scary thing that they need to think about as well. Because without the without the Naga Siren really doing a lot in the fight, they were able to close out that fight quite easily. And once the Naga Siren actually goes in for this damage, and like right now he has picked up the Orchid, he's looking to pick up over. Meanwhile, Disruptor gets caught out again, yet again protecting this Terrorblade, Terrorblade from dying to these smoke gangs. He's going to be able to TP out of there. Does the IO get caught? Yeah, he does, but the water spawn stopped in the TP. Unfortunate. Pops the mechanism not going to be enough to do anything at all. And they will find another kill. And the Ember Spray yet again in this game is already on a wicked 6 streak here.
You might consider batting his Ember in the future games. By the way, we talked about Disruptor dying not being a big problem, but 8 deaths? Like, you're half the kills of the enemy team got, almost half, 40% exactly, but that's actually kind of a problem because Myanmar can't fight every time the Disruptor is dead. You want to fight 4 versus 5 is a problem, and we do have the Bloodthorn finished on the Naga Siren, so that silence on the Tinker can be a huge issue. Overall, I am getting very worried. Win percentage, 83% for Thailand. Feels like close to 90 right now.
Honestly, I feel like Thailand has like really good control over this game right now. And I really don't see how they can come back into this game on the side of Myanmar because they don't have the tools anymore. They don't have the damage. Terrorblade is now going for a deadless. He really does need that damage to be able to deal any sort of damage in this fight just because of the damage mitigation coming out from that Darkseer. And I think he realized that in that previous fight and immediately decides to go in for this deadless that he desperately needs to be able to kill anyone. And the Tinker, even the Tinker is really not killing anyone. Meanwhile, we do have a catch on to this Tusker. He gets dueled up, but he just does not die. He's with the Terrorblade hitting on a massive whack wall yet again from the Darkseer. The Sun is going to be there. They're trying to kill off the Darkseer. Darkseer might actually go down here in the end. He does fall, but the Terrorblade left alone to his own devices. We have a buyback coming out from the IO as well. Tinker trying to join the fight. They are looking for these kills. Tinker, though, not really jumping in. Right choice. He shouldn't be jumping into anything right now with the Terrorblade dead. Finally, they do get one kill, but it took so much out of them to try and get that Darkseer kill.
Yeah, it's like you lose 2 people, you have to buy back on your IO whose network continues to plummet. And at the same time, like, you know, we talked about it. We didn't say auras are a big deal. And look at that. They get a duel in a static storm with a Terrorblade hitting him. And he's just fine. The heal comes out, the auras come out. He's okay, he doesn't care. Like, that's kind of crazy.
I mean, like, you realize how significant the damage mitigation is when the LC duels that Tusk, and that's, mind you, your support, who just has a blink dagger right now. He just did no damage.
Just realize, just blinks into the Naga Siren and gets caught. That is... I mean, we talked about the Bloodthorn being really good against it, but he just jumped right next to him, give him the kill for free. Thailand, they're looking pretty much unstoppable right now in the ISF tournament. You know, Myanmar, yeah, they're struggling. I'm trying to think of what item they could do to just get them back into the game, but like they should have them, right? You have the Scotty, you have Terrorblade, you have this. Oh, Campy. He just chases them away on his Naga side.
Radiant's top tower
Forces them
is under
1 versus 3, forces them to run back.
Do you think Terrible needs a BKB here? I don't think it really helps.
No, I agree with you, right? Like, there's not much disables at BKB. You have the mantle to get off searing chains. Snowball, yeah, okay. But the Wallace Punch is just going to penetrate. I don't think that you really need the BKB. I like that he's going for more damage, honestly.
Maybe a Satanic for more sustain after the Deadless. I think get the Deadless and then maybe build into a Satanic or.
It's hard, right?
It's tough. Yeah, it's a tough game. It's a tough game. I also can't figure out what, like, because obviously these items are going to be coming in from the coast. They need something from the coast to be able to handle these fights, which they cannot right now. And I don't really see an item that would help them do that. Like, we have the Overwhelming Blink coming up from the Tinker in a short while. Might just be a little bit too late in the day.
The fact that, to be honest, we haven't seen him actually use Shivas, right? Like, we haven't seen him use Shivas to jump in. He's got 1 kill, no assist the entire game. Obviously, the whole team has a few kills, but yeah, we haven't seen like him jump in with the Shivas, hit 3 people. Even the last fight when he Shivas to the side to keep them away. So overall, this overall Link has got to do work, but his playstyle doesn't seem like it suits the item build. At least he's being very careful.
No, I think just a little bit too careful as well. I mean, Dota, you need to be able to take a certain level of risk. It's a risk over reward, and we haven't seen the Stinker take a single risk in these engagements and fights. I think the only time he actually did dive into a fight was that mid lane fight. And that was not the time for that, and IO just goes down, and my good god, that was 3 bounties that has not been picked up.
Yeah, that was the IO dieback, by the way, because he's down for about a minute. Thailand, like, look at the CS coming out from Naga side. Like, he's getting CS. The other Myanmar, they're getting CS on their side as well, but they're just being farmed as well with the creeps. They're farming creeps, Thailand's farming Myanmar.
Definitely a tough situation. So Aghanim Scepter picked up on the Ember as well, on top of that BKB, looking to pick up a Nullifier. This is going to be good against, obviously, the Tinker, and the Disruptor gets caught out yet again. I mean, what can you really do at this point? As a Disruptor, he's trying to get some vision down, but the map control is just so much in favor of Thailand. Like, it feels like they're everywhere right now, especially with the Naga illusions and the Ember Spirit just running around from one corner of the map to the next. And we saw him in their own jungle like a couple of seconds back, and he's already bottom side of the map killing off a Disruptor. So the mobility is there for Thailand to be able to control this map, and they're just showing how good they are with this early game lead that they have. They're just capitalizing on it and just starving out Myanmar here.
And the levels also, Legion Command only level 14, by the way, so definitely not feeling it, you know. Like, this is the hero you want, Snowball. 2 dual wins in 30 minutes, level 14, a bit tough. It's really, like, we keep going to it, how important the Tinker and the Deadlace plays are going to be, but that is the truth. Like, they have to play insane in the next few fights, and maybe that gives them a chance to come back. Tinker has a Philosopher's Stone, so at least he's getting some of that extra gold to help him scale.
Definitely a tough situation. They do pick up the Aegis yet again on the dire side here. Thailand in a really good spot. They had a cheese, right? Or was it?
Yeah, second row. It does have a cheese. Who took it? It is on. It's on Ember Spirit. He has the Aegis and the cheese. So when he dies, just pops it back in. And looks like Terrorblade, he goes for the crit. He decides to go for the MKB to finish it up. Sleep comes out. We might be losing the IO again. Oh my god.
Just really tough for these supports right now, and they even commit the sleep for it.
Oh, this could be something.
Still okay with it. Oh! Finally, the Tinker gets active. He manages to find the kill onto that Hoddle. Very important.
Yes. 1,000 gold from killing Lionx. Like, real life, we need this to happen a bunch more times. But yeah, with the Kai is the overall Link and the Shibas, so now he is going to be able to do some damage. We just have to hope that there's going to be enough. Terrorblade, 8,000 gold behind the Naga Siren, so she is definitely the queen of the game right now. And there she is. Can you catch her? Can you move?
Yeah, looking for her. They do realize where he does not get the duel of the Manta coming through from the Naga side and manages to get back. And now the Legion is going to be in a little trouble. They're trying to turn this around. We do have the Disrupt ultimate on top of it. They catch both the Tusker and the Naga side and the BKB popped to try and get out. And they managed to get out Naga side with the BKB as well, which I did not catch previously. And that's a lot of ultimates used by the side of Myanmar. And they're going to be able to disengage. And now kind of actually push up to high ground as well, because they're not going to be having metamorphosis. They don't have the disruptor ultimate. Yeah, tough one.
Oh, poor guy dies to the tormentor, man. That is the worst feeling. And but he does get the shard, he does get the thunder strike, which you can attach to the ground. You get a couple extra strike. It's a decent upgrade, honestly.
Yeah, considering every other shard in the game for their side. Oh, meanwhile, Ember Spirit jumps in onto the Legion Commander. Dance with the lovely back wall onto 2, or actually 3, and the Turbine is in a lot of trouble. Does not manage to get the Thunder off, and he will get taken out. There's that buyback, but no metamorphosis to go with it, and they look for the drift, try and delay things for the time being, but the tier 3s are going to be in trouble here. Naga Siren going to work on it. Tinker really cannot do anything. He can't step out without getting caught up right now. The blue pop smoke of Decidial trying to look for a jump in here. Can they find it is going to be the question. Tinker trying to dish out as much damage as possible, but still they will lose the tier 3 tower and the racks to boot as well. Nagasine is going to be sitting there taking this down, and that's a full set of racks going down on the top side of the Radiant base here. They are going to go to work on this tier 3 mid as well.
Definitely is thinking, I don't want to buy back for this. 10 seconds more, but you have to be very careful you don't get caught those 10 seconds.
Oh, we have the duel onto the Ember Spirit, but where is the damage? The snowball save coming through from the Tusk, but he takes them into the fountain. They're just outside the fountain, and they will lose the Legion Commander. Turbine now joins the fight. He does not have the metamorphosis, trying to do some damage. Darkseid taking quite a bit of damage, managed to pop the BKB and run out.
2 buybacks and sleep.
Oh, so unfortunate. You just feel bad at this point when you buy back and you're walking into a Nagasai's sleep. What are you going to do?
Man, look at Connell's net worth, dude. He is ahead of the Legion Commander. Darkseid's, oh, this could be something. Here, let's have the Aegis though.
There's that Aegis and Cheese to boot as well, but the Tinker is going to be in a little bit of trouble, manages to get out. The Tusk with the shard is going to keep him in place for the time being, and the Tinker finally does fall down, and they don't really find anyone for this, and the Nagasai is joining into the fight as well, trying to go to work on the Turbine. It's going to be a whole lot of trouble here. Does get the thunder off, but not going to be enough. Tinker in the meantime will finish the bottle off, and the buybacks are going to come through. The IO goes down. IO does have the buyback as well. They are going to commit everything for this. Tinker in a whole lot of trouble as well. Gets caught out into the ensnare as well. He's dead with a buyback, and they will find the Cottle and the Darkseid both there. Turbine does have the metamorphosis, trying to fight this through. The IO is going to go down. Turbine is going to be left alone, fighting up against Ultra Kill for this Ember Spirit. Pops the cheese, wanting the Rampager, diving into the fountain. He might be able to find this, but the Nagasai is falling low. He's just trying to de-aggro. Rampage is not going to be there. Nagasai pays for it with his life. And so does the Tusk, but the GG well played is called, and Thailand takes the game very, very convincingly in the end. What a game.
I mean, I like what they were going with for Myanmar side. I like this global strategy. You have the Legion Commander duel plus the IO and the Tinker can show up and help you out. But we saw damage issues, right? Like IO and Disruptor don't really help the LC get kills. Tinker was really just focused on recovery the whole time because I think Ember Spirit was just crushing the lane. From the start, we saw like 4 or 5 kills coming out bottom lane in favor of the Radiant side. So it's pretty tough for them.
Yeah, indeed. It felt like Thailand was the squad that was lacking the damage, but in the end, it felt like the squad from Myanmar did not have the damage to be able to do anything. And I think mainly due to the fact that it was the build that the Tinker did go for as well, and he was not active early on. And you want your Tinker to be active with this Legion Commander to be able to get those dual wins going. But every time the Legion duel, Tinker was nowhere to be found.
Yep.
And that meant the Legion Commander had bought 2 dual victories for the entire game. And you want to pick that hero to be able to snowball. Otherwise, you would want to pick a hero which would build into the auras like the Darkseid did. And now in this situation, he did not have the damage, neither did he have the auras, and kind of did not do anything in the game for the team later on. And I felt like Terrorblade, yes, he was strong, he did have the farm to back it up, but he just did not have the farm from the rest of the cores or the supports to be able to do anything in that game. And the Naga Siren just had a free game, completely free game. Ember yet again proving to be the hero of the tournament right now with the 2 games that we just did see. Did have a really stand-up performance on this Ember Spirit yet again.
I mean, is it Ember Spirit or is it Fearless? So on it. Either way, I mean, I don't know which one you want to go with, but the player himself, March, was just fantastic in his performance in both games. And another thing that really went bad for them is that bottom lane, they were getting so many kills on their side. Like we saw later on, Doxy was able to get all his items early and become unkillable. Like terribly meta, you're like, oh, meta's scared. He's gonna start like shredding him. Every time he metas, I think Doxy's, his life's gonna go like chuk chuk chuk, and then it's like, no, ding, 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 ding. Like just didn't care at all.
No damage. It's just a meta of auras, right? I think. Yes, there were nerfs in the morning. I feel like it's just not enough at this point. Like, they're so tanky with his Crimson Guards and Pipes to back up the team. And if you don't have a core that builds into this, I feel like you cannot play the game. I think you need... the idea behind the Legion Commander was right. They could not execute it. And the fact that you did not have the auras then later on to be able to sustain these fights, it just hurts the team so much more. And I must say, though, Darkseer had some crazy good back walls in this game. Sometimes it felt a bit lackluster because there wasn't any follow-up, but every fight that they took, this Darkseer had some amazing vacuum walls in these engagements. In your opinion, who do you think the most stand-up player is from both the teams here?
I mean, I gotta give it to Ember, man. I feel like Ember gives you so much. He's been doing such a good job shutting down, because one of the reasons Tinker couldn't play the game he wants to play is because he's always worried about Ember Spirit, and I didn't like the Tinker last pick. I felt like you up against so many chase heroes. I loved Thailand's draft, Myanmar's draft until that, but then the team came out and I was like, I'll still go with them, believing that they can win it. But Tinker needs farm, Taylor needs farm, and one of the reasons they need farm is because Ember Spirit kept shutting them down so well. So I have to go to March on this one. He deserves it. And I want to go back to damage mitigation because we talked about so much anyway. Like, Darkseer reduced damage by 65%. Naga Siren and Ember Spirit by 60%. Like, you need so much damage to kill these people. It's crazy. And when you're behind, you don't have it.
Indeed, like you need to be ahead if you're not going for these damage mitigation items. You need to be ahead to be able to put the hurt into the enemy team, and they weren't ahead at any point of the game. I think the Darkseer Tusk did a really good job in that bottom lane, killing the Turbid and the Disruptor multiple times. Yes, the Turbid was still able to keep up with the farm, but those kills, it doesn't just hurt the enemy team, it helps you as well.
Yeah.
So even though you're not stopping the Turbid from farming, you're just getting more and more gold to your side. And the Tusker wasn't able to get like a really early Blink Dagger. We saw some really good snowball saves coming out from him in these engagements, and I think that was pretty huge part of why Thailand was very strong in that mid game, just because of the duel being completely nullified by this Tusker's Blink Dagger. And the reason that he was able to get such early Blink Dagger was due to that laning stage that they did have, which was absolutely insane. And going back into, I think, just a little bit more about the fact that this Legion Commander was not able to do anything. I don't think it was his own fault. I mean,
Yes.
he did have a really good laning stage, right? The IO Legion just completely demolished that Naga Siren plus Kotl lane, and they did very effectively, right? Because we saw the Legion Commander almost double the last hits at one point over the Naga Siren. It's just that there wasn't anything afterwards. You need that 1-2 punch to go through that mid game. They had the punch in the early game where they did win their laning stage on that offlane, but after that, this Legion IO did not really do anything at all, and it's of no fault of his own. It's just that the draft did not allow him to do anything.
I like how we are, because we're going to be like, we're not installing the players. We're not installing the players. But yeah, it is like that, right? Like you were expecting the Tinker to show up to give him damage with doing duels, because Disruptor IO are such a bad combination when you're Legion Commander. You want something a bit more to give you back, because you need that snowball. You need the damage. Snowball, you're supposed to help you out, but you just don't have that. That's initial help in the beginning. However, that's our second series of the day. We still have 4 more series coming up for you guys, but we're going to take a little bit of a break before that, maybe a bit of a longer break, just because this match finished early. But when we come back, we're going to be going to our 3rd game of the series, so stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Welcome back one and all here to the IESF Asia Regional Qualifiers, as we are trying to determine which 8 teams find their way in towards the offline portion of the qualifiers before going all the way to Iași to compete for the IESF crown. My name is Sneh and I'm going to be joined by Otomo. Good sir, we are now moving away from Southeast Asia, going into Central Asian territory here. Turkmenistan versus Kazakhstan. Best of one, very scary territory. So if you were in this position here, let's say you are repping Iran right now, what would the strat be if you're in a best of one situation where one loss is the difference between going into the tournament or just being dumped out immediately?
I think if you're in this situation, you always want to go with whatever you're most comfortable with. So that if you end up losing, you at least say, oh, I lost with what I'm comfortable with. I don't mind if I lose the game that way, rather than, oh, we try out this new strat and support anti-mage and then we lose the game. So I think that that would be the strategy. Just go with what you're comfortable with and hope for the best, because it's one tournament. If you lose, there are others coming. It's a long journey in your Dota 2 career, right?
I think especially because it's not like you're playing with a team that you do consistent games with, right? Probably
Yes.
this thing of losses not as bad because you're like, oh well, I don't know. You can blame somebody else. You can blame the team cohesion, blame somebody in the squad. But if it's a team you've been playing with like day in, day out for like 6 months, then it feels even worse. But here you're just like, whatever. We were basically just a 5-stack. So losing in this situation, it just feels like losing a very high ranked pub, even though the stakes are pretty high.
Yeah, and also it feels like the teams might not all be on the same level. You know, like when we saw Thailand playing game 1, even game 2, like they just crushed the 2 teams. So it's not like where it's like, oh, one player is the problem. I think if you lose, you're like, well, we got outskilled. You know, we were outmatched by this team. They're clearly better. They're a couple of tiers above. You know, GG, well played. See you guys next year or something like that. So yeah, That's the fun part. There's less pressure if you don't think you're gonna win. I mean, it's a negative way of thinking, but it's still fine. It's like it's better than thinking I gotta win or I'm gonna lose my livelihood. So I like that. It is, like you said, a high stakes pop with thousands of dollars on the line and your reputation.
Thousands of dollars, reputation, national pride, probably like some national colors. Just a regular old pub. It's fine, But I suppose there's also other situations where if you let that pressure get to you, it makes it harder to be able to win out these games. I'm very curious to see exactly how this is all going to shake out. And also, what's interesting is that unlike our first game earlier today, when we were watching Southeast Asia, we are not going to be having Radiant with first pick. This time around, Master Tomo, it's Dire that has the overall first pick, Radiant has second pick. So if you are playing on first pick on the Dire side, what do you think the priority should be for getting into this? Given that right now, it is Turkmenistan that has access to that first pick. If you were them right now, what would you be going for on the Dire side?
If you can go for, we're going to look at the roster right now. If you can get Medusa, I still think the hero is still good. Like, I forgot which pro said it, but he said that, oh look, Nomad's there. He said that a hero that's just been nerfed is still likely to be a very strong hero. A hero that's been buffed might not even be good enough. Like, they were too weak, they were so weak they needed to be buffed. That buff may not be even be enough for them. So, I mean, if you can get Medusa, you go for Medusa. Another thing is that regardless of whether your order is, if you can think about trying to get stacks going, because right now that does seem, we saw that in the second series of the day with the Sven being like the Sven being a big focus of the team. Teams want to get those stacks going for the support's value. So yeah, go for the overpowered Medusa if you can get it.
I'm kind of curious exactly to see how this is all going to shake out. Like you mentioned, some heroes that require nerfs still need additional tweaking before they are actually viable to be played in a fair manner, because there's a lot of unfair things still happening in the game right now. I'm also going to be very interested to see how they're going to utilize the second pick, because as we've been seeing so far, a lot of the winning strategies have been emerging in the first phase, weirdly enough. A lot of your bounties, your storms, your embers, your alks, your puddles, your medusas are emerging more and more in the first phase. Hell, even anti-mages are being picked first phase nowadays rather than at the end of the draft. So I still think in this new version of the game that we're in, we haven't necessarily locked down exactly what second pick should be doing to maximize its strengths. We're going to find out here today, Otomo, between the side of Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan. One game, that's it, no second chances. And I'm kind of worried for Turkmenistan because they are going to be playing at least 2 pro players on the side of Kazakhstan. But they do get Alchemist as their opening pick, and earlier on today, this was the winning strategy. So do you think they can replicate the success we saw earlier today from Thailand?
I mean, it is a very good start for them. You have Alchemist, who might be the easiest carry to play right now, just because it's so much. If you fall back, you have ways to recover. Hero farms really well, and I like the bans for Kazakhstan though. Get rid of Chen and Underdog, probably the 2 best aura carriers in the game. So it seems like they want to find a way. Be a snowball lab. They do take the Beastmaster, so it does seem like they want to try to get those early towers and the techies. So a lot of burst damage coming out from them. They clearly know what they're going with, right? It's like you go with the Beastmaster techies. These are not just like, oh, we just let's open up with them. It's like now roar into jump, just strong laning presence as well with the damage coming out from them. I don't know if it's gonna be enough to kill the Alchemist. It's pretty beefy, and he might get a nice support to heal him up as well. But
I'm guessing the idea maybe is like you do half control with the techies, and then the Beastmaster just keeps not dying with the drums of Slum. Like I'm almost imagining that you have to rush that in a game like this, right? Because Alchemist is going to be doing lots of like small instances of damage with Radiance, with the Acid Spray. That feels very good to buy drums of Slum into. This feels like a strat that they've practiced here, Otomo, because they went for these picks very, very quickly as soon as they saw the Alchemist.
Yeah, that's like and to be fair, if you do have the techies and the Beastmaster, you can take down towers pretty early. You are able to shrink down the map a little bit. That's one thing, if you're Alchemist, you want to have that complete jungle. You want to have access to all the jungle, all the caps. Once those tier 1 towers start falling, you're not going to have that. Turkmenistan, they feel like, okay, we're going to take the Pugna. One is that if someone gets short, I can save them, I can heal them. So I save them with the Decryptify, heal them as well. And of course, he himself has a pretty substantial tower damage as well, so you can't fight fire with fire. They're pushing top, we're pushing bottom. So, and fairly flexible hero, although I feel like Pugna has been almost exclusively being played as a support these days. Is that, or have you been seeing it in other roles? I feel like ever since they He's been chased though. He lost the Nether Ward damage reduction, so I don't know. Maybe people put him back in as a core.
For the most part, I still see him. It's actually really funny because people started playing him more as a support, primarily like utilizing the life drain onto cores.
Yeah.
And then now that the blast has been drained, people are like, well, we just played for the life drain and nothing else. So for the most part, I just see it as like a battery type hero nowadays. Now they don't have AA, they don't have Venom Monster, they don't have a Vessel Builder, and they don't have burst damage on the side of Kazakhstan, like outside of like some situations with Techie's mines being everywhere. AKA, it's gonna be hard to kill Alchemist, man. Can you imagine Alchemist with life drain on top of him? I'm disgusted in advance. I haven't even seen the game. I'm already like, oh my gosh.
And
They're
Turkmenistan,
gonna need some burst damage here.
they leave the A in the pool. So if Kazakhstan wants it, they could go for it. And to be fair, with a Beastmaster Roar, you have time to set it up. Like, you're not all over across the map, but if you're roughly in the same, like in your tier 1, he roars them near their tier 1, you can get it there. You have the techies. There is a good amount of damage with the Roar to bring down the Alchemist. So they're thinking about it. Lots of cores. So far, it's almost all cores bans except the Chen, which Kazakhstan does not like to play against. Who would they want to go with here? AA feels pretty good. It's also pretty good against the Pugna. You want a life drain, you take a cold feed, suddenly it's like, I gotta cancel it, or it's gonna get cancelled for me anyway. Alright.
So both 2 spirits were banned out in the second phase. They could go Storm. I want to see another support maybe. How do you feel about Jakiro? I wonder if that's gonna like bother Pugna. Some big piece of actually maybe Sia. Sia might be a little bit better, but it's also a little bit squishy. But I wouldn't mind seeing Crystal Maiden in this kind of situation here.
Good. The mana region is pretty useful for the team. Although a lot of people just get 1 point, which doesn't really feel like that much. So I've never walked in with like, oh, level 1 Arcane Aura is so good for wild access spam. It's like it's decent, but it's not the whole lot. So CM, nah. I think you use 1 ultimate and that's it. You're gone. And interesting clinks come out. Have you even seen the supports clinks with phylactery? Is that something you've been seeing in the pubs? Because I see a lot of people go with it. You just throw a tar bomb and the phylactery procs, and then you have this double slots. It's interesting and it's worked, but you don't know. It's like, did it work because I lost in that game, or did it work because it's actually a legit thing?
I still have no idea what to make of this hero, honestly. I thought they were maybe gonna go back for that idea you were mentioning earlier about waiting for the additional tower push, maybe going back for like an Enchantress. In the last patch, we saw a lot of Beastmaster and Enchantress playing together. That in tandem with the techies could have felt good. With Clinks, if this is support, I honestly have no idea where this fits into the meta right now. I'm not even sure if the hero is good or not. It's just like, I'm still not used to the new hero, It's just like, Skeleton Walk as an ultimate? What are we doing? What are we talking about? This is so strange.
Turkmenistan keeping their draft a bit open, right? We could see Pango 3, Pugna mid, Alk carry Alk, Rubik 4, or we could see like the supports are the Pugna and the Rubik, and Pango could just go mid lane. There's some offlaner coming, so they haven't completely revealed their draft, and I like that. They're still giving a bit of flexibility for that last pick that they want. Kazakhstan, same thing with the clicks. I mean, overall, I feel like it should be a carry, but I might be still in 7.32, where I also don't know much about the hero. That's the fun thing when you're an analyst in a new patch, and people are like, well, dude, do you think that like Batrider carries legit? And you're like, I don't know, because I mean, let me see like 3 pro matches, then I'll tell you if it wins or not. But this is the same thing. Like Clinks has been reworked. Is he good? Is he bad? He could be a support. Maybe. But AA is definitely.
You have to reveal something now. You have to reveal something now, right? Like now we're either gonna see the mid hero for the side of Kazakhstan, or at the very least where this Clinks is gonna go. If they do pick a mid hero, you could still potentially go for. But you go for Storm Spirit. That feels like we spoke about this like just in a quick reference earlier on. Feels like the natural one. Not that much catch from Turkmenistan. What stuns do they have? They have Lift. They have Unstable Concoction. You should never catch Storm like long duration with either of those. So feels like a fairly free game for the hero, and it's also a hero that you don't mind playing that much into Rubik. Rubik doesn't get that much value out of stealing your spells or Storm Spirit.
True.
Like it's decent, but it doesn't like break the game having these spells. I like the Storm here. The matchup also okay against the Pangolier. You don't get like absolutely crushed. Although the Diffuser Blade build does pose some problems, overall it does feel okay for this game.
I like the Storm Spirit pick because it doesn't reveal where Clinks is, right? Like if they pick like a carry, you'd be like, okay, we know it's going to be Clinks support very likely. But with the Storm Spirit, you're still like, is it Clinks, support? Is it going to be a carry? Is it Clinks carry? We don't know. I don't fully agree about Rubik versus Storm Spirit just because the ball lightning, it takes 0.3, 0.2, 0.1 seconds to activate. It's not like an instant thing. So Rubik can blink and catch you because the telekinesis is faster than that at all levels. So, I mean, that's obviously something later on, but it is a counter, and I like what you said about the Pangolier with Diffusal. We also see Pangolier with Basher, that's another thing. And check out what Turkmenistan does. They ban out Naga Siren, so they are in the idea that Clinks could be a support. They're like, the bald guy is not completely crazy. He might have a point.
They might do that thing where they split the bans. You ban one carry,
True.
ban one support. Just cover the most annoying matchups you can conceive of. Obviously, they had to remove Terrorblade because they're going for Alchemist. They took out Naga. I suppose if you already have Pangolier, you can leave PL in the pool. You're not that scared of that hero. So they have to pick first on the side of Kazakhstan. What do you think? If they are going to be going for a carry Clinks, what do you want to see as support? And if it is going to be a support Clinks, what do you want to see as a carry?
If it's a carry Clinks, I want to see AA. I just feel like that's really helpful for you against the Alchemist. But yeah, I think I want to see AA or something with a big lockdown. Maybe you can catch him before he does his spells. Like if he is, charging chemical, what's it called, unstable concoction, you hex him. That's good enough as well. Like that is another way to play against him. Just have him stun himself. So like Shadow Shaman could be an option. Even though again, I don't know where that hero ranks right now. If it is going to be a support Clinks, a carry against Alchemist is a bit of a tough one. I would ideally say Terrorblade just so you can copy the Radiance, but that's not going to be an option. Potentially maybe Lone Druid, send him, that could be an option, but Lone Druid is also unpickable in this patch. So that's a tougher one, honestly. Which carry would I want to see? Check it out, they ban out Anti-Mage and they ban out the Monkey King. Well, Ursa's in the pool. I'm always an advocate thinking that Ursa's decent. I feel like this is always a pickable hero. So that could be something, especially with the Monkey King being removed. Slark is also gone. So yeah, Ursa. I'm looking at a lot of the pros in like the Dota buff and stuff. Some of the carriers are playing Wraith King again. So not sure this
Wraith King's not terrible. How do you feel about if Morphling wasn't a trash hero? I think this would be a phenomenal game for Morphling, but Morphling is just garbage right now.
Always has
maybe
been.
Lifestealer.
Oh,
I haven't always liked Morphling, but there've been times when I have to acknowledge that Morphling is good. LC, love this. They only have like one uber hard disable on the side of Kazakhstan. You have the Dispel now. You've got the catch with the Storm Spirit. This feels like a very good game for the Legion Commander. And they don't have that much burst damage on the side of Kazakhstan, right? So the additional heals as well from this hero just makes the team fights elongate. There's so much sustain, dude, on the side of Turkmenistan right now.
By the way, this duel, now it's like, do you want to go for some sort of save that you can work with? And damn, it's hard to pick. Like this is when you get to the draft and you know the game's like, oh well, this could counter this. Do you want to go for like an Omni Knight to save against the physical damage, or you want to go with AA to like land in an Ice Blast, or do you want to go for a carry completely and have the Blink support? Very tough. Blink support would be kind of food for LC at all stages of the game, though. The hero is pretty fragile, so maybe you think we go for we pick another support, pick an AA, and have the Clinks be a core.
They click the Clinks and pick like Lifestealer. Oh, TA.
Clink support.
I was gonna say Lifestealer or Drow, but I would have preferred Drow to TA, but Clink support, yeah? Alright. Looks like you all having Clink support, fam.
It is okay, you have burst damage from the TA. I like the burst damage from the TA. I feel like that is going to be, you mentioned where we are going to have damage issues. That's going to help you out. With the shard, you do get the science. That's also going to be fairly useful for you. Although you're up against Decrepify, LC Heal, a lot of sustain coming out from the Alchemist. So yeah, I don't think there's any one pick that would have solved all of Kazakhstan's problems. You know what I mean? Like you're up against Decrepify save, you need stuns, and you're up against a guy with the crazy regen. So there's nothing they could have done. But I think I like the TA overall.
The one thing I do like really much about this TA is that it is one of the few heroes that can end the game before Alchemist becomes like this unkillable raid boss, right? Like,
true.
You can set a very fast pace if TA gets off to a good start. So this could be one of those games where there's completely snowballs to victory. But we're going to be finding out together, sir. So looking at these drafts, what do you think? Only one of these teams gets to go into the next round here. We still have one more BO1 matchup coming next after this game. So what do you think here? Who's going forward? Are we seeing Kazakhstan heading into the next round, or is it Turkmenistan's draft that got you smiling about this game?
I think I'm gonna go with Kazakhstan. I don't know. I like the TA that came out at the end. I do. You mentioned she was able to take buildings before like the Alchemist goes. So I like that point a lot, and I also think that she's one of the few heroes that is comparable in farm to an Alchemist. Not the same, obvious. No one can but comparable, right? Like especially with the stacks, she doesn't need like an item or extra levels. She can just do it early on. Should lane fairly well as well against the Pangolier. Like he has a swashbuckle, and we have this side blades that we can hit him with. So. Yeah, I'm gonna go with them. I like the TA pick. I do like. I think the Storm Spirit and the Beast Smash should be able to make space. I said Drums of Slum was good in the previous patch, so if he gets to this game, I'm gonna just go crazy about it. So yeah, all in on Kazakhstan.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think this Kazakhstan draft is looking a lot better for me. I'm just concerned about. this Pangolier and his role is going to be. What's his role going to be in this game in tandem with this LC? That being said, if they win the mid lane, this Pangolier lane goes really well, and they get the first good gank over into the LC part of the map, get a good dual kill onto TA, cut down our farm of the map. This could be like a very fast affair. I think this could actually be a 30-minute game in either direction. So let's get into it. I'm looking forward to the results. Game 1 of Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan. One thing I'm also very much looking forward to seeing, like you're talking about these drums of Slum, this is going to be one of these games where if you get a fast drums here, this feels so good. There's so many small instances of damage that'll just proc it all the time. It feels so nice.
You know, one thing I'm really liking that teams are doing more and more of is that they're not drafting so much stuns because obviously Enigma Galaxy was ahead of the curve. But what they're doing is that a lot of teams are like thinking like we need 1 or 2 stuns and we just hit buildings. Buildings don't run away. Enemies will come to us. They can't like I don't need to stun them. I just need to hit the building and we'll force the fight that way. They're not gonna leave every time. So it is an interesting like evolution that we're seeing. Let's look at Turkmenistan. They got what? Unstable Concoction, Duel. Okay, they are okay. The Turkmenistan's got a bunch of stuns, but look at Kazakhstan. It's not quite a huge amount of stuns. Like teams aren't as focused about as they used to be. And, I like that. And Klink's support, baby. He has the plug grenade. It's phylactery, man. They just go phylactery, and it works kind of decently.
I kind of refuse to believe this. I'm hoping, even if they win, I hope this doesn't work out. I don't want to see this more in my pubs. We've got a lot of weird and wacky ideas out there in the world, you know, making Dota really hard right now.
I lost to a Klink support with phylactery first item, so I'd like him to win, so so I don't feel as bad about losing that. You know, it's like, oh, you lost because you were trash, not because the item build.
No, you're like the strat is busted.
Yes, phylactery first item. Well, I mean, we'll see if he even goes for it, but I imagine you would. It does work pretty decently with the tar bomb.
Yeah, it does feel like the likeliest option. We're gonna see he's gonna take the twin gates all the way to the other side of the map. Rubik comes bottom. This mid lane matchup, we've seen this many times. This Pango versus Storm matchup. The definition of a farm fest. I'm not expecting anything exciting to happen here. So we're just gonna see them trade creeps. Should be fine for both parties, but generally speaking, I've seen Storms get the better of this matchup.
Same. I agree. I'll favor the Storms a little bit as well. Mid lane, bottom lane, by the way, they have put the techies as position 5. When we first saw it, we thought, okay, it's going to be the position 4. That's how the heroes usually played. But they are giving the Klink spawn priority because when the hero is picked as a support, it's almost always as a 4 because, like we said, you want to get a couple of items on this guy so he's actually effective. Because Klinks does not have a stun, he's not exactly a durable hero. Like, there's a lot of weaknesses to the hero if he falls behind. He's not a support where he's like, Venge, where it's like, oh, I can just swap save someone. Or Tusk, you can have a snowball save, shards. So you can't make plays with Klink support. You have to be net worth ahead to maybe have value in the game.
Alright, now he's providing value by just putting out some harass potential in the top lane. Throwing out some tar bombs, preventing them from going onto the Beastmaster. It's gonna be a little bit of time before we see the full value out of this, but for now the Beastmaster's just chilling, bombing away, enjoying life.
Yeah, and he is, look at the CS, by the way. Kazakhstan coming out hot, basically doubling CS in every lane. Of course, it's only 2 minutes, so Turkmenistan has a lot of time to recover, but yeah, that is a it's certainly a nice start, especially when you feel like you kind of want to snowball. Make sure that the Alchemist doesn't get too far ahead. Don't give him that 20 minutes of free farm where he just crushes us. And first blood bottom lane. That's a big win for the Radiant side.
Oh no, that's not supposed to be happening. We just spoke about how the TA hero can just snowball the game. The last thing you want to be giving here is a solid start, but it ends up happening in the situation here. And that's going to be her getting the blood. Oh, the money goes to the techies. Okay, it's not the worst case scenario, but it's still a little bit painful because you mentioned that normally we see this hero played in the 4 position. Techies needs experience, first and foremost, over and above anything else. But you at least give him the 5 position. He's not getting as much experience getting these kills, but he gets involved in kills. He can make up for it by getting a lot of early gold. He might go for some more here.
Oh.
Not going to be able to find it, sadly.
The top lane Alchemist stuns himself, but he's going to be relatively okay. And yeah, LC suffering. And by the way, LC versus TA, you don't have any instances of damage to remove those refraction charges, right? It's like Rubik, you fade bolt, you an auto attack. Unless you commander, you don't want to use overwhelming odds to remove a refraction because that's like a lot of your main source of damage early on with your right click. So TA, she should be fairly okay in this lane. Mio, pretty low health, needs to be careful here. Swashbuckle range was nerfed, so he should be all right, but still, I'd be super scared. Oh!
Speaking of Swashbuckle, Mio almost died in this mid lane. Getting brought down very, very close by this Pangolier. That would have been the win of the century. Getting that kill, being able to recover the CS difference, and getting yourself a massive 1v1 would have been huge, but sadly it is only level 2 Swashbuckle. Not enough damage to be able to secure the kill.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, I love that because you see mid laners play like that. Like, yeah, it looks like it's very risky, but they know how to push the heroes to them. They're usually the most mechanically skilled player on the team, and they just know these margins so well. Speaking of margins,
who's going to benefit from this one here? This time around, though, margin not going to be favorable. The risk was taken, carried over from what we saw previously, but this time around, it's the Pangolier that comes out on top. That's what we want to see here. You were just talking about how these mid laners play. The thing is, these mid laners, they know. They get in each other's heads here, Otomo. He knew it was coming. They knew exactly what to do. Panda gets the dub at the end.
But Daze was able to get a kill on the Pugna. And the nice thing about quick support, by the way, is that later on you do go for physical damage. Like, you get some phylactery, then you're like, yeah, guys, I'm going to go, Maelstrom and Deso and whatever I need to just add damage. So the hero is just damage heavy, and if you have a good start, you're dealing with like 4 cores, like 4 legit cores, like they have, oh dear god.
On bottom, we do see that there was a quick pickup onto this techies. A little bit of revenge for what happened with the first blood. Unfortunately, it's too early for it to be a dual kill, but still very good to be able to get this kill. But sadly, you were just talking about how difficult it's going to be for them to get through this refraction down this bottom lane. The fact that you can lose a support and not actually feel pressured due to just one spell gonna prove to be very problematic for Turkmenistan to deal with down bottom. And they're going back in. Kazakhstan, they're going to get the damage out on the LC, and they bring her down. Big kill as the techies returns to the lane and enables the Templar to get even more of an advantage.
Interesting to see that LC is going for the double bracer build. This is, I know bracers got buffed, but I didn't think that was going to be enough. Meanwhile, very unlucky. Very unlucky to roll him into that. But I think actually, Pangolier was worried he was going to die, and that's why he actually used his ultimate to begin with.
Yeah, he actually might die anyway. He gets jumped on right now with the ball lightning. And Storm Spirit should have enough mana and enough damage to get this kill. Shield Crash will delay matters, but will not prevent them. Beautiful kill, no help incoming. Well, Panda might be able to get there in time, but doesn't have enough mana. Had the level 2 Fade Vault, but not enough mana to get the zap. And to make matters worse, they get the regen rune, and down bottom, they even lose the Legion Commander as well. It all goes to hell in a handbasket here. Otomo was looking good for a couple minutes, and now it's looking terrible.
Imagine being 2,000 gold behind with an Alchemist on your team. Like, that is that is a disaster, especially when we're only 6 bits in the game. Wisdom Runes are going to be spawning. We'll see if either team's going to make a move for it. Looks like Clint is going to just run for the enemy side. See if is he going to go for it? Yeah, he's going to go for it. And for the other side, we see Tech is going. So if they get both, that is going to be a pretty sizable bump, but unlikely, as Alicia Command is right next to her Wisdom Rune, who's got quicker fingers.
Oh no! Link stole it. Oh no! The tips come out. Oh
Dude,
no!
from right under her nose, like he just walked up, take it.
No.
Dude, Techies is 5.5 and Legion Commander is 4.25. Rubik, he's actually 5. Okay, so he's doing fine, but still, that is like right in front of him. He took it.
What makes it even worse, Otomo, is the fact that LC is the very definition of a snowball hero.
Yes.
Like, she does not just recover from an awful laning phase. She needs to start from a head position and at least let her participate in this kill. She's gonna try and go back towards the Clinks, throw in an overwhelming odds, hoping for the last right click. Not gonna get it. No way.
Lotus.
Clink's still alive, not allowed to survive this. The healing Lotus keeps him alive, even turns around to get damage back onto Clinks. And even though she ends up getting the kill, or rather the Rubik does, they're very happy because Templar Assassin mops up the LC. That is the worst case scenario. A hero that needs a snowball, having died 4 times pre-10 minutes.
By the way, before Clinks went for that ruin, he was like, oh, let me just get this Lotus. He gets it, and that makes all the difference. And, oh, okay. And
Actually gonna be putting this TA a little bit too far forward. Didn't know that the Pango was coming in. Rubik able to dangle with his life. He dies. Or they get the kill onto TA, and now they get the push on the tower. They do have a lot of heroes here, and they need to make this worthwhile. At the very least, they do have the Pug nearby to make this push a lot faster with another blast.
That was a little bit greedy from the TA, but they get a nice kill in the mid lane. By the way, and Clinks is going for the phylactery build. He's got it queued up, so it's happening. I mean, I don't know how to feel about it, but I'm glad to see it's kind of somewhat competitively viable, you know.
Well, whether or not it's competitively viable will remain to be seen. Let's just see how it works out in this competition. So far, though, and unfortunately, I think it might be hard to assess its viability because Kazakhstan is kind of just running over Turkmenistan at the moment. They've taken the tier 1 tower. Yeah, the Alchemist is top of the net worth, but this is an Alchemist. He should be in that position to begin with. And they just take over the map. Like you mentioned, they have a 2k gold lead, despite the fact that they don't have the Alchemist. And because they have this Clinks, this hero can just hunt around where Alchemist is, kill off some couriers as he's doing right now, just keep constant vision of where the Alch is, steal away his experience, and just bother him the entire time while he's farming.
I mean, look at Alchemist. He's still pretty far just from the Sacred Relic, and he still has to get the Talisman of Vision after that. He is definitely not like ahead. Oh, nice.
Oh no, mid. Oh, does he have enough mana for the kill? No. Shield crash. Too much damage reduction. Actually might be able to get a counter kill onto this Storm Spirit. Stolen remote mines. Very scary on the Rubik. Even at 1 point into Arcane Supremacy, it's a lot of damage.
Look at Legion Commander. I think she's got what, the phase boots coming out. Yes, phase boots, two bracers. The CS is basically half of any of the Radiant cores. Very, very tough situation to be in. Basically the net worth of the support right now. It's like, you need Blade Mail and Blink to recover. In the meantime, look at the other side. Beastmaster's 1 component away from the Aghanim Scepter. That's a good kill.
Very nice kill. It goes towards the Alchemist as well. Best case scenario. Getting him better on track to be what was picking up this Radiance. You know, earlier on today when we were watching the C matchup of Thailand versus the side of Vietnam, there was an Alchemist in that game for the side of Thailand. They picked up their Radiance at about 12 minutes. And by now the Relic was complete. So this is going to be a lot slower. But should still get it. And you know, you're talking earlier on about TA being one of the heroes that can keep up with an Alchemist. Especially if he hasn't picked up his farming item. She may very well surpass him, and she's going to be able to do so right now.
Yeah, she has more net worth than him, but if they could get a kill, that would be nice. Pango roll, but you know, he thinks better of it and realizes that T is too far. And we talked about lack of disables, right? And you can see it right now. Just Tia just walks out, and she's just going to be fine. Love the traps that she puts around her, making sure that no matter where she goes, there's a way to slow down the enemies. As well as, of course, the vision. Bit of a stale moment in the game as both teams wait for their big timings. Radiance on the Alchemist, Aghanim's on the Beastmaster. So just want to make sure that you have what you need either to farm or to fight.
They have the Drums of Slum flying in right now for this Beastmaster. He does have a TP scroll. We'll see if he chooses to join up with the rest of the squad. Now though, it's going to be a small skirmish here on the river. They get the quick jump onto this Pangolier and they steal away or look for this rune. The jump in from this Techies will be very much regretted as he ends up dying. At the same time, there will be a duel going on onto the Clinks. Quick, nice pick up there from the LC. We just see the Storm Spirit stealing away the haste rune. We'll see how much he can contribute further into the fight. Realizes that there's probably mines everywhere, so doesn't really want to jump to the other side of the hill. To make matters worse, Clinks is just topping up the Pango stage, ready to fight again here at Tombo. They have to retreat on the Radiant side for Kazakhstan.
A couple of good engagements coming out for Turkmenistan right just now. I mean, besides, like, the roll was a bit wasted, but it doesn't matter. You were able to get both supports, and this Clinks, Phylactery is getting very heavily delayed. He's only 30 minutes. It's 30 minutes, and still he's about 1,000 gold. Bomb top lane. The roar comes out.
No way! Trying to solo kill the Alchemist. Not that strong yet, my friend. Although it did threaten the Alch's life. Reminded him that he's still immortal. You know, put some hair on his chest. Like, what's up, fam? What's hood?
Put some hair on his chest.
If he had one more hero nearby. Yeah, you know, like sometimes you have a drink and feel like it's gonna kill you, but then you're like, oof, it just ages you by a few years, and that's what happened with the Alchemist.
I haven't had alcohol yet to myself in life, so oh, we big jump coming in from Storm, so I have to embarrass myself.
Oh, very big jump. The Storm Spirit will end up being able to get the pickup on the Rubik, but they have ended up losing out on the Beastmaster. Self-stun onto the Alchemist, couldn't find the Clinks onto the far side of the fight. No mana left though on the Storm Spirit. Doesn't have the one charges coming very soon, trying to TP out, will not be allowed to do so. Pangolier ends up cleaning him up. They jumped in. Techies with the blast off was trying to create a distraction. Sadly though, all it leads to is a triple kill for the Pango. And nobody is low enough for the Clinks to be able to pick up. He ends up triggering out the Skelly Walks here. And kind of awkward situation. They don't have any more reveal left, so they're not going to jump back onto him. Nonetheless though, very strong fight happening, and you were just mentioning it beforehand. A couple of good fights, and that particular trend continues on Turkmenistan. Finding yet another good engagement, and the best part about it, Pango stays alive throughout it all.
Yeah, and this was like a moment when, you know, we have the Agam Scepter like recently purchased on the Beastmaster. He should be at his strongest, but just it seems like they just can't get it. And they killed the Storm Spirit at the very end. That's a big tempo coming out from Kazakhstan. So 2 cores falling. Turkmenistan should be feeling pretty good about that. Yeah, you lose 2 supports, but that's what they're there for anyway, to make space for the real men.
Space created, and here's that item. The one we spoke about. So in that fight, we saw Storm Spirit dying because he ran out of mana, and now Pango has a Diffusal Blade, so that's going to be happening with much greater regularity. Might even smoke up to reveal this. This feels like a perfect time to go for a fight, and indeed, that's what they do. They're going on the hunt. They're not going to find Storm Spirit, but they have perfect vision of the Beastmaster. You have drums of Slum, but you have a drum of Miracle. Let's find out. Rolling Thunder coming in from this Pangolier, getting himself into a corner. And that corner, though, it's going to be the last thing that he ends up seeing. He gets drained down by this Pangna. A little bit more damage coming in. Still alive, though. These jumps of Slum doing some really hot work. Almost killing that Pangna. But just not able to do so. Close but no cigar. Ends up dead, but at the very least ends up entertaining us on the way out.
Yeah, they are able to get a kill on the Legion Commander on the other side of the map, but Turkmenistan is still very happy with that. Trading your LC was generally not really having much of a game for this Beastmaster who should be snowballing, but he's not. So I think you're okay. You walk away this feeling okay over Turkmenistan's side. This 2,000 gold advantage does not seem to be increasing for Kazakhstan, and I think that might be something to be worried about. You know, you look at it, you're like, we were snowballing. Now it doesn't seem like we're snowballing anymore. You know, we're just maintaining the momentum we had, but we're not increasing it.
Well, they are getting some clutch items. They just picked up a Desolator on the CA. We'll see what they end up doing within the next few moments. Sanjan Kaya almost close to being finished for the Storm Spirit as well. It's pretty much complete now. It's coming in on the couriers. Should be their turn to try and make something happen on the map as soon as they get access to the Primal Roar yet again. But they're coming in. They're collapsing it into a fight onto them. Lynx might be the one getting caught out. No, they jump past him. They look for the Beastmaster. Nice stun coming in for the Alchemist. At the same time, they've blown up the Techies. Alchemist chasing down Beastmaster. He really wants this kill. Not able to find it just yet, but they've already picked up the Clinks on the back edge of the fight. They finally catch up to the Beastmaster with this Rolling Thunder. That enables them to pick up 3. Turkmenistan Not only are they preventing the denial of farm, they just keep taking fight after fight, and now they are feeling themselves. They even want to go into the Roshan pitch here, Otomo. They feel strong enough to take an early one.
Well, why not? I mean, you have a maxed out acid spray. You might as well just get it if you can. As well as the lucky shot, which also reduces armor. I always forget that lucky shot reduces armor, but then I'm like, oh crap, like -8 is a big deal. And that thing did go up 17%, which is basically like 100 when the enemy has it. Kazakhstan, they threw away a big timing. When they first got the drums of slump, I thought they were able to take a few fights, but Beastmaster did like, what, 3 times in a row? And that power spike completely negated. Yeah, he's still number 3 net worth. That doesn't mean he's out of the game, but this was a point I thought that they would just be, oh, big jump. Whoa!
Oh, big jump. It actually killed the Roshan, but it doesn't allow them to get the snatch on the Storm Spirit. Unfortunately, though, they still end up losing the very early Clinks. Primal Roar going back in. They're all going to be able to find a very quick kill onto the Clinks. They do lose out, though, on this Aegis. It was snatched up by this Pango here. At the same time, though, look at this Alchemist losing all of his HP. Has had his armor taken away by this Desolator. Now this Pango, it's up to him to rebalance the odds. Between himself and the Rubik, they do manage to clean up this TA. They miss on the swashbuckle. Beastmaster still alive, and now Storm Spirit does manage to dodge out the Rolling Thunder, but it's only going to save him for so much longer as he's out of mana. We see the influence of the Diffusal Blade within this fight, Hirotomo. And though they do end up stealing away the Aegis, it was a snatch because not only did the Storm Spirit take it away, they kill off the life of the Pango. In the broad scheme of things, though, given that there were 8 deaths on both sides, who ends up walking away victorious from that fight?
Dire, 100%. You were able to get 4 people down. Yeah, you lose your Aegis, but you don't really care about that. You just got way more out of that fight. Pugna was forced to buy back, but he's still doing decently. There's a net worth with the Clinks. Yeah, beautiful jump, but could not catch it in time. That was a little bit unfortunate for him. And the dual instant kill on the Clinks. We're seeing the problems with the Clinks, right? Like, if you're ahead, he feels good, but right now, he just gives you no stuns. He's not durable. Very weak hero.
Absolutely. In terms of their support prowess, this team fighting is all being done by the Beastmaster and the Storm. A contribution from the supports is somewhat lacking right now. Unless the techies lands a perfect blast off, just feels really complicated. On the bright side, Clinks can do these kind of shenanigans. Just get on the backlines and try to store things out. In the meantime, we do see a Primal Roar going in directly onto the Clinks, but at the same time, Duel coming back onto the Storm Spirit. Do they have enough damage to kill him? They do not. Rubik jumping forward, but doesn't have the capability to lock down the Storm. They just lack the damage to be able to kill off the Storm Spirit there. Alright, we're going to have just a Pugna dead at the grand scheme of things.
It's interesting to see what Clinks is doing. He's just deciding, all he wants to do is just follow the Alchemist as much as he can to try and get them an opening, but it's not really resulting in like kills. Like, we saw him walk into the Alchemist doing his Ancient. It's like, okay, I get some experience, but it hasn't really bothered the Alchemist in any way. Overall, though, Kazakhstan, still 3 out of the top 4 net worth are on their side, although for the Storms it's just barely there. It's not the biggest deal. Iron timings, what do we have here? Very close to the BKB for the TA. Beastmaster's already got the pipe, so a lot of the magic damage. This is mostly magic damage on the Dire side. It's going to be negated. And Storm Spirit is going to have the Witchblade just a little bit, along with the Sanj and Kaya.
It is still the case that they have a lot of farm, like you mentioned. We still also do not have much influence from the LC outside of locking heroes down during the duel. Not like the previous LC game that we saw, where she was able to amass an absurd amount of damage. Still, though, the game is relatively even at this point in time, although Dire side are in a little bit of trouble. They should end up getting a nice little pickup on the Clinks here. Well, honestly, worth it. You're a support hero. You gave away dual damage, sure, but you stole away the Wisdom Rune. Worth.
100%. If you can get the Wisdom Rune, it's always worth it. Always worth your life. By the way, the Bangalore, he went straight up after Diffusal, going for the Basher. I love this. You know, it gives you a little bit more of that disable that you need, and just, you know, box off your auto attacks, not just swashbuckle, but it's just a nice way to control people. Even if they have BKB, you can just swashbuckle them to them, control them. So it's a nice option that he went for. And Pavis is on the Rubik. This is definitely, and he's going to go for a Solar Crest. So let's make sure that physical damage doesn't buy you. Missed.
Top lane, they actually get a quick jump onto the Alchemist and they bring him down. He was inside Chemical Rage and they still do manage to kill him. But they're gonna try and pursue this fight, it seems like. A Rolling Thunder comes in right now. They catch out this Beastmaster. They might choose to duel him out, but I'm not sure they have the damage to kill him. Instead, they're turning their attention back towards the LC. The damage is gonna be good enough to kill her off. And they also brought down the Techie, or the Pugna simultaneously on the other side of the fight. Techie's proving his worth that side. That is a 3 for nothing. They're not done just yet. They're going on to the high ground. Pango running away from the support Clinks with the Aghanim shot on the Phylactery. There's too much damage output coming in from the Burning Barrage. Actually have to run away. Beastmaster might end up dying though. Try to vacate this fight. Gets held in position by this Rubik. But Rubik looks like he'll end up regretting it as he ends up losing his life here. Nice pickup by the CA. This should lead to them getting the tier 2 tower as well. And it's just starting to look much harder and harder for the dire side here, Otomo, as fights that were once going their way have now turned the other direction. Kazakhstan back in control.
Yeah, the cool thing about the plays that Rubik did is that if it works, you are able to stifle the snowball a little bit. But if you die, you just give them even more for all their troubles. And Kazakhstan now 7,000 gold net worth. Turkmenistan, the biggest problem has been the Legion Commander not contributing. This could be a nice duel for him. I mean, if it actually happened, oh my god. Okay, gets it.
That took forever.
Right? I like how Pangolier, he actually walked away thinking they have enough damage, and then he's like, I got swashbuckle in for these fools.
Oh my god.
Check out that.
Game is hard.
By the way, check out the Orb of Destruction. I see a lot of teams decide to go for it when you have like a Deso Carrier or like a Pangolier. It does give you that nice slow and 3 more armor reduction. So interesting pickup coming out here. And the Dragon Scale got a nice buff, does 22 damage now to buildings rather than the 18, which it makes it feel like I can actually bring buildings down with it.
Okay, so between Lucky Shot, Orb of Corrosion, and the Orb of Destruction, let's see how much resistance. Wait, hold on. Might see a good fight here. Storm Spirit
gets it.
Will be able to get stunned up, but too far away. They're not going to be able to get the full catch up here. Storm Spirit should be okay. Everything's fine. So how much armor reduction is this, right? So this is 11,
15?
14 armor reduction. My god, that's so much. Top lane, Primal Roar, been in. Got immediately dispelled though by the LC. She doesn't get the duel back onto this Beastmaster. They don't get the dual kill, but they should still be able to maybe set up for a death here. We keep forgetting just how long it takes to kill a Beastmaster with Drums of Slum. He's still freaking alive. Blinks away to safety. They actually have to TP out because they do not have what it takes to bring down the Beastmaster. Instead, it's going to be TA mopping up this Rubik and looking for more. Not done just yet with this fight. Storm Spirit made his presence known, going in for the Pangolier. They have the lockdown. Hold him in position. They just need a little bit more damage, and that damage will come. They get the kill, ending the godlike streak and giving a heap ton of gold towards the Storm Spirit. It's all going wrong, Otomo. They're losing all the important heroes. They're losing map control, and they're getting nothing for their efforts in the meantime.
And it's not like the items that they're getting is helping them. Crimson Guard on LDG Commander is not that useful against TA because her damage tends to be like 500-600 per hit. It's not like multiple instances of small hits. It's just 3 or 4 big hits that's gonna kill you. In that situation, Crimson Guard is not that great. And Pokina looks like he's alive for now. Yeah, he's alright. That's fine. But
he was being griefed by the Twin Gate. They wouldn't let him pass it. It was really funny.
Who also is being griefed? Turkmenistan, because they are looking like they're in a really tough situation. Losing this match, they're out of the tournament. So Kazakhstan feeling pretty good about their chances. Turkmenistan, you have to think like, what exactly do we do? We've seen them focus on the Beastmaster 2 or 3 times in a row, and it hasn't worked out for them. So you gotta get rid of the supports. The Clinks and the Tickies, they're not that durable. You should be able to burst them down, take out everyone else.
Unfortunately, the opportunities to be able to do so seem to be few and far between at this point. Killing the cores, though, like you mentioned, out of the question. Beastmaster simply will not die again. Storm Spirit, high likelihood the same is true for him. And of course, we've got this TA. She's building into a nullifier. Doesn't have the greatest amount of HP in the world, though. So she is actually a somewhat viable target. You do have tools for getting through this refraction.
Yeah.
We have the Pango with the Swashbuckle. We've got Acid Spray. Just has to
Life drain.
hold her for a little bit. Life drain as well. There's ways to deal with her, but she, her durability not that high. Her damage output though, absolutely through the roof. She's almost done with the full nullifier already at the 28-7-minute mark in this game.
That is a problem because you had that save before, right? Decrepify, someone gets roared, someone's being targeted. You're like, oh, Decrepify is gonna be fine, but now you don't have that option. That is a scary thing. TA can just jump, nullify someone, and then there's nothing you can do. And you can of course dispel the buffs they have from the Crimson Guard for another as well. So that's not fun. Yeah, it does say dispel. I was like, I want to make sure it says, yeah, it does say dispellable, by the way. So there you go. Interesting. I don't like the Gossamer Cape very much, the new tier 2 item. But against the TA, it's really valuable because you dodge that one hit.
The melted.
Yeah, right. You walk in, the melded, you dodge that one. You don't take like the damage, the armor reduction. That's actually like it adds up. That's the one you really want to make sure it doesn't hit you.
I hope and pray that this was a situation where the partner decided, I'm taking Gossamer Cape specifically because the enemy team is here and I want to have a chance. It's like, again, now you feel not necessarily immortal, but without Nullifier, TA straight up cannot kill you. If you have Gossamer Cape plus Glimmer Cape plus Decrep.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Quite nice stuff that we see here. Unfortunately, not dying to TA is not your only problem with this hero. It's the fact that they keep making your map ever smaller. There is a Roshan to play for right now. They could try something because if they don't anytime soon or tomorrow, they're just going to lose out on this Rosh. And they're smoking for it right now. They're sending 3 heroes top. TA is going to take the Twin Gate down bottom.
Oh.
How did Turkmenistan respond to this particular play?
It's like pause are coming out here. It is a dire Rosh, so they could be able, so they might be able to set up some vision around it. Like you do have that tiny advantage there. But if they wait, it's like, do you want to go for it yourself? We saw how that worked out last time. Not too bad, but you were even net worth in that situation. Right now, the better option, honestly, is to try to take it yourself. Just put some wards in, go for it. Because the other side of the map, can you actually get there in a minute and a half and ward it up and take control? Unlikely. But you have the dire advantage. The Roshan advantage right now. You might as well use it, as risky as it is. And
they do have a hero station nearby to try and get that vision out. Sad, that hero is the Alchemist, though, the worst hero to go and make this play for you.
And they have good armor reduction, right? We said the 14 from the Pango. You have an extra 6 from the acid spray. From acid spray, you have a good amount of damage coming out from Legion Command. So it shouldn't be that long. Like they should be able to get it. So you got Rubik's
Just
item.
hoping.
You see that Pavis, Solar Crest, and Aether Lens. I've never seen the Pavis Solar Crest on Rubik. Very interesting. He's going for Lotus Orb after. That is that's interesting. Unfortunately for him, I think that like the Pavis is dispellable, isn't it? It is. So and Solar Crest, and so is the Solar Crest. So you put these on a guy, on anyone, they get nullified. It doesn't actually make a difference. And Kazakhstan is there first.
We used to see the Solar Crest Lotus Orb being built on supports, like maybe I want to say like 2-3 years ago when Alchemist was like in his heyday back then as well. And to compliment for the fact that he lacks armor resistance, to compliment for the fact that you kind of don't want to be using BKB for as long as possible. Like the supports would build these items around him and then just put them on him in the midst of the fight. It becomes even tankier. But I mean, in principle, this does work, right? Because without before Nullifier, this does make Alchemist really tanky with all these items. But like you mentioned, there is a Nullifier, and because there's a Nullifier, it's gonna be a very easy way to kill the Alchemist. But even without the Nullifier, you just jump him and bring him down just with the 2 heroes. A Core Storm Spirit and a Port Clinks. The Alchemist is no match for them at this point. Just loses his life.
You love to see it, man. You love to see it. Coming bumps near you.
Oh, big duel going in onto Storm Spirit, but they just don't have the damage here. He's still alive, turning his attention back towards the LC. BKB being popped by the Beastmaster. He's popping these drums of slum, keeping everybody alive. And the Storm Spirit is past the cheese. Will snack on it and allow them to get back into the fight. Now wants to try and force somebody to die. But even if they just get back into the fountain, Storm Spirit's okay with this. Look at all the damage going into the LC. Inside the fountain, Decrep keeps her alive. The same is going to be not true for the Pango, but the life drain will still do the trick. Man, Pagna working triple, quadruple overtime to try and keep Turkmenistan in this game. But I fear this might not be enough. They're going for the last Hail Mary fight. The last duel is not going to be available just yet. Still 9 more seconds. They get the kill on the TA though. And they've taken away the first life on the Storm Spirit. He will pop BKB. Trying to escape away from this. There's going to be a duel coming. 1 second. But the Storm Spirit a little bit too far away.
Can we get him?
They will be able to get the catch. No, they do catch him. Won't be allowed to TP out. The top they found the duel. They got the kill.
Hoy! That dude, the kills they got, the 2 most valuable kills that they could get on the 2 enemy cores, huge. Just that too, a 7,000 gold, 3,500, sorry, 4,500 net worth swing for them. They do lose the racks though, so that was not for free. But they can get more, and those are they are. Beastmaster is the target.
Looking for more right now. They do get the Beastmaster within the river.
Massive.
Okay. What a turnaround of events here. They end up, not the big thing is for me here, Otomo, is not the fact that they defend the base and they only lose 1 rain of racks. They committed no buybacks for that. They did that for free, and now they also find Thinks. They're going to be able to pick him up for free. Oh my goodness. Is this the making of a comeback here?
For sure. I mean, you have to make sure you don't throw anyone's life away. You can just get, a couple. You just got a couple of pickoffs, take a building or 2, and then try to smoke up and get another pickoff. Because if you can do that, you want to make sure Kazakhstan, every time someone respawns, someone else dies. You know what I mean? Or as long as possible. Because if they group as 5 again, you're still 11,000 gold behind with an Alchemist. So you're still quite a bit weaker than the enemy side. But that was signs of life for them. Unfortunately, Storm Spirit just got an negative scepter. Youch.
Oof. Still a very successful fight for them. And speaking of the Storm Spirit, got caught at the very edge here. Ended up losing his life. Big fight after they end up losing the racks in the bottom lane. They also managed to do that through an Aegis as well. That's the most impressive. Presumable next fight where the enemy team does not have an Aegis. And then suddenly it's even easier for Turkmenistan to fight.
Yeah.
This Alchemist hero building in towards getting Abyssal Blade. And also LC is becoming a hero now. She's almost got BKB. She's 1,000 gold away, but once she has that, she can actually be somewhat relevant in these fights and not just getting picked off as easily as she has been up until this point.
Yeah, and there's no Lincoln Sphere on the enemy side. Kazakhstan has been building up for offensive items, so they haven't been thinking of LC as a factor. So once you get the BKB or even just jump and duel someone, you are going to hold them down. Of course, BKB helps you survive that, but if you can just duel the TA, then the other people won't be able to do any damage to you while you're BKB. I mean, TA shreds you, but still.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Speaking of shredding.
Yeah. Nice to know you, Rubik. And they're trying to end this game right now. On the Kazakhstan side, jumping in. They force a buyback out of this Rubik. They have a small army amassed towards the top side of the map. Nice 2 hero stun coming in from the unstable concoction. And they just want to clear out this burning army. Turkmenistan is still holding on here. Tier 3 tower has taken some damage, but it's still in healthy enough state. On top, they still have a tier 2 tower through middle. So this game still does continue. However, statements of intent being shown by Kazakhstan here, Otoma. They do not want to let this game continue in perpetuity. They want to try and end things as soon as humanly possible.
Yeah, because we said that was one of the things, the good things about TA, right? It's like you can end the game relatively fast. We are starting to, enter that late game phase, and at that point, you start thinking, hey, Alchemist is pretty good at that stage of the game, You look at that Pangolier thinking he can bring a lot of control. But Kazakhstan, the snowball's big, they want to roll, and they're going to go straight up for this Legion Commander.
Go and kill the Legion Commander straight up, and she does not have buyback. At the same time, though, Beastmaster ends up getting chopped down by big bad Alchemist. Wants to turn this fight around. BKBs are expiring fairly soon. They need to be careful about their approach here. Alchemist still sitting pretty on this high ground. BKBs were committed for that fight. So were some ultimates. However, though, they trade offlaner for offlaner, and in their position, you take this trade all day, every day.
Yep.
Without the Beastmaster and the amount that he provides for the push in both attack speed and units, they can't actually go up on the high ground here.
It's not only that, but he's also one of the few bodies in the front line, right? Techies, Clinks, and Stormspirit don't want to be the guy standing in the front. TA can sort of do it, but you generally prefer someone else to share that burden with you. If she gets dueled in, maybe there's a buyback from the Legion Commander, then everyone jumps on you. The other guys can't help you out, but they are able to get the Wisdom Rumors on Kazakhstan. Those are what, 2,800 EXP per ruin. You get both of them. Very nice nuggets if you can find them.
Dire's courier
Oh,
has
that's
been
courier's gone.
Lots of experience.
And
That's pretty big. It got, oh my god, I can't believe they actually killed it. Wait, it died with the hex on it, right?
I know the hex.
Or did he finish the hex? Oh no, he finished the hex.
Yeah.
Okay, the hex is finished with Beastmaster. Okay.
Yeah, because the courier.
Alrighty.
The courier that died was the other side's courier.
Other side.
Long
I'm
day.
confused, man.
Long day, a long day. You know,
Well-
new patch. We got too excited about it. Now we're tired while we're casting. Sorry, guys.
It is. Still have lots of more Dota to go though, because this game does not feel, even though it's a 16k gold lead, certainly doesn't feel like it's gonna be a very easy affair for them to close this game out on the side of Kazakhstan.
There's only
They're actually gonna smoke up on the side here of Turkmenistan. They actually feel strong enough to fight. Do you agree with this assessment? And if so, who should they be trying to target?
Clinks every time. Clinks and techies every time. I know it's nice to be able to take down a core, but if you jump on a core and you don't bring them down, you've expended a lot of ultimates on not getting someone. Get someone out, take the numerical advantage every time. And Clinks would be a nice little bonus if you can get him every time. Techies more so, I'll be honest with you. I think Techies brings a little bit more control. Clinks does have a nullify. Oh, actually no, he didn't go for nullify. He has a deso. See, I told you, man. You go for phylactery, then you go for damage, and suddenly you're like, guys. Look at me. I am the carry now.
This is like not insignificant amount of damage either, right? But Deso, Phylactery, and the Swift Blink, not Swift Blink, sorry, the Solar Crest, Swift Blinks on the TA with the Aghanim Shard. So it's a lot of damage.
Yes.
It's a lot of damage.
I mean,
Very, very scary. And he has an Enchanted Quiver as well, which adds even more to the bonus damage you get from that first hit.
yeah, and I mean, this is what we expect this patch to do, right? Is that supports will become, not like before, where you feel like they're super under level, super under farm. Supports now will be scaling a little bit. You can look at the Clinks and the Techies; they're only 3,000 gold behind the enemy offlaner. Even the supports on Turkmenistan aren't that far behind, like compared to the previous lettered patch. So it's not enough though. Turkmenistan, they need to get the jump. They have to get the jump. Techies has a hex too.
Dire's top tower
Yeah.
is under
I was
attack.
about to bring that up. He has Hex and Solar Crest. So they have 2 Solar Crests and Deso. Well, tons of magic removal, or armor removal rather. But this Hex, instant disable versus heroes like Pangolier versus heroes like LC. Where did he find this gold to just buy a full Hex at this stage of the game?
I mean, we just said these guys, they've been farming, but yeah, I don't think it's farmed that much. Probably just mining these creeps camps. Turkmenistan waiting to find someone, but Kazakhstan, they're like, no, let's just go for a third Roche. Might as well also get that refresher shard available. I don't like the refresher shard on the dire side Roche. I feel like that makes the Radiant side Roche sound so much better, but I guess double raw, double BKB, double hex is okay.
Yeah. Who did they give it to? They gave it to the Beastmaster. I guess as well, they already have the Aghanims on Storm Spirit and Beastmaster. So they didn't need those right now. Probably get more value out of having the double spells. For me, the double roar is the big one, because the first roar probably gets removed by the press the attack, and then you have the second roar to actually lock down the target. It's a substantial amount of lockdown. You also have double hex as well.
Yep.
They've got 2 hexes. Beastmaster has one as well. And here they go.
Look at the
Coming in for their
skeletons.
second lane of Rax.
How much damage do they do?
Yeah, these skellies doing quite a lot of work. Pango goes in for the fight, gets himself primal roared up. There's gonna be a duel though going in onto TA.
Big kill.
Gets jumped on by the Alchemist, and they do find the kill. They're going up to Storm. Storm, he gets hit by the Aghanim
cheese.
Scepter. Pops the cheese though when he's on low HP. Rubik inside of the base getting chased down by the Beastmaster, gets healed up with the life drain of the Pugna, and the BKB of the Beastmaster about to expire. But sadly, so is the Alchemist. Life drain though is gonna be there. It's keeping him alive, but it's not enough. He ends up losing his life. Pangolier follows him into the grave, forced to buy back on the Armadillo. They still are looking towards playing objective-based gaming on the side of Kazakhstan. They want to get into the next round, and they've taken the melee racks. They now clean up the Pugna, forcing through the buyback. Swashbuckle does get a very nice stun out, but not going to be good enough. Second lane of racks does fall. They go on to the Slinks right now. Very quick and easy kill. Duel is back online now, so they really have to back off on the Radiant side. Ultimately though, what a successful foray into the dire side of the map. They get another lane of racks, they force a buyback out of Pango, and they keep their most important heroes alive.
They were able to at least get the kill on the Clinks, and they forced out the Aegis, they forced out the cheese usage, so, oh, big jump.
Nah, they're just saying hello. There's no way that's a fight.
And now that Lincoln Sphere is on the Storm Spirit, much harder to lock him down with the duel. But yeah, I mean, Turkmenistan, I don't want to be like, oh yeah, they had defense, but they were able to get the Aegis out. They were able to get a kill on the Clinks. It caused them to buy back, so it wasn't cheap in any way, but they're hanging on. Like, they're hanging on by their nails, you know what I mean? Like, they got their nails on the wall, but they're still clinging on to life. So there's a chance for them to make a comeback. Dota Plus says, what's that chance? It is 1%.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I'm saying there's a chance. What's the name of the... I need to see Dumb and Dumber again, because I remember watching it as a kid, not loving it. Maybe it's, you know, maybe I'll enjoy it more as an adult.
It is I think it's one of those, it's a weird watch at all ages. Top lane, unfortunately, what's not weird is LC dying, because that's just become very commonplace in this game. As he cops his 9th, 10th, drops a gem to the deck as well, gets scouted out by the Beastmaster Hawk. And this is very complicated gaming to play as an LC. Man, this hero, she has just not been able to really exert herself onto the game. Not really at all. Like, honestly, imagine if you're LC, you'd much rather be Beastmaster in this situation.
Well, I mean, and even then, it's like she's her item list. Like, you don't want to go auras on this here. You get the Crimson Guard, that's nice, but you generally want to be snowballing with kills. Nice smoke. They want to see if they can find someone from the black line. Who they go with? Oh, okay, they go for the Rubik. Sorry, the Pugna.
Wow. Get a very quick background. They get the Pugna. Now they're looking towards picking up the Armadillo as well. Pangolier Wolf 4. Alchemist with BKB trying to make himself big and strong, but he knows that it's all for naught. He knows that he's just posturing because he knows he is dead. No buyback available either. No buyback on the Pango. And with all their cores dead, none of them having buyback and none of them having any options, even if they did, I think we're close to calling GG here. Kazakhstan has taken a full set of mega creeps, and they are very, very close here. Automo to just taking the entire game and knocking Turkmenistan out of the Asian Regional Qualifiers here at IESF.
So it's sad to say. Oh, the duel comes out. Could be enough damage, but the Hex comes out, and it's not.
They just... What damage? They just don't have damage. LC just can't do it by herself. They jump back in onto this Rubik as well. Won't be able to kill him, but will be able to force out the GG. As they throw in the towel on the side of Turkmenistan, they know there's no more options. They are out of the tournament. They are out of these qualifiers. And Kazakhstan, there were some shaky moments at Tomo. It wasn't the smoothest of sailings, but eventually the port comes to harbor and they get themselves the W in this game.
Yeah, I mean, there's that one time when they first got Agam stepped on Beastmaster. He died a few times. We're like, is the snowball slipping? But then they just tightened up their gameplay. They were able to take it. Really nice. That kill on Roshan. Remember, I love the play that we saw the Storm make. Like, he got the kill. Yes, he didn't get the Aegis, the first one, but it was still a good play. There were signs of life to Turkmenistan. This was the closest game we've had so far. Even though the advantage was always in Kazakhstan's side, I felt like Turkmenistan was like one team fight away from just bringing it in their control. Unfortunately, a bit of, I won't say an awkward draft, but they just couldn't snowball with the Legion Commander. That really cost them.
Yeah, I was actually about to ask you, like, where do you think it all went wrong? But I think LC is probably the best place to start, right? Because not only did she not get to snowball, she was the one dying in the laning phase over and over again. She had like 4 deaths pre-10 minutes, 4 of them, all of them happening in the actual lane itself, feeding a ton of net worth and experience towards the Alchemist and the Techies. So that's not going to lead to smooth sailing if that's how the Alchemist gets to start his game. And I mean, even look at her item timings, right, for this Legion Commander, and how it took her, what, 13 and a half, like almost 14 minutes for the Blade Mail. Vanguard comes at 18 minutes, Crimson at 24, Blink at 29, and then BKB at 35. These are not the item timings you envision from a hero that's meant to snowball the game super hard. So it felt like it was all on the Alchemist and the Pango, and the two of them also had to do extra heavy lifting because Pango was also furnishing lockdown with his Basher. The same is true for the Alchemist with the Blink Dagger. Because LC, yeah, she could duel a target, but they could either not kill the hero during the duel or she would die, and that, you know, kind of defeats the purpose of jumping in that way to begin with.
And the same items you mentioned also, right? Like double bracer, Vanguard, then you, and I mean you have Blade Mail as well as Blink Dagger, but it's like that's your catch is also lacking. You get Blink Dagger after Blade Mail, Vanguard, 2 Bracers, Phase Boost, and you had a bad game. It's not like you were able to get these very early and you're like, oh, wow. It's like you had a bad game and you went for these items. But I'll be honest, I think Turkmenistan should walk out this with their heads held high. I was looking at them, all their ranks are like, 3,500, 4,000 mortal. The other side, Kazakhstan, 150, 200. So there's a huge gap in skill. They still managed to bring this to the longest game of the day so far. So Turkmenistan, they have a lot to be proud of, honestly. And like we saw Pugna, a great place keeping his team alive. We saw the Pangoli have a couple of really good performances as well. It wasn't a close game, but it was a very, really good effort coming out from them. And I'll miss them. They played really well.
Definitely for me, the Pugna play is going to be my standout for the day on this particular series. The game would have been a lot faster in favor of Kazakhstan if not for this Pugna.
Yeah.
I think the amount of heals that they make sure that you're just keeping heroes alive at the very last second. Pretty incredible to watch. And speaking of supports, what do you make of the support clinks on the other side? Did it finally get your vote of confidence? Is it as good as it seemed in your pub? Are you still a bit mixed on how good it can actually be?
I don't think that support thinks is why they won. You know what I mean? It's not like I look at him like, oh wow, he did the thing no other hero could do. It's like a bunch of times he walked into sentries and just lost his life. So I'm not convinced by it. I think that maybe it will, a little bit of tweaking could work out. And if you're gonna go with damage items, you could pick another support who can also do damage from early on. It's okay. He won 8-19. Is that convincing to me? No, it's not. I gotta say that doesn't convince me.
Not convinced just yet, but overall Kazakhstan fairly convincing in this game of theirs, as they did take a fairly comfortable victory. TA barely dying, 800 GPM on her. Built all the right items to be able to just snowball in this game. And I feel also really bad for our Pangolier player, who played really, really well for the most part. Just wasn't necessarily able to corral together with the rest of his team and turn that into victory. But I do like one thing that I have been very much enjoying about this game. And even though we have seen some stomps today, there've been a lot of kills that have been happening.
Yes.
And this particular game carries on that tradition of the day. I mean, overall here, getting 60 kills in a 43-minute game is not a bad day at the office.
I like it. And we are seeing supports are more active because they're actually getting some resources. They're doing some work. We have 20 kills involvement for the Clinks, 18 for the Techies. The other side, you have 20 for the Rubik. These supports are doing work, and Pugna's got 24. Is involved. So, the supports are having fun. Maybe they're not winning, but you're still having fun. Closer game than it looked, and again, this is a huge comment to Turkmenistan for doing as well as they did. I guess a really nearly unbeatable opponent for them.
Yeah, they did really, really well. Unfortunately, they were kind of outdrafted in a couple of ways, and mostly just outskilled. The other team has a lot of players who, as you were mentioning, not only just have top 150, top 200 in the leaderboard. These are players who are participating in active and current DPC leagues or former DPC leagues and have played very well in those teams. So a little bit of a mismatch here between these two squads, but Turkmenistan certainly will take experience away from this matchup. Kazakhstan, though, get to proceed into the next round, and here from Central Asia, only one team gets to go into the Asia qualifiers on the offline portion. They need to make sure that against their next opponents, the winner of Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan, need to put their best foot forward. So stick around, don't go anywhere. We're going to be continuing with these IESF qualifiers in just a moment. Before we go though, Tomo, I'm so understand this is your last game of the day. So good sir, do you have anything to leave the people with before you say goodbye for the day?
I just want to thank you as well as Tara for co-casting with me. It was a lot of fun. And all the viewers for being here, production as well for making everything very nice. We have their voices right here, very smooth, very silky, beautiful voices telling us what's happening. So yeah, it was a lot of fun, and I look forward to being here again tomorrow and working with both of you guys.
I'm going to be looking forward to a casting with Otomo tomorrow, so join us to start the day, but still don't go anywhere for now, as we'll return to some more Dota action in just a little bit. These are the IESF Asia Regional Qualifiers, and we'll be with you in just a second. We'll see you soon.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
Welcome one and all here to the IESF Asia Regional Qualifiers. We're trying to determine 8 teams to send into the offline qualifiers, and from there 5 teams to go into the finals all the way in Iași in Romania to compete for the IESF crown. Right now, my name is Snare. I've swapped out for Tomo for my homegirl, the number one. It's Kips. Homie, it's been so long. We haven't been on the mic together for so long. How you doing? How you feeling? Are you excited about the upcoming games?
Oh yes, I am. I even bribed the organizers into letting me do the matches with my boys in them. Of course, like I don't actually have any of them, so I just like asked them really nicely. Like I made a puppy dog eyes and everything. Like please inside simplicity, please. They were like, okay, fine, woman, you get your boys. So I get not only my boys, I get you. I get my first games on the new number patch with you. Like, I haven't casted anything since that. So this exciting moment for me.
I mean, given that you haven't been casting anything on the new patch, but you have been working on it behind the scenes, you know, still applying your mind towards the new patch. From what you've been doing in terms of your preparation, from a professional standpoint, what do you think stands out to you as like the key changes to take note of in this particular patch of Dota 2?
I kind of want to think that Ottomo said during the previous game, which I thought was very interesting. He said like that he heard from some kind of pro player like, hey, the heroes that get nerfed often are still good, and the heroes that get buffed often are not good yet. And I think that a lot of that has to do with the fact that we're playing on a basically completely different map right now. And the things that work well right now are because the mechanics of the hero interact well with that map. Not necessarily because what they're doing itself, like a combination of their spells, is broken. Of course, those things happen as well. Like, you know, Void Spirit was a little bit on the tanky side. Alchemist got a little bit much gold, that sort of thing. But it's not just the number of things that matter here. Like, Alchemist also good because there's farm on the map and you can clear, and that will remain. And I do think that we might just remain on the Alchemist train because of that.
Yay, Alchemist! Lovely. We love to see it. Well, we've already seen an Alchemist deployed multiple times throughout this day. Turkmenistan, of course, just off the back of a loss against Kazakhstan. They lost with an Alchemist in tow for themselves. Kazakhstan will have had an opportunity to sit back and watch and absorb exactly what's happening. What I find very intriguing about this particular matchup here, Kips, that there's some notable names in this Kazakhstan roster. I see a Dream, I see Zayax, I see Blizzy. If you've just lost a game to Kazakhstan, this is not going to fill you with confidence having to play a team like this now, right afterwards.
No, you don't. Like, Dream has very significant accomplishments, of course, in this scene. Blizzy has been around for a long time, and of course, Zayat's got a little known called he entered the game. And yeah, in comparison, Turkmenistan has, I'm afraid I'm not the players on their roster. Normally, I just game value, right? Hey, if I know here, like that's probably the guys that I'm coming in, and yeah, they have possibly the favorites up against them right now.
When you have the favorites against you, that does mean that you have the opportunity to try and look for some upsets. So let's figure out if they have what it takes on the side of Turkmenistan to do so against Kazakhstan, which they weren't able to do against Kazakhstan. Let's talk some Dota. Let's talk some drafts. We do have some on our hands right now. On the Dire side, Turkmenistan playing with Dire first pick, Radiant second pick for Kazakhstan. Before we get into these heroes right quick, Kips, do you feel either of these sides? Personally, I feel Radiant is actually kind of stronger than Dire right now. What's your assessment about the two sides at the moment in Dota?
Yeah, listen, one side gives you a clarity buff. I rest my case.
Marco! This is why I like you. This is why I like you. I know exactly where you're heading with this one. Love to see it. All right.
It was really funny telling the C-Dub guys about that, you know? I was like, hey guys, have you noticed that there's like actually on the map, they're like here, and here, and they're like, wait, what? We get extras? What, like, well, 3 of them are okay, and 1 of them is mana, while your clarities have just gotten nerfed. I'm like, we play Radiant now.
We play Radiant, we pick Alchemist, and we max our Q every game. Let's go.
Don't leak our strats.
I mean, the season's over. We still have some time to develop some new ones. You'll be fine. For now, though, Alki sadly gets banned out, so thank God. We're not going to see him. We're not going to see Beastmaster. No Doom, no Rubik. Earth Spirit first pick. I'll admit I do think Earth Spirit is underpicked, but I'm not sure he's underpicked to the degree that he should be first pick overall in the game material. So you're the smart one, Kips. Talk to me about this. What's the rationale behind this ES pick in this game?
Honestly, like, if I had to judge here, this is simply a return to like full-on hero favorites, because otherwise there's too many picks here that you would be looking at instead. Heroes that are getting kicked out in the second ban phase right now, like for example the Monkey King, still a great core / support flex worked, versus let's say an incoming Underlord pick, which I think you could have seen coming. Things like the Bounty Hunt got nerfed a little bit. One of those heroes that I think is still very strong as well, especially since now you're going to look to sneak away that 6-minute wisdom rune from the enemy extra hard. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that should be a big focus for these teams right now. But, you know, Earth Spirit can also be used to steal runes with. So if they say like, hey, look, new patch, we're just going to roll with it, literally, then sure, get the Earth Spirit in.
Okay, makes sense to me. This Clink Zero, still uncertain where it's actually supposed to be played. We just saw a Clink's being played in the 5 position in the on the 4 position rather in the previous game. Still not entirely certain about what the new toolkit brings. However, we are certain about Underlord. Just a good hero. Those auras, yay, makes life fun. I kind of hope
so much fun
that the Underlord doesn't have a good game. I'm so tired of seeing the Underlord just never die and just like stand there beefy as hell.
Yeah, listen, Valve gave us a gate, and what's better than one gate? 2 gates. So, like with the auras being as strong as they were, mind you, they just basically all got nerfed, especially Vanguard. I was already up for parties about that, like Vanguard. It was very important for the meta, otherwise you just Vanguard till 3 cores and then disassemble it into whatever you want. But we'll probably still see it on the Underlord here, though.
Yeah. Still feel like a pretty good game for it, playing into the slog. Can't do much to stop him from taking stacks from you, but with Vanguard, 2 points atrophy aura, never die. You're just gonna stand there very happily. So speaking of heroes kicked out second phase, you know, you referenced this Monkey King being banned. Kind of surprising that it took Menestan that decided to ban the monkey, given that they're playing into Underlord. I guess they already have the slog picked up. They already have Earth Spirit, so it's hard to fit the Monkey King in, but usually it's the other way around, that it's the team that doesn't have the Underlord that chooses to angle towards the monkey. But he's gone. LC, she's taken away. What other heroes do you think make sense here for Kazakhstan to ban before they pick up their hero into the next phase?
Yeah, and Kyrgyzstan, I do believe, is going to be looking for... They're banning out post 5 years, yeah. So if this is anybody playing, like, if it's a support playing the Clinks, it's going to be Zayats, and, like, knowing him, he's gonna be doing it, and just imagine the guy giggling as he goes around pelting people with arrows. Like, that's his shtick. That's how
He's gonna start the game with like double blood grenade and tar bomb, and he's like, let's go, let's just have fun. Crystal Maiden, strong laner, gives us some mana later, opens up options for the mid lane for any of the spirits to come out. So we're very happy with this. Although the slog is one of these heroes that it's one of the 50-50 matchup to CM, right? Like, either you help your lane dominate enough that you beat the game before the slog comes online, or the slog comes online fast enough that you are literally just food. Every time he sees you, he just gobbles you up, spits you out. There's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, your ult is fine versus Slark, right? And you have a lot of AoE magic damage as well, so it's not the worst. Especially with the clarity nerf again, like CM was always going to be a really big deal in this patch if she didn't get hit with it too hard, and she certainly hasn't. Now, Magnus, we talked about this man yesterday night, because all of these heroes have had like way too much base stats, and Magnus got a whopping, was it 8 base damage removed?
8. Yeah, 8. It's crazy. 8. So much. Like, why? Like, it's so much. It's like 8 base damage. Like, okay. No, they didn't even adjust. Like, I would have been maybe okay with it if they adjusted one of the gain values, but they're just like, no. Just give us that damage, mate. Don't even worry about it.
Just base damage. No, I think it has to do with scaling items, etc. Making sure that, like, his laning stage is not hit to the only lost out on 2 damage there, right? So it's not like can't last hit anymore. But the scaling on a lot of these, I keep wanting to call them neutral, universal heroes.
Neutral hero. Oh, that's funny. I mean, they should add that. Neutral heroes. Just random heroes that are spread across the map. You can kill them, get some bonus gold out of it. That would be fun. I'm curious about something here. I see a PL emerge right now on the Dire side, on the Radiant side, sorry, for Kazakhstan. But very often, it doesn't happen as much, but there used to be a portion of time where people would pick this Frost Armor of the Lich into the PL, not necessarily vice versa. So talk to me about this. Like, Is this PL that strong in this game? Is the matchup that good into the slot that you can take the risk of doing it into Lich, into Earth Spirit as well?
Yeah, I do think so. Like, this Slark is a pain in the ass if you're going to go for anything of like a 1v1 kind of thing. So you're going to be looking for illusion hero or like multiple heroes versus this Slark unless you want to beat him on tempo. But Bloodseeker is already out. Like, Bloodseeker is the hero if you want to out-tempo a Slark. So instead, you're going to go late. You have the best support here with the Clinks on board as well. And you're just going to wait for this PL to get 6 slotted if necessary. And just because there's a Magnus to help that Slark out a little bit, just because there's some ice armor, right, it's going to make it hard for Dream to help out during these early levels or even like the mid-game levels. But eventually he should be the be-all to end all in this game. Well, this will certainly hold him at bay for a little longer still.
Nice old school counters coming in with the Earthshaker. Presumably into the support. Lately I've been seeing Earthspirit go mid when I've been seeing this hero being picked up. So I imagine Earthspirit goes mid, offlane Magnus, position 4 Earthshaker, 5 Lich, and then 1 Slok. I feel natural for a game like this. Well, they have so many melee heroes, dude. Like, Waitsprit feels so
that's
good
what
too.
I was gonna say. It's just Blinks is gonna feel, and this bang is going to be very, very happy as well. Of course, the Earthshaker can be a little bit of a bother with fissures really cordoning you off, but on the other hand, the Earthshaker can also really mess his team up by giving you extra off of in wide open spaces, which you have a lot of on the map right now. Like, a lot of his bouncing opportunities have been removed. Ascold, of course, yeah, it's has a pretty tough job to do here, gotta say, just based on player quality alone. But and yeah, this is a great game for that Pamat as well. I'm not entirely sure how you're going to keep him from doing your team fights, and the PL, as much as I like what they can do against him in the mid game, ultimately you're just going to run out of damage because none of your scaling damage does anything versus the PL at all.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. That as the game scales, becomes quite problematic. You kind of later game watch, you're like wholly reliant on Slog to do everything. You're kind of hoping in the fight he steals like 50 stacks and then gets in power, and then hopefully he can clear out the PL for you. But that's a tough ask. Unlikely he's going to be able to do that. You need to perform to maximum potential if we're going to see that happen. For the side of Turkmenistan, they've already lost the game earlier today against Kazakhstan. They cannot afford to do so yet again. But Kyrgyzstan, they've got Zyx, they've got Ascol, they've got Dream, and they've got them on some, Zyx is the only weird one, like you say, is playing Clinks, gonna do some strange stuff. But Dream PL, Gibbs, you've covered Eastern Europe for a long time. You've seen this particular hero-player combination many times, so knows exactly what he's doing in these kind of matchups.
Oh, it's like, I don't know, like the Haken is his Visage, Solo and Bane, okay, maybe not as iconic as Solo and Bane, but there.
It's pretty high up. It's at least on like some Godlike and tree level. At least on that tier.
Ooh, yeah. Godlike and tree, man. That,
also, it looks like they're going to be running this Magnus into mid. We're old, Gibbs. We're old. I gotta remind us.
So old.
So looks like we're having a mid Magnus and an off-lane Earthshaker for this particular game. What do you make of this? Do you prefer it going in this particular orientation?
The battle begins.
Yeah, I do think that Magnus is going to get slightly less schooled by this Panguan mid. If you were rolling this Earthshaker on the mid lane, I do think you were going to get completely shut out of the lane. You never have any chance at all to do anything versus Ascold here. He's going to always make sure that he has the damage reduct up before you want to slam him, so you'd really have to be relying on denying to win the lane against him at all, but you can't actually stop him from pushing out the waves and then going into the jungle. Here though, Magnus has a lot of base damage and up for longer periods of time, and it cleaves, so you're just going to hit your melee opponent. This is a much better matchup for the Turkmenistan side.
Magnus will just farm away. Of course, even with the base damage nerf of 8, can make up for it more than enough with the Empower. They'll still be able to farm quite happily here. Down bottom, Earthshaker, as mentioned, is playing the offlane role, playing into the PL and the Crystal Maiden. Now, if you'd ask me what kind of lane I want to be playing into as Earthshaker, not sure I would name it as this one, and the offlane position. Doesn't feel like you can really do too much to prevent PL from farming. But I suppose as long as you make sure that you finish off both of your braces, they shouldn't be able to kill you either. You should be fine.
Exactly, like that lane has a lot of chip pressure, but they're at risk of running out of mana. The lance is still pretty expensive, and especially if your fissures are in the right position to necessitate some escapes from the PL, you're gonna them out of fuel pretty soon, and you'll be able to farm. But yeah, you're not stopping the PL either. The best you can hope for is to murder the CM a couple of times once your spirits get its levels up.
I've always liked how you refer to it as murder. Like, oh, we're not getting this kill, no, we're murdering you. Like, damn.
Yeah, no, it needs to be deliberate, man. This is simulated warfare. I want to see people kill with intent. Not vehicular manslaughter. Look at this. Murder. First degree.
First degree murder, and they're gonna beat the court case. Panda and Rios find the first blood onto the Crystal Maiden down bottom. Very nice pickup.
Guilty, Your Honor. What are you gonna do about it?
Guilty, and I'll do it again too.
Yes. Yes, they will. That was before level 3 too. I thought they'd give her like a little more time, but no, sir. They'll skewer on their tower action. Can't hurt Ascold even a little bit.
So far though, Ascold is doing a phenomenal job here through this mid lane. You were mentioning that Magnus doesn't get schooled as badly, but currently still getting schooled somewhat. A pretty significant advantage in terms of CS and denies for the Pango. But if you're not dying right now, I suppose you'll take it as this Magnus player. Although he does have to make things change soon. One thing you do not want in this matchup is to get out leveled and have Pango hit 6 before you do.
Yep, exactly, but they are at a lot of risk of that right about now. Both of the Lotuses just got taken. Always an interesting gamble. Seeing how much health are you willing to trade for this little bit of regen. Usually you lose more getting it at Zayats, yeah. Let's drop down.
Oh, big plays. We see that this kill happening around this Lotus pool leads to the death of the Lich. We lose our Clinks as well. In the mid lane, Ascold able to take down the Magnus too though, which is a pretty big deal. And then down bottom, they end up taking a pickup on the Crystal Maiden. So across all 3 lanes, heroes end up losing their lives. But the big deal is the 1v1 that happens middle. Ascold taking down the Magnus. Alright, that makes the game a lot easier when you get the 1v1 heads up win.
Yeah, it does. And that's one of those plays that just like... the rest of the laning stage is not going that badly, right? They're not getting shut out of any of these lanes. But sure, we have the Radiant winning all 3 lanes currently, but like... Okay, I guess this is trouble by now, but they were holding on for a little bit here. But it's these solo kills that are going to really show in a very clear manner already before the numbers of like the CS etc. come. Like it's just you're gonna die at some point. It's more experience than any of you.
These stats can certainly start stacking up. We're also very intrigued about seeing this play from the Clink support, who's actually about to lose his life in the top lane, and he gets jumped on right now by this Earth Spirit. Panda made the rotation. Unfortunately though, too much damage coming in from this Underlord, able to kill off the Lich. Slark forced to just jump back and escape. And they don't even kill Zayat. Zayat gets denied by the neutral creep. Oh no. Game is hard. That's the worst case scenario.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I really like how the slow from the charcoal stacks up with the damage from double melee hero. Ascold says, nah, fam.
It's fine. I mean, actually might even just get a kill back instead.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like, thanks for the free gold. You know, this is the best, Kips. Every now and then you're playing mid, things are going well, and you're like, well, should I give up some of the advantage I'm gaining in this mid lane to go help out these plebs on the side lanes? But when the rotations come to you, that's even better. And then he even gets us follow-up solo kill on the Magnus. Perfect game for Ascold here on this Pangolier.
Yeah, and this is quickly turning into a nightmare for Turkmenistan right now. Like, they thought they had it worse in the previous game, but this is only going to get worse. Air Slark just got taken down here, and they're going to lose more heroes if this Earth Spirit can't,
Dire's middle tower
and
is under
engage all the bots mode.
You know, you lied to me, Kips. You told me some malarkey about Vanguard being nerfed. I don't see it. The patch notes lied to me as well. Vanguard is still such a dumb item. This Underlord just tanking all this damage.
are fortified.
I mean, listen, not gonna lie, just because Valve says it in the patch notes doesn't mean that the math actually checks out. Like, you always have to do your own research, you know? Really put your tinfoil hat on and go into those lobbies, because, you know, the last time, well, I guess that's a patch ago now, is, you know, the Ascald is just slaughtering people. We don't care. But last time around, they said that they took away some base damage and armor from Ogre Magi. They didn't. They ended up giving. Nobody noticed. Nobody cared because it's Ogre, but it starts by now because there are Ogre Magi showing up on the offlane, which is something you can do if you have a lot of armor. Incidentally, he was not supposed to have that, at least not according to the patch notes.
Dire are scanning.
Moral of the story: until you do your own math, do not trust Valve. Feels like Vanguard
Exactly.
is just as strong. This Underlord has taken over the top side of the map. Slark can't play Dota. The mid lane, it is the case that Magnus hasn't lost his tower just yet, but the matchup is all too difficult. And to make matters even worse, down bottom, this PL is just getting stronger and stronger. They might be able to get a quick pickup on the Crystal Maiden though, and that's going to be quite a nice kill. In the meantime, though, middle, Rolling Thunder, Magnus trying to get himself away, does find the RP, but I think he dies here. They're also chasing further and further for this PL. I don't think they're going to find that kill. PL, Dream, 100% A-OK in that situation. And they end up trading 1-for-1, but it's a trade that they will take any day of the week. Only losing the Crystal Maiden down bottom in exchange for the Magnus through the mid lane.
Yep, and it is especially important for Kyrgyzstan to hold on to these lanes now. Like, as long as they don't let any of these towers fall, they can really just Turkmenistan to death. They don't have to give up any towers at the moment. Turkmenistan has to bring more heroes than Kyrgyzstan does at like how far they are behind. As long as you always anticipate those moves, don't give them any openings to get like buff and get damage into your tower. Yep, you're getting towers, and that Slark will still not have any space to farm whatsoever. Underlord kills him, the Pangolier kills him, and I guess the PL doesn't kill him straight up, but
He's also playing the most miserable part of the entire map. We're farming a Slark on Mighty Mines. Man, this sucks. This is so awful. Most annoying thing in the world. If you're playing on Radiant side, you get that sweet, juicy well regen, but on the Mighty Mines, these creeps take forever to kill. You're a Slark, so you don't kill them that quickly. You don't really care about the additional health regen. Doesn't feel great.
No.
But
Precious bounty.
we'll see. Are there any other plays besides the Slark? What should they be doing in order to try and recover their position on the map?
in what you're looking for, ideally you bait the Underlord to one side and make a move on the other. Because you anything before that gate has been used. Otherwise he's just always going to come in with the backup and he's champion tower holder.
Well, they did commit
Yeah, he's dead.
every single spell between 3 heroes to eventually kill a Phantom Lancer. But honestly, that was a close call to them not being able to make it. Had it been any other hero nearby in the vicinity, he probably ends up living in that situation. But they do get him.
And they got
That's the
fooled by
important
his
part
micro
at the end of
tricks
the day.
too, by the way.
Yeah.
Such a typical
Chasing the wrong
gameplay.
illusion.
So, exactly. He will just hold still. The guy that walks away is almost never his hero, but it's his hero often enough that you have to check. Very annoying.
The same 3 heroes that got that
Ascald
kill
versus
though
3.
are involved in action again here down bottom. Yeah, they're going up against Ascald. Ascald found himself having his retreat cut off, swashbuckle in a moment, but he gets RP'd before he can trigger off the spell. That must be the most satisfying thing in the world for the Magnus. Killing off the Pango that's been harassing him all game, tipping him for good measure, and getting the lion's share of the gold for ending the killing streak. That must feel so good after everything that's been happening to him in this game so far.
mean, the question is if it's going to do a lot for him. Like of course, the best case scenario here is that Asgold laughs it off and does it again, right? The one death is not going to mean that much to him because right now, look at where the waves are. This PL was so far forward here that you can't push through this bottom side still. Mid lane is not across the river. And Science is going to town on these fools.
Yep. Zayax turning into a additional carry. We saw in the previous game, this Clink's building a phylactery for some additional damage. This time out, he supplies the damage to ensure they get kills. Top lane, they're going for the slog. Ooh, he gets off his ultimate at the last second, but Rolling Thunder is still chasing him. They catch him inside the Pit of Malice. He is going to be a goner for sure here, as Asgold finishes him off with the swashbuckle. So not only do they go bottom to take a tower, find themselves some kills, they still manage to retreat in time to find the big core on the other side of the map. It does cost them the life of Crystal Maiden. She gets left behind down bottom, but all that they're gaining on the map, I mean, if they have to sacrifice her life to do so, then build the funeral pyre. Let's make it happen. Things are just going really well for them right now.
Yeah. Build a funeral fire, bring out the marshmallows. Feels good, man. No, there's a reason why we're seeing a lot of these DPS style pos 4s, especially like you've seen the techies in the previous match, we've seen the Klings. Like, what you need right now is a source of income from neutral creeps. If you can't farm neutrals, you're not getting enough out of the map, especially with the nerfed gains on creep waves. So you need to be able to kill neutrals. And you need to be able to make use of the dark space on the map to gank, to sneak through. Zayat's expert at that, by the way. If you've ever seen the way that he used to play techies, like this man knew every single shadowy passage between the trees. It clinks is a natural extension to him.
So a small fight breaking out inside the dire jungle. And an RP catching onto Asgold, and they will be able to find the kill. It already brought down this PL down on the bottom side of the map. So they're going to get themselves some additional bonuses here. They're not feeling super strong enough to keep the fight going, but they've already gotten more than what they would have bargained for initially. Asgold dying in this jungle, PL dying on the other side. Does look like Panda might not escape from this, gets the rolling boulder off at the very last second. Might still die though. Lynx going forward with the phylactery damage. Not going to be able to get the full connection. Instead though, it's Slog that gets jumped on. Oh no, save your buddy syndrome. Might end up getting the Slog killed. Oh, it's painful, kids. That was not supposed to happen. Not like that.
No, I mean, listen, if you're Zayat, it's like, hey, let's you know, shake this tree and see if anything comes falling out. It's a Slug. So he's very happy.
Still fighting though.
They're still lingering around. I don't think you can kill this
Let's get
Underlord.
back onto this Underlord, but Underlord is still way too healthy. Very, very beefy hero. They're not going to be able to kill him. Lich dies instead. Now they're trying to chase for more onto this Earthshaker. They get the Rolling Thunder, connects through him. They did catch vision of the Panda, but they have no meaningful way of catching him before he rolls out. So they'll settle for the Earthshaker kill. Getting revenge for the PL for what happened in the bottom lane. That leads into a tier 2 tower push. And the side of Kazakhstan, yeah, they ended up losing some important heroes, but they will not be deterred here, Kips. They still take fight after fight, and somehow this fight's still not over. Earth Spirit went in a bit too deep though, will find himself punished for his efforts. After his death, the Lich will follow him into the grave. Skewer back underneath the tier 2 tower though. Very good from the Magnus, but there's no follow-up damage. It's Magnus instead, who's taking damage from the burning army of the Clinks. Dies with a shield crash and grants Asgold a triple kill. Zayax, he's still here, still dishing out damage. There's gonna be another army triggered out. A Pit of Malice is down. Asgold has a swashbuckle, has a shield crash. They get a mega kill streak for Underlord. They get the tier 2 tower. And these 3 heroes are somehow still alive.
I mean, somehow, listen, it's 5 plus Vanguard. But apart from that, right, the fact that they're going there is not weird. You're fighting into the man who will, you know, can move across the map. It's the same as with the Spectre. You're going to have to fight him. And you got the information that the PL was bottom, so you know there's a maximum of 4 top. The problem is, of course, that you're there. And right now, you're simply not tanky enough for your supports. Because you send the supports in first, you hope that they go on them, and the supports live long enough to get yourself a good for you know, all of the Kyrgyzstan heroes grouping, the RP coming out, we saw that. But Horse were already dead, and B, there was nobody
Speaking
to
of
follow up. Like,
RP,
this is a better follow-up.
RP on the 2, the drag back underneath the tier 2 tower, but unfortunately the freezing field from Crystal Maiden, nothing personal. Getting all this damage out, the Rolling Thunder comes through as well from Osgold. It looks so perfect. They got the RP on the 2. We're gonna follow it up with the Echo Slam. They get the fissure out, but my god, Crystal Maiden. That plus the Firestorm changes everything, Kips.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, I want to see the damage. I would love it if I could recap from the obs right now.
2.7 from the CM, 3.5 from the Underlord.
Yeah. That's not the health bars. Yeah, thank you so much. That's not the health bars you want to see melt when Dire makes an RP. And it's all down to the fact that they're quadruple melee, right? You have a couple of mobility spells on these heroes, sure, but if you don't position right the first time, you're not out of it. Like, this is alright. You're not even focus firing the now, but the problem is that since you're all melee, you're all following up from, well, melee range, and nothing here is stopping the Underlord from getting his entire combo out, and then it's a question of just mopping you up.
Speaking of mop up, will we have further cleanup duty potentially? Osgold triggers an illusion room to get out of the silence, but might still end up dead here. Swashbuckle is available, but he doesn't have the chance to use it. Finally gets it off. He's on the high ground, turns with the Rolling Thunder. PL here as well, dishing out the damage. Panda gonna be the first casualty of the spray. Slog follows him next into the grave. The Magnetize no longer even doing that much damage to the Pango thanks to the Rolling Thunder. At the same time, Lich caught in the river, dead to rights thanks to this PL. A double kill for PL. Dream is feeling super fresh about his game. They've won another fight. And I don't know about you, Kips, but I'm starting to think that we're in GG territory right now. Turkmenistan just do not have any counterplay options.
They don't, no. I mean, it's the good old no-tail thing, right? Like, hey, always make sure that you have a play to make. They've tried their play several times. It's an RP. They've tried to bait for it. They've tried to get it out of the blue, and it all ended up just with Turkmenistan getting punished instead because they have no way to keep range from this Underlord. And this Underlord was picked first phase, and you're all meleeing into it. It does feel like, on top of course, you know, getting outskilled in the lanes like a draft issue here as well. Even if you're good as Kyrgyzstan is.
Okay, this might help RP, but it only catches the Clinks though.
No.
Unfortunately, they do not have the lockdown for anybody else. They lose the Magnus, they will end up losing the Lich as well. Slog forced into the ultimate of the Shadow Dance, but even then, what he can do is retreat back to his own fountain. This Clinks, Zayax is a carry in his own right, zoning back off the team with this burning army. They do commit some spells onto the PL, but PL Dream is still freaking alive. He will not die here. Throws back a Spirit Lance to get a mega kill onto the Magnus for good measure. Then he TPs out. Oh my goodness. Okay, Kips, they have not just inflicted lots of building damage, but they're now starting to work on that emotional damage now as well.
Yeah, I think the Uncle Roger gift should be inserted in here.
Alright, last fights. Let's see what you got, boys. Slog trying to do something here, but he's getting zoned back by the PL. Magnetize has been dropped down, but there just is not enough damage. Earthshaker will end up dying here. The PL zoning back the rest of the squad all by his lonesome. And they cannot move past this line that he's drawn. The Ancient is now falling. Can they do anything about this? They don't have an RP, they don't have an Echo Slam, they don't have a Chain Frost, they don't have a Magnetize. They're still gonna try though. Nice little roll in. They at least want to get to Clinks, but even Clinks is too tanky to kill. Slog forced into Shadow Dance, but Clinks, he's sitting there with the Pervise, they've got the Pipe, they've got the Crimson Guard. There's no damage, Kips. They've killed absolutely everybody. They forced the GG out, and Kazakhstan have shown themselves superior in this game, showing Turkmenistan that there certainly is a difference in skill and quality between them, making this game honestly look easy.
Yeah, honestly, it kind of did, didn't it? I think even if they would have gotten a good draft or a better draft on Turkmenistan, would have been in trouble purely because of the difference in player quality. But you can see here that they're not without their ideas. Like, you have these fissures coming in from the side, you have these attempts at baiting them out, you're making bold when you see the PL split up from the rest of his team, right? The systems are in place, even if the execution is a little shoddy. But your draft is just not doing you any favors here. That Earthshaker can't cross the distance without going into the Underlord. Neither can your Slark, neither can your Earth Spirit. You're all just going to get caught up in this pit and turn. You can't even ignore him or work around him, because if you're in a fight, he's always in melee range of you. The pick shuts your entire lineup down, and he was in the first phase. And that's just brutal, man.
Actually, I want your opinion on this from a coaching perspective, right? And as somebody who's like been involved in the draft in the game itself. One thing I've been noticing as of late is that more and more the winning condition of a team is being picked in the first phase, and teams are being much less reluctant to just go all in and say, all right, these are our 2 winning heroes that we think are going to win us the draft, and then we'll support them with the further picks down the line. Hell, I've even seen more and more teams, especially some of the high echelon teams, favoring first pick over and above second, because they don't see as much value coming from the 24 overall pick. You've already got your win conditions in the first phase. Have you felt the same way when you're drafting and preparing drafts, that the first phase is where the big success is actually coming from nowadays?
Yeah, the first phase is absolutely crucial. There are a couple of picks that just either have to be taken or have to be dealt with, and 4 bans to start the first phase is not really enough anymore. So you get into these situations where you're going to get a hero that is potentially in the first phase, and you can just lean into that. It's not like you're always going to be countered out. It's not like you're always going to get those heroes. You're going to have to come up with a plan of your own. It's like, no, you just, dump your Medusa in there, or your Alchemist, or what have you. In this case, Underlord is really very strong, and Turkmenistan did not actually do themselves any favors by drafting into it in a way that just completely enabled the hero as well. 9, 0, and 18, and Blizzy, by the way, was standing still and farming and just sort of like moving inexorably forward. Absolutely loves it.
He did the second most amount of damage in this game, behind only Osgold on this Pangolier. Had a phenomenal performance. Absurd, especially for a hero like Underlord, amounts of GPM. He was at the top of all the heroes in the game. Just did really, really well. And wait, remind me, Kips, did they take his tower? I don't think they did, right? I think they managed to defend that tower the whole game, right? Top tier 1.
Yep. I do not recall Turkmenistan taking any towers.
No, they took bottom tower. They took bottom tier 1. They did take bottom tier 1. Yeah,
Okay,
they did take that
eventually.
one. Yeah.
I was
It
not
took a while.
in lobby, so.
It definitely took a while, but they did eventually manage to take down the tower. But it wasn't easy going by any stretch of the imagination. So Turkmenistan find themselves taking a loss here, and Kazakhstan taking another W. Before we go into a break, Kips, this is your first game on 733C at the very least, right? Especially with the newest version of this. How does it feel from a top-down watching and casting the game perspective relative to when you're very involved in the action from a coaching point of view?
Going to be really honest, like, I don't the game to ask that after. I just saw a bunch of like internationally experienced players take down a squad that did not have nearly as much on their side, and that's especially at the start of a patch. It's just really hard. You're gonna adapt when you do. So I don't think it looks very different from a stomp in the last patch.
Unfortunately, Stomp
Suffering.
stood abound in this game of Dota 2. It hurts, but despair not, Kips. You and I will be back on the mic tomorrow, hopefully for not a Stomp, but at the very least we'll have more games for us to cover in that time period. For now though, I'm going to be bowing out for the day, so thank you everybody for joining me. But stick around, because you're still going to be having the wisdom of Kips to tide you over for the rest of the Sportcast day. So here in the Asia Regional Qualifiers, from myself, Snare, from the best home girl in the world, Kips, we'll be right back with some more Dota 2 action for IESF. So do not go anywhere, stay tuned, we'll see you soon, continue the hype.
heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the IESF Asia Qualifiers, and of course joining me on the cast is going to be Kips, who is going to be the brains as well as the beauty in this cast. Hi Kips.
Hello. Don't sell yourself short here, man. Like, I think that we are going to be a great duo here today. And I am very much looking forward to getting to know both these teams as well as you for this broadcast, because this is the first time we've worked together. I've heard you earlier today with Otomo. That sounded very good. So I'm hoping we can bring some of that same magic.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, for those of you who are joining in, the match that we are going to be seeing is going to be Bahrain versus Syria. We'll get a little bit into the rosters in a short while. But of course, for those of you who do not know, you're joining us for the IESF Asia Qualifiers, who basically the people who are going to be qualifying from this particular qualifier will be going into Gamers8, which is going to be happening in Saudi. But the final objective is going to be Yashi, which is going to be in Romania. And that's the land that everyone is going to be looking forward to, and that's the land that everyone is working hard towards getting to. But we do have the rosters on screen. I think, Kips, we spoke a little bit about whether we know a couple of these players. I think some of them have played Division 2, but we haven't seen a lot of them before, have we?
No, we have not. And especially the players over on Bahrain, we spotted a single guaranteed immortal player in here, I think. Yeah. So most likely they're going to be up versus a lineup that's going to be including a couple of more top ranked players. So Bahrain, unfortunately, immediately the underdog. Of course, also a much smaller country, right? It's as like somebody from the Netherlands, like I know what it's like when you just can't put up enough players, because you know the France has like about 8 times the amount of people that we have, and Seb keeps winning TI. What can you do?
Indeed. Indeed. But of course we can never count out the underdogs. I think Kips and I was just talking a little bit about how strategies can work and how certain players can come up with something that will work. And always in a BO1, there is always this chance where the underdogs will put up a strategy that the other team will not think about, because the thing to note is this is not a BO3 where you can come back, they pulled something off the hat and we'll come back in game number 2 and completely demolish them. It doesn't work that way in a BO1, so you need to be on point all the time in a BO1. And it's something I love casting BO1s because anything can happen, and especially when there is a heavy underdog team, I would always love to see them come up with something different and bring it to the table and surprise everyone. Hopefully that will happen, and hopefully it will not be like a very one-sided game.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, here we have a very typical play-by-play caster. He loves best of ones. He wants to see weird things happen. He is okay with everybody suffering for the sake of the show. and here I am as the analyst.
Yeah.
Oh man, I mean, but this is such a traditional contrast, I want to say, because I'm the analyst. I hate best of threes. I dislike the fact that the quote unquote better team can lose here, because everything needs to be perfectly bad. The better team needs to win. But you are correct about one thing, which is that if a team gets the one map win here, then no matter their status, no matter how good their play of 3, they were the better team just now. And in the end, like I can say whatever I want, but it's true. And the better team is going to come out of this one with an extra point in the group stage. So yeah, that is what it is.
Yeah. And of course, if you guys are in pubs and all of that, the person you will want to run into is Kips and not me, because I'll be the guy trying out random stuff within your ranked games, mind you, like carry Zeus and all of that. So I apologize beforehand. Y'all do not want to run into me playing rank. I'll be the clown in the game trying out different stuff.
I mean, to be fair, you can't run into me anymore. I don't queue anymore. But if I would, I would be playing with my boyfriend, who is unfortunately exactly like you. He will be playing offlane Void Spirit.
Oh, nice. And I'll be the guy playing safe lane Zeus. So works out.
Excellent.
But yeah,
match made in heaven.
Let's have a look at the countries who have qualified for Gamers8 so far, and we'll have a better idea of what to expect in the next couple of days. So we have Saudi Arabia, who is the host country, who already has a seat in Gamers8, and then also Australia from Oceania. I'm not sure why it is just Australia. Maybe New Zealand did not put up a team. I'm not entirely sure. But they already do have a seat in Gamers8. And then from East Asia, we have Mongolia, who has already qualified. So we have 4 more seats open, or rather 5 more seats open. One from South Asia, West Asia, Southeast Asia, and as well as Central Asia as well. So quite a bit of seats left open. And for those of you to give you a little bit more context on who is competing in this. So for Central Asia, we have a bunch of teams, and then for East Asia, we have just 2 teams, and then West Asia, we have 4 teams. And right now, we are going to be witnessing a West Asia match, which is Bahrain versus Syria. And then tomorrow, we have a couple of matches from South Asia. I think we have, let me just double check, we have Sri Lanka versus India, we have Pakistan versus India, and then we have Myanmar versus Philippines as well. So each of these regions will have 1 seat, other than except for Southeast Asia, who will have 2 teams qualifying into Gamers8, from what I can see. Yeah. So yeah, that's how it has been divided, and I think rightly so. I think Southeast Asia has a higher number of players as well as teams being put forth. And just overall population-wise, I think they have a lot more players. And Philippines especially, right? I mean, I feel like that's the country.
The Philippines is wild, man. The only time that I got recognized out on the street, like just seriously out of nowhere, somebody stopping me, was in the Philippines. Of course, as you can imagine, I don't exactly blend in over there. Like, once I'm in the same general vicinity as them, I'm 6 feet tall, right? So... Wow. Very white, so you know, you can see me from this person was just like, hey, who's that white woman? Also, like, I know that white woman. Which was very wild. It's incredible to realize how big Dota is in the Philippines, because you can go into the stadiums, you can see the crowds, like you can get a crowd like that, and sure they'll be like less loud and more drunk, but it'll be the same kind of. But getting recognized on the street, that shows how much of a cultural thing Dota 2 is over there. So yeah, like, as far as I'm concerned, the Philippines gets one of those 2 slots, and they've given an extra slot for everybody else in SEA that also plays Dota 2, which, to be fair, is still like, there's a lot of good players from Thailand, from Malaysia, from Myanmar. So I do think that whoever qualifies out of that region is going to be a favorite for the tournament overall.
Indeed, I think Thailand especially, we saw them twice today, I think. And yeah, I think twice, right? I'm pretty sure we saw them twice today, and that team looked really, really strong. They seem to be in sync. They seem to know what they're doing as well. And I was just going through the players as well. These are all top rank players within the region as well in these teams. So which is absolutely amazing, right? This is the stage where they can actually showcase their skills and get picked up by the major leagues, whether it's Division 1 DPC. This is where you showcase your talent, so that the scouts are looking out for these upcoming players, especially people like Seb, right? I mean, he picks up people out of nowhere like Thompson, and they go on to win TI at the first line. You know, things can happen. And
I'm glad you brought up Thompson, because that is one of the people that he actually did bring up. But there's a lot of those finds that are not actually finds. Like, people always credit Puppy for mid one, like Mushi didn't spend 1.5 years raising him from a pub star and getting 4th at TI with him. Like, mid one is not Puppy's invention, guys. He got 4th at TI already. Like.
Yeah.
Stop that. But in case of Thompson, yeah, absolutely. I would even want to say that Thompson wasn't even the best mid player on the team that he was on when OG picked him up.
Yeah.
But yeah, who has heard of Nymphy these days?
Indeed. So there's always that opportunity to, you know, go that extra mile. If you all can perform on this stage, there'll be enough and more teams to pick you up, and you just need to perform and outshine everyone. And these opportunities don't come along all the time. And what better stage to perform than at IESF qualifiers, and hopefully you guys will be able to perform when it comes to Gamers8, and then later on in Asia Romania as well. I mean, that's what we all want to see. We want to see new and upcoming talent, you know, make it all the way to prove that they are the best. And Dota is a stage. I mean, Dota is a tough game. I mean, it is in no way is it easy. There is a lot of grind involved, a lot of studying to be done to get to that stage. But for those of you who have the determination to get there, I feel like there is no better stage than here. And I think we are waiting on one of the teams to join in. I think Bahrain is already here. We are waiting on Syria to join, and hopefully we can get into the game shortly. But while we do wait, Kips, I think you were talking a little bit about drafting. How important is first pick and Radiant right now?
I mean, that really depends on how well the opponent has sorted out their bans right now. I think that in general, I prefer Radiant over the pick ban order because there's simply not enough bans to actually get rid of everything that is inbound right now. Like, you're going to want to get rid of Medusa, you're going to want to get rid of Alk. Doom is an option to take out there, and then you have one more of your choice from like Underlord and Beastmaster, for example. Kotal if you need to. There's a bunch of those heroes floating around, and you're going to get at least one, if not two of them. Which means that for me, like, unless you're really confident on your first pick, you should probably just see what the enemy wants to do and secure Radiant for yourself if you have the choice. Like, that is my preference, at least.
Yeah. And yeah, I think rightly so. I think you mentioned that there isn't enough bans to go around. I feel like there are so many heroes right now that are like extremely strong, especially like we just saw the last game, right? Underlord. I really don't think they drafted well enough against the Underlord. I mean, having 4 melees and then like a melee core into the Underlord as well. Slark, yes, he will be able to sustain the lane against the Underlord, but later on he just does not do anything in the fights while the Underlord is around. And having these beefy offlaners carrying so many auras around with Crimson and Pipe, I think throughout the entire day we saw how important that is, and every team that did not have this genuine core who can carry all of these items, I feel like they fell off and they ended up losing the game. And I think that's a very important part of the current meta, having this offlaner who is able to build into all these items, because you can't expect your supports to be able to farm fast enough to get to those items. So you need one of your cores to be able to build these things up. And every time you had an offlaner build these items, I feel like they have won right now, at least so far. I haven't seen a team that won without these items being built on one of their offlaners. And
no, I mean, we're going to get to the really interesting match. Both of them have it, right? And then it's about who got it first and who pressed the advantage with it better.
Sure.
And I guess next to that also, like, because we can lead into this very neatly. This is a best of one. In best of one, not only is there the opportunity for cheese, but there's just also the opportunity to do something like pretty normal in the draft. Like, indeed, overlook how many melee heroes you are playing into an Underlord. So you actually have to be very tightly controlled on your drafts in these best of ones to make sure that you have, for example, a lot of different types of damage. So both physical as well as magical damage. You want to make sure that you've got like your AoE covered to make sure that you don't get, illusion cheesed, versus you want to make sure that you have enough single target damage so that the enemy can't juggle damage and you never get to kill anybody. There's a lot of things that you have, and you want to make a very well-rounded draft for these best of ones especially, which is really hard because sometimes it feels like you end up without any proper strength on your team at all. So there's a balancing act between making sure that you have the tools you need without like so many different tools that you can't like finish a single thing with it. Like, okay, cool, I have like, one hammer and I have one pair of knitting needles, and now I can't make a sock because I have no yarn, and I also can't build like anything else because I have no wood. It's something like that. So this is
it's definitely a tough one.
Here is going to be very interesting to me.
Yeah. We should be able to start. I think we have Team Syria joining in as well, so hopefully it won't take too long before we get into this Dota action. Going back to what you were talking about, these heroes being picked and the drafting stage as well. What do you think, what would you favor in terms of a first pick? And my next question is, do you still think Medusa is viable after the nerf that she received today in the morning?
I think it's still viable. I don't think that best, because nobody has time to try it out yet, right? I think that I guess it only takes one Dusa loss for people to say like, okay, maybe it's not anymore. But right now, treat it as if it's still viable, because you can't take the risk of being the one who lost their best of one to it's fine, Medusa is dead now. You've had no time to try it out. You did not.
True.
So you treat her as if she's still viable. But you know, maybe we're going to see, maybe the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and we're going to get to do some of the eating right now. I would like to know, because you're completely right. This is a question that needs answer. Maybe these people will solve the problem for us.
Yeah, we thought that Alchemist might be nerfed, but apparently not. I'll still look strong right now. And wait, I did actually see something that I wanted to ask you about. I'm completely clueless why this works. The Klink's version 4, why does that work? Like, we saw it like in 2 games now.
Yeah, so I think with the amount of farm that's on the map right now, and the power of invisibility as well, because there's less vision on the map in general, right? You get to favor heroes on support that have some form of utility, but apart from that, can farm jungle, can gank by slinking through these spaces on the map, and can gather enough farm to extra aura items for their team. And in the case of a Klink support, you saw the combo with the Underlord in the previous match, right? Where you throw down, because the Underlord does not want to take any levels in the Pit of Malice in lane. Like those are pretty much, sometimes you get forced into them, but you know what? The Pit of Tar goes down, and then suddenly they're all slowed down while the AoE rains down from the Underlord. And there's a ton of carries that work that way, where you're like, if I can just afford to not take a certain spell because my support adds this utility, just mind you, because that's not at all. They're not there to kill people, they're just there to outtrade you, outlast you, better efficiency for mana. Again, we're pretty short on mana right now without our faithful clarity supply. So it all adds together to a hero that can trade extremely well and then move on into getting a ton more farm than any like traditional hero, 4-position hero that has to get, for example, kills in team fights in order to kill beyond that.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we will see it again this game as well, because I think after the first game where we saw the Klinks, immediately afterwards we saw it again. So I feel like teams are adapting as the tournament goes on as well, and we will see a lot more of this as we go on. And with that, I think we are starting the game, and we should be able to get into the draft, I think, and all our questions should be answered as to where these teams want to go with and what they will be picking up to try and win this best of 1 series. But right now, just waiting for the draft to begin. Who do you think they should be prioritizing in terms of bans right now? I know that you said that there is not enough bans to go around, but in terms of what we have right now, you have 2 on each side. Who should they be prioritizing as the 4 heroes that should be just like completely taken out and should not be allowed at all?
Medusa and Alk are both not allowed at all. And then you get like your choice out of, I think I said it before, Doom Beastmaster. And I have a lot of experience with Kotl getting banned out on the previous patch, but there's also people who instead favor things like, I think I've seen the Monkey King, I've seen the Hunter. If you want to pick up a first phase Slark, sometimes people go to the Bloodseeker, that sort of thing.
Right now we do have the draft starting up, so they have started off with the Doom and Bounty ban on the side of Syria, and the Alchemist and Undying ban, and immediately we see the Medusa going through. As it's predicted, you need to ban this out, otherwise it's just going to go through.
Yeah, and now we're to eat the pudding. We're going to get to see what it's made of. Very interesting here, because like right now her EHP is just ridiculous, and that alone means that she can just stand there, click you, and because she's a ranger as well, there's not really a good way to fight around her. So that has just been the base of it. And then of course there's the thing where Medusa needs a lot of farm. Well, guess what? There's more farm unless she clears waves decently, and then she disappears again. It's all good. And behind that, to make sure that they get some form of counters, I think you need to pick up your Diffusal Blade carry right now in this phase. Otherwise, you're going to get removed. And like, you want AM. Ideally, you want AM.
Yeah, and maybe even a Nyx. So they do go with the AM here. I would have preferred like a 1-2 with like Nyx and AM, but they go with the Warlock, a hero that I haven't seen. I don't think we even saw it in the DPC for the last major. I don't think we saw the Warlock at all. Did she receive any buffs in the patch today? I don't think so.
No, I don't think it was touched in the patch today, but of course it has been buffed before, and I feel like especially in like a team fight heavy meta we're in right now, where you know a lot of people are going to be playing together, they're all going to be under the same auras. We're gonna have fatal bonds. We're going to see the chaotic offering dropped onto all of them. It's really not a bad pick, and especially not if you have to sustain a bit of a fragile carrying through the laning. So I can see why Bahrain just say like, all right, fine, like our IM is going to survive this laning phase no matter what. And then we have a good team fighter after.
I was just going to say that Syria
yeah.
will go for the Underlord. I mean, this allows Syria to delay the game as well if the Medusa is falling behind, and give Medusa the time that is required to farm up as well. So this Underlord enables the Medusa, even though he's not going to be in the same lane. And also, he is able to pressure this aim, and I think Bahrain was expecting this Underlord pickup as well, and like you said, that's hence the sustain that is going to come from the Warlock to keep this anti-mage alive in the laning stage, because he's going to take quite a bit of harass coming out from this Underlord in this melee matchup. So, I mean, interesting draft coming out from both the teams.
Yeah, really a support that you can pick up in order to make the Underlord's lane hell. Like, even if you see it coming, like the best you can do is probably Dazzle, but you know, even a Dazzle is going to have trouble trading into that Vanguard, because it is coming. We both know it's coming. All 10 people on the field know it's coming. We're just going to have to grin and bear it, and especially this AM is going to have to just sit there and look at it.
We have the Void Spirit ban coming out, and the Nyx Assassin also gets taken out. Rightly so. You don't want, regardless of how good of a lineup that you think you have, if you're running that Medusa, you want this hero out. I think one of the biggest counters that we have seen against the Medusa as a support is probably Nyx Assassin, probably the Pangolier, but Bahrain has taken out the Pangolier. Otherwise, Diffuser Blade Pango is also decent because you get multiple hits off with that Swashbuckle. But it has been taken out by themselves. They have taken out the Void Spirit as well. Another hero who gained a lot of popularity in this patch, especially the physical damage build. I don't think anyone has gone for the magic build on Void. Sorry, in the pro scene?
No, it has to do with this new scaling. Just get all of the items that give you stats, like specifically stats that make you tanky, are also the items that give you damage. And you just build both and get a ton of stats because you're a universal hero. Suddenly you're very tanky, and it doesn't matter anymore that you only have 2 steps because you can just stand there and take it. So that's been a really nice bonus for the Void Spirit. Of course, he got a little too good because of that. He got a little tap with the hammer. Don't remember exactly what got changed for him though.
The ban of the Kotl. Why do you think Syria let go of the Kotl? I think the Kotl Medusa combination is just too strong to ignore, and they actually went for the Underlord. I actually forgot about the Kotl completely, that he was left through in the first phase ban, and they didn't pick it up either. I feel like that's a very strong combo to just let through, and now they don't have the option of picking it up because Bahrain banned it. Do you think Underlord was the better pick over the Kotl there?
Yeah, I do actually think so, because here you're choosing to keep like the counter to your Medusa down to empowering your Medusa more. You would be empowering a hero who has already been countered, which is, it feels weaker, and you would be offering up another target for the AM as well, because Anti-Mage actually loves murdering Kotl. It's very easy for him, whereas the Underlord, no such luck. So I definitely agree with their choice here.
They pick up the Monkey King as well, another hero that has been led through the drafting phase, or rather the banning phase, and a very strong hero. We saw how good this hero is in the DPC as well, and I actually love this hero. I was actually thinking why this has not been picked, because it got some significant buffs today in the patch, and they do pick it up. Question is, where are they going to run it, is the next question. Is the Monkey King support with a mid-primal beast? I think that would be the way that they should. You think Primal Beast is support?
I mean, I think you should be counting on the fact that both of these can still be supports, because locking yourself into a guaranteed melee mid-hero right now is really not a good idea. There's several counters that still could be coming out. Like, for example, as well, this is most likely the offlane, the Medusa. As long as there's no sentry in the lane, you can just dodge out her. You can push the wave back out into her. She doesn't actually like last hitting on her tower because she's a ranged hero, all that jazz. But if you lock yourself into like a guaranteed melee here right now, you're still going to get slammed on the absolute last pick. So I don't actually think that Syria has locked either of these in their mid pick yet. I'm sure they have weapons. Yes, I'd be looking for the Primal Beast as well, but they should be ready to not do either.
I'm liking this Syria draft right now. So far, I feel like they have the tools that is required to take the laning stage as well as even the mid game. I feel like it's very strong, regardless of whether they run the Monkey King or the Primal Beast mid. I feel like it's still quite decent. They have the Medusa for that ultra late game, and even the mid game, once she gets like a couple of items, she's going to become unkillable. Even with an AM, it's going to be a tough one to bring this Medusa down with the Crimson and the pipe coming out from the Underlord. I feel like Syria has the more all-rounder draft, or it might just be because these are the heroes that we are used to seeing, whereas Bahrain has a bit of a toss-up of heroes that we might not have seen as much in conjunction together. Probably why, but I'm liking the Syria draft so far.
Yep, and they've given themselves a really good shot at actually running this Primal Beast in the mid lane as well, banning out two of the biggest counters to these melee mids. No more Batrider, no more in the mix. So good bats coming out there as well.
Bahrain looking for their mid, right? They need to pick up a mid.
Yeah, they need burst damage right now. Like Sand King is all fine and good, but right now you don't have any damage coming out for your supports. Mirana is all right, but you gotta hit those arrows. You gotta combo up. You won't have any such thing to combo up with on your safe lane, so it's mostly going to be with the Sand King, and you're gonna want damage on top of that. Some nukes anything, so for your mid lane.
Yeah, and I think we saw really good Mirana coming out from Thailand, I think in game number 1 today. Played an amazing Mirana, and it can work out. It's just that you need the proper setup, and also you need to be able to land your arrows, right? And they were landing almost a good percentage of his arrows were on point. Anytime the arrow did not hit was because a random creep wave would just suddenly spawn in front of the Mirana, and you have no idea that was going to happen. And majority of the time that was when they did miss out on the arrow, but there was support there was setup for it as well with the searing chains and stuff like that. But it was quite a decent Mirana in that game number 1. So the final pick is going to be the Wind Ranger, and now I'm just like completely confused on how they're going to lane this. Is Primal Beast and Monkey King both support with the Wind Ranger mid?
That's exactly what I want, and I'm not going to say decided yet either. Like I think it's most likely a Wind Ranger mid now, but they really won't be afraid to push her out of the way if it doesn't work out. And for Bahrain here, I was thinking about the Death Prophet potentially. She's going to have damage. She's going to have a good Wind Ranger. She can stand in the middle of these fights and actually deliver physical damage, even if she's disabled, which is there's a big chance that she's going to be focused down. And I think I like that people are going for the Quap, so definitely a Wind Ranger counter. I don't think the Primal Beast will do well versus that either.
Yeah, I think the only one who might be able to lane against the Quap is probably Monkey King. Just because if you can time the dodge properly, I think it should be okay. But I think Cops does really well against all these 3 heroes. Won't get pressured too much. But having said that, taking the overall draft, I'm still preferring the draft coming out from Syria over Bahrain. Bahrain needs to get a lot of things right to pull this off, whereas the draft coming out from Syria is a lot more straightforward in what they want to do and how they want to execute it. Compared to the draft coming out from Bahrain. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we will have to wait and see indeed. For what it's worth though, I do agree with you as well. Syria is easier to execute. The only problem that they have is if this anti-mage gets fully out of control and their Medusa doesn't get to have a game. But this is a really good 4-protect one with a lot of damage and a lot of both a lot of damage and a lot of sustain coming out from the other 4 heroes over on the side of Syria. So Bahrain is going to have a tough task actually winning the fights while both of these 2 carries are absent on farming.
Indeed,
And
they
no,
should
it
be
is the
able
Wind Ranger
to-
going mid.
Oh yeah, it is the Wind Ranger. It's going to be a tough lane for the Wind Ranger in this matchup against the Queen of Pain. And it looks like it's going to be a 4 Primal Beast with a 5 Monkey King, most probably. Wait, no. The Monkey King is carrying a Quelling Blade. I'm confused now. I'm utterly confused right now because
sometimes you
Underlord
see
and the
the,
Monkey King.
No, sometimes you see the quelling on the Monkey King purely for tricks with trees and making sure that, you know, you can actually secure
30
a last
seconds.
hits, that sort of thing. But it is a little bit confusing.
So I'm utterly confused of who is going to be offlaning, but I'm pretty sure it has to be the Underlord in this situation. Going into the bounty runes,
Yes.
I feel like it's going to be an even trade. They are going to go 1-1 on each side unless they decide to contest this. Unlikely that it is going to happen. Yeah, no real action
here on
for
the Primal
the
Beast feels like smacking the AM around a bit.
They might actually get the better trade. Oh, but the arrow connects onto the Primal Beast, and the Anti-Mage is going to burn quite a bit of the mana, but there isn't going to be any follow-up coming through, and they will secure
What?
themselves 3 bounty runes. Where did she take so much of damage?
Yeah, I think the Wind Ranger just laid into her a bunch. And there was also a Shadow Word. Do not underestimate the amount of damage that Shadow Word deals. It can be absolutely insane.
Indeed, and yeah, talking in terms of matchups, I feel like obviously the
Wait,
Wind Ranger
wait,
is
wait.
going to have a little bit of trouble.
Is this for real?
Is this it? Wait, I just realized as well. No way.
No way. This is a support Medusa.
No. What?
Yes. Yes, this is a support Medusa. I was like, okay, yeah, I do think the quelling is a little weird as well, but Dave just straight up said, we are fine sacrificing our boss 5 completely in order to give you an Anti-Mage versus Monkey King matchup, which is, well...
Interesting, and Monkey King taking quite a bit of damage here. Mirana does not have any leap charges, still level 1, and Medusa might lose
Radiant's courier
Courier to
has
start
been
things off.
killed.
And that's a nice knife coming out, and going to make the Medusa just sad in this lane. But support Medusa, who knows, this might be a thing moving forward. The idea is probably not to give that much up. Oh, meanwhile, top lane, we have another Courier going down, so Courier's been traded off.
Left, right, and center.
God,
Yeah, this
what
this
are
bottom
they
line is now. So, Medusa is like, you're going to have decent range, decent animation for harass, right? But there's absolutely no way that she's ever going to actually help secure any kills on this lane. And she can't help the Monkey King either when he gets gone on. Really, all she gets to do here is spam out her snakes. And she is slow as well. That's the thing with the Medusa. As First Blood gets drawn on the top lane, that's the AM going down as well. So not only is he in a bad carry-to-carry matchup now, but also his lane is already getting rocked by the Underlord, and the Vanguard isn't even in yet.
I feel like just outright things have got a lot more difficult for Bahrain. I think Team Syria had the draft to begin with, and now they just like made it impossible in terms of laning, and then the matchups are also horrible for the aim. It's just like very smart. But meanwhile, bottom lane, Sand King in a little bit of trouble here. Manages to get out. The arrow connects onto the Monkey King as well, delaying things for the time being. And the Sand King is going to be A-okay, running back into the safety of the tower. And meanwhile, Queen of Pain in the mid lane might actually go down here. The shackle shot is going to be their power shot. Is not going to be. He actually has it, and this might be a solo kill. Oh no. Things are going from bad to worse.
Yeah, and this is something that I didn't quite want to repeat at the start of the game, but we looked at the player profiles, right? And there is a definite skill difference between these two teams here. So Syria didn't even have to go this hard. I don't think they actually had to pull out the Medusa flip around. They could have just played this straight up and then saved this one for later in the tournament. Because I do think that Bahrain probably would have lost it either way, but you know, now they're just adding insult to injury.
Indeed. And what you're saying is very true, right? They could have kept this in their back pocket for later on in the tournament because then no one would expect them to do it as well, and probably against a more high-ranked team. But they have pulled out all the stops here. They have done the switcheroo with the Medusa Monkey King, and this is just, like you said, insult to injury. Going to be a tough one for Bahrain to pull off. But I mean, you know, it's Dota. Anything can happen. We have seen weirder things happen on the pro stage. Where the most unexpected teams are taking on the giants like OG and beating them out during TI. We have had things like that happen, so you know, things can obviously turn around. But right now, it is looking pretty bleak. Even this mid matchup, the Wind Ranger is just destroying the clock.
Yeah, which is something that I don't think she used to be able to do, but being a hero right now, I think she's a lot tankier, and a bunch of corpse damage does come from her right place.
One bottom lane, Sand King goes down. They do get a return kill, or actually they get another kill onto the Mirana, who decided to show herself in the mid lane to try and get an arrow off onto the Wind Ranger, but stayed a little bit too long, and Wind Ranger might actually go for another one. She does have the shackle shot ready, uses the power shot. Put in the Queen of Pain in kill range. We have a bottle being ferried to her, so it's going to get that refill by the Mirana coming through. But yeah, already a 3k net worth lead at the 5-minute mark. Not the position that you want to be in, and this Beastmaster Underlord is just putting so much of pressure onto this Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage already going down twice.
Yep.
Not happy.
He's over a full level behind his Underlord, and he's still in only the single digits for his last hits. He's going to get his 10th last hit. Nope, not even on that one.
Nope.
Yikes. Oh, not on a catapult.
It's just a horribly tough lane now, of course. I mean, I thought it would have been okay with the Warlock support, but after dying twice and being like almost 2 levels behind, it's going to be a tough one to come back from.
No, and it's such a rough matchup as well, because yeah, you're burning a bunch of mana off it, but neither of their mana pools are particularly big, and after you've done that, like, you're just going to get slapped around by 2 really beefy boys. Anti-Mage does not like getting punched in the face. He's a little bit of a wuss like that. It's on the bottom lane.
Yeah. Oh, Sand King is in a world of hurt here and will get taken out. It's going to be the Medusa picking up that kill with the Mystic Snake, and a good rotation coming out from Primal Beast.
Too. Just because, like, hey, I know that was unnecessary and I know I contributed. That kill's mine now, boys.
Hey, y'all made me play Potion 5 Medusa, y'all better give me some kills at this point.
Exactly. I get to do this.
Oh no, the Wisdom Rune. Actually, the Warlock managed to pick up the other side Wisdom Rune, so okay. At least they trade off the Wisdom Runes. And we had the Wind Ranger going back all the way to base, ran out of mana in the lane. No one was dying to be able to ferry auto recharge as well, so decided to go all the way back to base. But she's a full level ahead of
Yeah.
Same thoughts. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the Sand King, not again. The Warlock tipping in as well, going to be in a lot of trouble here. Hops, the upheaval not going to be helpful enough. She goes down as well, and they are going to be going after the Mirana as well, who does not have any leap charges left. And that's a double kill being picked up by this Monkey King. That's a complete destruction coming out from the Syrian side. Bahrain, I mean, what can you do at this point? They're so far behind. 6k net worth lead before the 10-minute mark. Yikes.
Well, at least you have a really good team fighting lineup. That is one of the things that I always point out as, like, hey, in order to play a comeback game, what do you need? Like, playing combat game with pick-off is pretty hard because the enemy, once they're ahead, doesn't necessarily have a reason to split up. And in fact, they're often going to be together, balling up, coming at your towers, going into choke points. Maybe, hopefully. So what you need is 6s over on...
Bottom lane, the Medusa
on
might
course.
be in a little bit of trouble here. We have 4 heroes rotating in for this, but this Medusa is so tanky.
AM
Pops
is...
the stone gaze. Walks away. AM almost died top lane as well.
Dire's structures
It's
are
about going
fortified.
on, yeah.
Aye, aye, aye.
You desperately need experience here. So you need level 6. He is absolutely woefully underleveled. You're going to need level 6 on your Warlock as well. The Quap has hers. And you combine all of this magic damage together on a group of clumped heroes. Hopefully it especially includes the Wind Ranger, who is a nice big bag of golden experience at the moment, as the Warlock unfortunately bites dust, so no more experience either. And while I'm waffling on, by the way, also top lane has already been taken by the Underlord. And now the Sand King is forced to go top and sit in the same lane as us, otherwise this Underlord is going to get everything uncontested. And level 4 AM into the jungle with just gloves of haste.
Windbrains in the meantime did get the shackle shot off. We have the Primal Beast join the fight into the mid lane as well. Queen of Pain still in a lot of trouble, will get taken out. A killing spree for the Wind Ranger. Anti-Mage joins the fight with just a brown boot and a glove. Hits the Medusa twice and decides to walk away, and a shackle shot onto the Mirana. Pops the wand. Will stay alive for the time being, but the Windrunner is going to be able to catch up and take him down. That's a double kill. They will find the Warlock here as well. The power shot onto the Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage he's still A-okay, but the charge coming through from the Primal Beast. Bit of malice to follow up as well. They find another, and Syria is walking all over Bahrain right now. 13-0 with a 10k net worth lead at 10 minutes. This is the definition of a storm.
Yeah, sometimes you see, 1k per minute leads at like, I don't know, 30 minutes or something, when the game has had some time to build and like the snowball has built up, an exponential gold graph increasing. But this has just been like, this is 11k before 11 minutes, Terror.
This is definitely a tough one, and I'm honestly not sure how they can come back from this, because this is going to allow Syria to get so much of map control. They have put so much of pressure in during the laning stage. Meanwhile, mid lane, we have the charge onto the Queen of Pain, the ultimate coming through from the Primal Beast as well. Try to keep the Queen of Pain locked down, but not going to be able to. But in the meantime, the Sand King will get taken out by the Monkey King in the top lane. They find the Mirana in the middle as well. 15 kills, 12k net worth lead.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, so if you're Bahrain here, right, what you do is now you play it out, and you try to get a kill. Like that's the reason you're not GGing out, is because you want to kill.
Top tower is under attack.
That is your goal now. 1 kill. You're gonna make a mistake at some point, right? Alright?
Hopefully. We'll hope for it.
Yes.
Makes it more interesting because, I mean, 1 kill right now is going to give them a bunch of gold and a bunch of EXP as well, because they're so far ahead. So any kill that they get right now is going to be super valuable. But in the meantime, as I say this Anti-Mage is going to be fighting up against no way the power shot comes through. They do pick up a courier for it. But yeah, the Warlock is going to go down here as well. This Monkey King is so fat. Echo Saber, Threads as well as an Orb of Corrosion as well. And the Quap. There is so many kills going on across the map right now. I cannot even keep track of this.
That's okay
and
though.
mind you, I'm
What they're
normally
doing
good at
right
this.
now is this. Please? Oh, she gets out. They're buying space for the dagger. That is going to be their tool to get the 1 kill with.
Yeah, and the Sand King is looking to pick up this Blink Dagger. He is going to be very close to it. Should have it in the next couple of seconds. But to combo with it, we don't have the ultimate on Warlock. We only have the Queen of Pain ultimate, and that's about it, right? You have Epicenter into Impel, and there's nothing else. Oh wait, yeah, that's your position 1 without Mana Void. Such a rough game.
He will most likely pick it up in time at least, but yeah, the Warlock, no chance in hell. Which is oddly trope warlock. Waiting for the opportunity now with the blink dagger. Sonic wave at the ready, but these are the tanky men. You don't want either of these boys. You want the Wind Ranger. Come on, here he comes. Epicenter. No, not on him. This is why you don't put it on him. The Monkey King is gonna turn if you don't burst him immediately. But there it is.
We got one kill. They found the second onto the Primal Beast as I actually know that was just the Primal Beast. I thought they found another kill
No,
there.
that was just the one kill. But that was it. That was the one. You can GG out now. Your honor has been defended. That's literally how that works.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Probably the most one-sided game that we saw all day.
Yeah. Honestly, when I saw Kyrgyzstan destroy, was it Turkmenistan earlier? I was like, man, that was bad. Probably not going to see something like that again. But this is, I gotta say, way more painful. And I can't even I can't offer them any way out because that was the one that they saved up for. That was it. And they got a kill out of it eventually. Because
they might find another onto the Primal Beast here. There are 3 heroes ganging up on him and they will find another. So Primal Beast going down twice.
Yeah, that was a bunch of so AM almost at 7 now. Warlock up to 6. There we go. We've almost got a new epicenter and a new sonic wave as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I don't think you have too much of a choice though. I think you have to fight your way there because you're going to be up against multiple heroes over on the Syrian side. They're grouping more now as well.
Into the shackle shot onto the Sand King as well. Sand King focus fire down, but meanwhile the Warlock with the ultimate drop down. The Impel is going to be there as well. The Wind Ranger might actually go down here. That's a beyond godlike streak going in favor of this Queen of Pain. And that's a 1007 gold. It's God.
Dire's bottom tower.
On one hand, that's a lot of golden EXP to lose. On the other hand, the co-op still has half the net worth of the Wind Ranger. And that was everything. That is everything and the kitchen sink.
Is under attack.
And
The only thing that they did not pop was the epicenter and the aim. Yeah, ended up going out in the top lane. I don't think he has a chance to even blink out because his Monkey King is so fat. Like just the bounders at this point might actually kill off the aim.
one point you're standing in the lane, the other point you just go splat. Oh man, here we go again.
This top lane, the Sand King, the Monkey King does not have. Oh no, he does actually have a dust. Might actually decide to go on this. We have the Primal Beast joining the fight as well. They go on to the Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain just manages to blink out of trouble by the boundless out of nowhere. No way, it's so unfortunate. He was not even aiming at the Queen of Pain.
Dire's top tower.
I went for one, I got one for free. Thank you very much.
That was just wonderful for the Monkey King. He sat in that tree for just so long enough to get the finishing pieces of his Orchid in. He goes on the Sand King, and then just as he's about to drop that slam, oh well, talking about slamming.
The Primal Beast using that pulverize to make sure that AIM does not see the light of day ever again, because he is now actually transitioning into a Yasha. I mean, what can you do at this point? We have the Primal Beast charging again, looking for a Mirana who was not there, unfortunately. They're just chomping very hard there.
The Anti-Mage knows that he's not going to get the farm, right? And he is already looking at aiming with a single target silence on. If he gets one item this game, it should be the Manta style for the Dispel over getting the Battle Fury, which will do nothing for him at this point. He's not going to get the farm anyway. Like, look at where the waves are.
Very true indeed. And now the Crimson and the Pipe both completed on the Underlord. I don't think they're kidding anyone. As long as Team Syria sticks together, they're not losing a single hero in these engagements.
No, they're not. Have the boots of bearing at the ready as well, which completely nullifies most people that Warlock got. That also feels pretty bad.
Oh no, I saw this happening. Monkey King was had turned into a tree waiting for that aim to push out the Orchid. Just another easy kill. Aim cannot step out at all.
His team is being occupied by a siege attempt on the mid lane, where this Wind Ranger would love to hit into this tower some more. No, 1, 2, both attempts at actually getting the latch onto the Sand King miss.
Meanwhile, the Queen of Pain has decided to step out, and he's getting charged down by the Primal Beast and the Medusa. Primal Beast, the charge, uses the dust as well, will find the Queen of Pain. The Polarize is gonna be there to follow up as well, but there is no real follow-up from the rest of his team. But in the meantime, bottom lane, the Anti-Mage gets silenced up again, and he will get taken down beyond godlike streak for this Monkey King being played by Soul. And they will look to take this tier 3 tower mid at 19 minutes, 20k net worth lead. Syria looking to finish things off here. Fatal Bond's going to delay things for a little bit. Going to buy them a little bit of time, but I mean, I'm not going to do much. Monkey King jumps out again. The silence is going to be there onto the Mirana, and dead Mirana it is going to be. And Primal Beast charging into tier 4s right now, going on to work on that Sand King. Sand King will get taken down. Shackle Shot does not latch onto the Queen of Pain. They will come back for this tier 3 tower. Mind you, Wukong's command has not been used once in this game.
No. I mean, well, maybe we'll see it dropped on the fountain at some point. Because at this time, it's like, Syria's really like just, hey, can you GD out already? Like, I have a Desolator on my Monkey King right now because I just want to hit buildings. There is the Rampage. Why not do it to him? And there is the GG.
GG, well played call. And Team Syria takes one of the most convincing wins that we have seen this entire tournament. And a Rampage to top it off as well. That's the first Rampage of the tournament as well. And what a destructive performance coming out from Syria. I think we were expecting them to win, considering the skill difference coming out from the two teams. But I was not expecting that hard of a stomp. I think Team Syria pulled out all the stops for that game and just completely wiped the floor with that game. Unfortunate, but I mean, it happens. The main thing is taking part and realizing where you're at in terms of against the other countries and where your skill level is at, and you can build on from it. It is definitely a learning curve. And every loss, you do learn something new. As long as you take it in a positive way, you can always learn from your losses. No, it is not all negatives when you do lose a matchup. But this was just complete dominance being shown by Syria. I think there's barely anything more to be said. I think they won the draft, they won the lanes, they did everything right to win the matchup here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only thing I have to say here is that I think they ended the game later than Kyrgyzstan did in their previous matchup, even though they were way further ahead. So very, very disappointing there from Syria. Like, clearly they played with their best. But
having a little bit of fun.
You gotta feel a little bit though, right? Because like this is what you sign up for. At some point, you're going to get an opponent who is too big for you. But Syria also really did not hold back at all. Like, they didn't have to go so hard on like the Medusa support pick, for example. That was. I think they would have won regardless.
Yeah, indeed. But one thing though, hats off to Syria. Also, I think they knew they had the skill advantage, but they didn't hold back either. And I think that's also a sign of respect, where you don't hold back and just go all out regardless of who you're facing up against. The only downside of this is they show their hand in the tournament in terms of what they want to pick and how they want to play it. So now this Medusa support is a thing, and the other teams who are going to be facing up against these guys will know that as well. But I think always playing at your fullest regardless of who you're facing up against, I think that's a sign of respect. and you don't take any match kind of at an easy level, right? You always give it to your all.
Granted, yeah.
And yeah, I think so. Hats off to Syria in that in terms of that. I think
Absolutely.
they really went all out and did not hold anything back. I think later on, when it came to ending the game, they were kind of playing around a little bit. They could have maybe ended the game a little bit earlier. But I mean, they wanted to secure Rampage as well, the first Rampage of the tournament. They wanted it.
Yeah. And Hater, you know what also happened? Like, we were wondering if Medusa was still viable, and we wanted the Toons to prove it to us, and we got our evidence, all right? Yes, she's absolutely still viable as a support.
As a support. We'll have to wait and see, though. I mean, this was just one matchup. We'll have to wait and see whether it is going to continue to be viable, or whether going to be into more carry role rather than a support. We'll have to wait and see how it all works out as the tournament goes on, because we have a lot more action, right?
Yep, we have a lot more games to come, and I do believe that we get one of the matches that I've been the most hyped for coming up next, because we are going to be seeing, and I have to check this really right, because I know we're going to be casting Jordan. I'm going to be seeing two of my C-Dub boys, Ayla and Aframush, on there, and they are going to be up versus Syria. So Syria just showed themselves to be quite a couple of sizes too large for Bahrain, but I hold Team Jordan in very high regard. I have to. Those are my boys. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see some fireworks there.
Definitely. I'm hoping for an exciting game, but before we do head on into it, we'll be heading into a very, very short break, guys. Do stay tuned in with us. We have more action-packed Dota coming your way, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Hello and welcome back everyone. You're joining us live for the IESF Asia Qualifiers Dota 2, and we are just about to get into the last match of the day. And joining me yet again for this cast is going to be Kips. We're in for an interesting one. I feel like out of all the matches today, we might actually have like an even matchup between the two teams. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that this is the best possibility that we're going to have. We're going to have two teams with some players on them that have international experience. We have a bunch of people that played stand-in on EU Div 2 teams over on the Team Syria side, as well as players with significant DPC experience over on the Jordan side. Most specifically Aframush, who has been around basically forever. That man is as old as Dota 2. And of course, we've seen Mage, and Ayla is not getting done justice by the all caps here. His name is not Isia, his name is Ayla, and he is currently my offlaner on CDUP. So just warning you all, we have a very biased cast incoming. I apologize for nothing.
And on the side of Team Syria, we did see them in the previous game. Just absolutely stomping, and I feel like they have some aces up their sleeves as well. We saw the Medusa support, and they're a highly skilled team as well from what we saw during the draft, as well as how they did play in that match. Yes, provided like they were not given enough of a fight from the other team, but just the overall performance of how they played the map and how they drafted, I think this is a very decent team. So this is going to be an interesting matchup, and hopefully we will have an even game between the two teams. and we'll have some entertaining Dota coming our way, hopefully. So you said that you know this team, right? What are you expecting in terms of the heroes that they might pick up? You specifically said that you know the offlane, right? So who does he like to play normally in the current patch?
So the way that we've used Isla Rome setup is mostly as a Zoo player. He's absolutely fearsome over on the Beastmaster, on the Lycan. He plays a mean Visage as well. Now, those last two heroes not really in the meta right now, but we might see a Beastmaster from him, or it might just be banned first phase, which is what I would advise the opponents to do. Just, you know, free tips here. If you're listening to the cast in 10 minutes, the draft's over. Sorry, but
coming in a little bit too late. But we are into the draft of first phase Rubik pickup. Mind you, and they did not ban out the Beastmaster. So Jordan gets their hands on the first pick Beastmaster. Let's see who they combo it up with. They have banned out the Medusa as well as the Alchemist, and on the other side we have the Ench and the Doom being taken out. A really strong opening coming out from Jordan here with the Beastmaster CM pickup here.
Yeah, absolutely. So this Rubik here, since they didn't actually ban it out in the first phase, Team Syria had to take it. This is Aframush's signature, like beyond any other hero. Rubik, Aframush is basically synonymous, and he can carry entire games on it single-handedly, so it's very good that they took this hero out of his hands. And then of course the Unlord came through as well. We've seen the power of this hero several times now today. This plus Vanguard is sadness for the opposing laner, and like the carries that you can pick into this that can hold are very few and far between, and even then they usually don't actually end up having a good game versus. So like Jordan are going to have to bring in a lot of damage to deal with these two. Like look at the damage reduction that they have on hand.
Yeah, indeed. And the thing is, like the Crimson Guard on the Underlord is also going to help up against all the creeps that the Beastmaster is going to be pulling into the fight as well. And I mean, obviously, it is the item to go for any offlane right now, and the Beastmaster himself will be going into this aura-heavy build-up that we have seen. Having said that, the Slug gets taken out by Syria. I don't really think the Slug needs to be taken out. I think the Underlord deals very well with the Slug. It's just not in the laning stage. Laning stage, the Slug is going to be able to get some farm out, but later on, the Slug does not become a factor when the Underlord is around. I play a lot of Slug. I know how the matchup is like. The laning stage is quite decent, but afterwards it just kind of falls off, especially when the Underlord gets a few items to back him up. Crimson Pipe, the Slug just becomes non-existent at some point. And so I really don't think they needed to ban it out. Maybe they know something that we don't. Does any of the players from Jordan prefer the Slug or anything else? Do they have like a Slug main?
Was Mage a mid player or a carry? That's the thing that I can't quite remember right now. Because I've got a feeling that he's played both, and I feel terrible for not knowing this because Mage has been around for a long ass time as well. So excuse me while I make sure that I got him correct, because I might be confused else at the moment.
Right. In the meantime, we do see the Terror being taken out, as well as the Ember as well. Mid player, okay. White Spirit again gets taken out.
Yeah. Mage actually did play a lot of Void Spirit as well, but if I think about him, I think TA.
TA. Won't be too bad. I mean, it's too early to say whether the TA will be viable, but let's wait and see. Of course, the two spirits gets taken out with the Ember and the Void both, leaving just the Storm Spirit in the pool. We have seen that the spirits have been very, very strong. Ember not so much compared to the Storm and the Void Spirit, but he's still significantly strong. We saw it within throughout the entire day where Ember was picked up. I think Ember has not lost a single game today, so we know that this hero is strong, and I feel like overall the spirits have been very strong in the mid lane, not just in this tournament but in the DPC as well. It's overall a very strong hero. Juggernaut gets taken out, one of the heroes who can sustain up against the Underlord in the laning stage due to the healing ward. Does get taken out? I don't. I think they're trying to get this Underlord to a really good start here. like with the likes of Slug being taken out, you don't want the Slug CM lane. Underlord just suffers a little bit during the early laning stage against the Slug CM. So I'm thinking they're prioritizing this Underlord quite a bit here.
Yeah, really defending what they've got and only taking out one planned mid laner for the enemy. Of course, the Spirit Heroes right now are especially favored because they usually do well in the 1v1 matchups. They don't really die while they offer solo kill potential and usually a big power spike on level 6, which is very handy in a matchup where currently on minute 6 the supports don't actually have the time to properly rotate mid if they also want to make sure that they secure the Wisdom Rune, which is a higher priority now than ever. So that's why you're going to see a lot of these Spirit Heroes, not just because they're, you know, strong in their own right, but because they play well with how the game currently works in a macro sense.
We do see a Bloodseeker being picked up by John. This is a hero that we haven't seen yet on the core role on the stage today, but a very strong pick nevertheless. I think during even the DPC we saw how strong this hero is. This kind of blocks the Pango pick that Syria might want to have gone for as well, because the Rupture just outright counters the Pangoliers ultimate Rolling Thunder, and I feel like it is a good pick for them as well as a blocking certain heroes coming out from Team Syria as well. Even the PL has been left out. Bloodseeker does reasonably well, like up against the PL as well, building into that Mjolnir, Bloodright. You know, if you catch out the real PL, it's going to be a tough game for the PL as well. So they are blocking out quite a bit by picking up this Bloodseeker early.
Yep, and I enjoy the sustain of this hero in the lane, as well as the understanding here that fights versus a Rubik and an Underlord are going to take long. A lot of your damage is getting reduced. There's a hero that I expected over on the Jordan side, actually. I was thinking about the Ursa maybe for them. But anyway, with the Bloodseeker pickup, what you're doing is essentially gambling on the fact that the fight is going to take longer. You're going to be stacking Beastmaster Axis damage. You're going to be having slightly more spells in your arsenal compared to the opponent because your Crystal Maiden will be providing mana to the entire team. And the Bloodseeker eventually is going to get to mop that up once the HPs get lower. But the fight doesn't need to take longer for that. And Bloodseeker has absolutely no use for heroes that can burst it 100 to 0 because you don't get any extra boosts out of that if you especially if you were not involved in any of the killing. But yeah, the matchup versus Ursa is exactly that. Like, the Bloodseeker will have to completely ignore this hero during these long fights, because if he starts slapping him, Ursa is going to slap him back twice as hard, and Bloodseeker is going to be very unhappy. He does not like physical burst. He does not build defense versus physical burst. He does not build HP until like way later on. He just buys a BKB and zooms around waiting to mop up the kills.
Damage mitigation coming out from Team Syria is just absolutely insane right now.
Yeah.
You have Fate Bolt, you have
Especially
Underlord,
physical.
Atrophy Aura, physical damage, right? Atrophy Aura, Pipe Crimson later on, then Frost Shield coming out from the ledge. The physical damage mitigation from Syria is absolutely insane right now. I mean, you don't want to go anyone who is physical damage on the side of John just because he's not going to be doing anything in these fights. I think in that terms, I think CM plus the Beastmaster combined with the Bloodseeker, they are going to be able to drag these fights out. And now picking out the Venomancer as well, Bloodseeker is going to gain so much out of this. I feel like John is drafting around this Bloodseeker pickup quite well.
Exactly, like between Beastmaster Axis and now this Venomancer, like you just brought up how much physical damage reduct they have. Like, these last two picks need to be magical damage. And they could go for the burst, right, and sort of switch the flavor of their draft around, but Jordan is very rightfully saying, and this is Aframish is a very experienced drafter, he's very good, saying, alright, well, we already went in on the long fights. Who deals a ton of AoE damage but can't necessarily finish people off? Like, just the most damage we have, the most, you know, bang for your buck as far as like pumping up our Bloodseeker is concerned, and yeah, the Venomancer is absolutely that. And bonus points for the fact that Ursa hates hero, like laning against this hero, absolutely loathes it. This is one of the worst possible lanes for an Ursa. Like, the only way it can be worse is if they throw a support Viper on top. I have seen Ursa's rage quit that.
No. To be fair, I mean I play core and support both in general, and I hate anyone with Venom in the game, right? Venomancer, Viper, Bristleback, anyone that significantly slows down a target or does damage over time. It's just horrible to play against, and Venomancer, Viper are on the top of the list. So bad to play against.
Yeah, I love them.
Yeah.
Like the real problem is finding players that are mean enough that they want to play these heroes, because it's not actually a lot of fun to play this unless you have like a stick streak in ya. So you gotta like encourage that in your players so that they're willing to be bored as long as somebody else is suffering more. Like that's the point. It's not that these heroes aren't strong. Like I am. Like, that's what you gotta be as a coach. Like you gotta win. You gotta win, cost of anything.
So they take out the last spirit as well. Storm Spirit gets taken out, as well as the Queen of Pain. Both teams looking for their mid heroes. Who do we have left? We have the likes of Wind Ranger left. Puck has been taken out. Who is good here? Who else has been good in the patch right now? Mid. I mean, we can like turn things up and like go Magnus or something, but I don't see the Magnus being viable here.
They could do with like a proper classic mid laner with magical burst. Unfortunately, 2 of those have already been taken out with the Cop and the Puck, and then the Void Spirit as well, which leaves you kind of. Wind Ranger is alright.
We still have Pango in the pool, right? But they can't pick up the Pango. So Tinker, yeah, okay, there we go. They do pick up the Tinker on Sagittaria. Don't like it too much due to... I don't like it too much just because of Bloodright, as well as the Hawks coming out from Beastmaster, the Plague Wards from the Venomancer as well. Makes life a lot more difficult for the Tinker to move around during these fights. So not a huge fan of it. But yeah, they were looking for some magic burst, and they do go for the Tinker. How does Jordan answer this? Who do they have to answer this? I mean, they can be really dirty and go for a Zeus here, but Zeus. I would like to see it.
No, they take the Wind Ranger. Which is
not
like,
bad.
It's not bad, but at the same time, you're going to really rely on like supports to build a lot of items here for you, because you're still very fragile. Especially if any kinds of purges come out from Team Syria, Wind Ranger is going to melt to the physical damage that's coming out. But even if not, like if you get caught by a Rubik, if you get caught by an Underlord, or even a Lich Bell, like they have enough magic damage to deal significant amounts of damage to you, even through a BKB purchase, which is what made the Wind Ranger so powerful before. Of course, she's tankier now. That's what you get from being a universal hero, but this feels like a weak ending for a draft that started off very, very strong.
Really well. Yeah, I agree. I feel like they might have gone with a different hero here, maybe another one to enable the Bloodseeker, because the entire draft up until this point was centered around dragging all these fights and giving this Bloodseeker a really good game. And with the Wind Ranger pickup, it doesn't really add into the strategy that they had going. So I feel like could have gone with something else, but nevertheless, final opinions on the draft. Who are you favoring in the draft here?
It really depends on how powerful of a performance this Tinker player can pull out, which I don't know him, so it's going to really all be up to him in that regard. If he has a really good Tinker game, it's going to actually be very hard. Like I don't think the Wind Ranger solves that pick enough in a matchup where these two teams are equal to each other. However, we have Isla and Aframush together on the offlane. These two guys have played together for absolute years. Like they've been, and not just like, oh, they've played in a team together, they've been duo queuing basically all that time. I think they're probably like married basically, like that's how that happens, right? You just queue with each other enough and eventually it's like this is our life now. And they're immediately going for level 1 5 years old. You have a Venomancer! Why would you not?
It's so tough to fight into that against the Venomancer really early on. A Blood Grenade as well. Really tough fight to take.
Crystal Nova?
And oh yeah, Crystal Nova as well. So they do pick up the first blood. Runes might still be traded off. We'll have to wait and see. Look at how ballsy this Crystal Maiden is, just standing in front on the high ground, just defending it with his life. Obviously going to be a rough one for Team Syria to fight into, so they are going to be backing off, trying to find the other 2 runes and trying to decide where the rest of the players from Jordan went to. But right now they might only actually get just 1 rune, unless this Rubik is able to steal one.
No.
Rubik does, so they do trade out
actually,
on
yes. He does. Fast clicking.
Yep.
So I was about to say, like, no way that he's going to actually take telekinesis here. So it's really up to pick battle, but he gets
It's
it.
horrible.
Oh, practice Bob is going to get practiced on.
Yeah, he is definitely not surviving that, and they do pick up another. So 2 kills to start things off for the side of Jordan here, off to a decent start. And mind you, that kill was taken by Bloodseeker as well, going to give him that extra boost in the laning stage. And you were talking about how this game might depend on how good of a game the Tinker has. Today we did already see one Tinker game. It wasn't great. He wasn't active enough in the game.
But Pilot goes down.
Lich will get taken out. And they will get the return kill though. But EXP did go in favor of that Beastmaster.
Yep, and that's all he really wanted there. And Aframush himself involved with that as well, so he's already got his level 2 going as well. And they're going to be trying to snowball out this advantage now as soon as Isla hits the level 2 himself.
Yep. And they are going to be too bothered by this Frost Shield as well, right? Because majority of the damage that is going to be coming out, the Wild Axes, the Crystal Nova coming out from the CM, is all magical, so they're not going to be too bothered. In the meantime, Bloodseeker falling down low. Rubik in return though might actually go down here. The Underlord is trying to whack away the Venomancer there. He's going to be successful in keeping him at bay, and Rubik did not have a salve with him. Meanwhile, Ursa, like we said, already taking quite a bit of harass in this lane. Strangely enough, they put the CM bottom instead of the Venomancer. Would you have liked it the other way around?
Normally I would have probably said yes, but the thing is that Isla and Aframush are the duo here, and if they're running the CM on, or like, it's really about what you want in like the duo, and if Aframush wants the CM and play it as a 4, then he's going down to that lane and not to the top
lane. Underlord is in a little bit of trouble. The telekinesis is going to be there onto the Bloodseeker, keeping the Underlord safe for the time being. Oh good god, Underlord playing on the edge of his life here. Venomancer still trying to... One gets popped and they will turn around. I think the Venomancer just thought that he might have had a chance there, but yeah, tough.
Yep, very tough, especially because that's a lot of extra damage from that Atrophy Aura, and the Bloodseeker has to be really very careful in stepping up to the wave right now.
Oh, no, wait, what? The Frost Shield went on to the creep there instead of the Ursa, but I think nevertheless he would have still gone down, and the Lich might pick up 2 kills here. Verify gets popped to see him trying to run away, manages to pick up a low. No, the outplay, but he still ends up getting the kill on the
Boar?
Oh.
Yeah, the Boar's got him.
No.
Yes.
So unfortunate, but the EXP is going to really help out that Lich. Sad part is he used the Frost Shield on the creep instead of the Ursa there. So might have actually been able to get the EXP off the Beastmaster kill. But he would have gone down in return, but he would have been there for the EXP at least if the Frost Shield went out on him rather than on the creep. Meanwhile, Rubik gets Venomous Guild up, and the Bloodseeker is looking to run both of these heroes down. Blood Ride is going to be there, and this Bob is getting run down, and he will fall as well. So the Bloodseeker picks up another. You cannot afford to stay on low HP against the Bloodseeker in the lane. I mean, continuous regen has to be bought in.
Oh, and that's why this Venomancer here is absolutely a vicious pick. It combos so well with the Bloodseeker. And yeah, he's just leveling up into the Poison Sting. Like, 1 level Gale is enough. It always has been. And you just click away. And Bloodseeker's gonna thank you.
Indeed. And the mid-lane matchup so far, it is quite even. Both players just trading out in last hits for the time being. Haven't been a lot of action. Ursa, of course, suffering in this lane for the time being. Hasn't been able to get too much done, taking so much of damage from this Beastmaster plus CM. He's not happy.
Yeah, and you can see Isla's rocking the arcane boots here as well. It's really just all about being an oppressive laner. And normally when you're in a matchup like this, like you're trying to dodge out the axis, but
Yeah, this
with the
Lich
CM there as well, she's just not going to run out. Isla's gonna
Lich
go
is
for your
definitely
kill, and
dead.
meanwhile.
One more right click away. He's trying to walk away here. Does he deny himself for the creeps? He tried to, but it's not going to be possible as the Beastmaster takes down the Ursa. And meanwhile, there is a deny onto the Rubik from the Underlord.
Again.
At least denying the kill.
Yeah, but that does mean that Rubik is going to make a very predictable movement right now, right before the 6-minute Wisdom Rune comes up. He's smoked himself as going to come down to the bottom side. They want to secure this Ursa's lane more. Soul is currently on the struggle bus.
Yeah, they are looking for the Beastmaster here. They are trying to go on. The Frost Shield is going to be there. The Beastmaster trying to run away with the Blood Grenade coming through, and they might find the CM here as well. Aframosh is going to get run down. Is he able to get away though? I think he should be okay.
Yes.
Another Fade Bolt in 2 seconds. Does he have the bridge? Blesses the ward.
Now he has the vision.
That's a good play. Immediately dewards it as well. Yeah.
What's up with Rubik's projectile, by the way?
Well, it does look a bit weird.
Yeah.
Probably because he was trying to deny the.
Right.
Oh, maybe is it a cosmetic?
It's a shame. I'm not sure, but I've seen it from several Rubiks right now, so might be.
CM is
consistent,
going to
that
secure
didn't
the
right.
wisdom rune here.
Yeah, this Tinker unfortunately got killed just before he could TP out as well, so that leaves the side of Jordan right now with all 3 lanes currently in a winning position, which is never a good sign.
They picked up both wisdom
on the
runes.
opposing
They
side.
picked up both. That's
Oh,
massive.
as well, yeah.
I mean, yeah,
That's huge.
That's huge. I
Was
think in the
support's
meantime,
now level
after
5?
dying,
Same as the Ursa.
they are trying to go on this though. Venomasa gets taken down. The Beastmaster, the roll comes out onto the Ursa. So support for the core here, and they will pick up the Lich to boot as well. And it's going to get stolen by the Wind Ranger coming in from the mid lane to secure the kill. They will try to run the Rubik down here. The axes are going to be hit. Wind Ranger coming in from the side does not have the Wind Run to try and chase, so the Rubik is going to be A-okay for the time being. Top lane, of course, this Underlord and Bloodseeker has been going at each other. Bloodseeker obviously does have the sustain to stay in the lane up against this Underlord, and the Underlord is just trading out on farm against this Bloodseeker for the time being.
Yep, and the only reason that Practice Bob here is behind is just because he got shoved out earlier on by the Venomancer. He's recovering, but otherwise the Bloodseeker cannot actually stop this Underlord from farming or from pressuring his tower, and their farm exchange should be completely equal here. Unless, of course, Practice Bob also gets some jungle creeps in. Soul teleported to top though. Only level 5. He's going to have a hard time actually getting his 6 there if that's what they want him to get before they shove through the tower. He feels a bit lost, not gonna lie. Don't know why he's here.
And the Ursa has disconnected, so he just wanted to get out of the lane also. I don't think he was having a good time bottom. CM and Beastmaster both putting in a lot of pressure.
No, but I think where you go is towards the mid lane, because your Tinker now has his Blink Dagger and he's going to be doing things around the map. And that way you all scoot one place over, you leave that bot tower, and the Tinker tries and secure the kill top. That's going to get you to push through the top tower, while this Beastmaster is going to be struggling to find the Rubik behind the tower. Rubik, one of the better support tower holders as well.
The Fate Bolt just destroying waves and reducing the damage on the creeps as well. Hopefully this Tinker, like you said, does get active with this Blink Dagger, because the Tinker that we saw in the morning did not get active after the Blink Dagger, just stood back and farmed up for the Shivas and then decided to get active. It was just a little bit too late in the day by the time the Tinker did decide to get active on the map. So hopefully that does not happen. I think there are 2 power spikes for the Tinker. Just as soon as you get the Blink Dagger, you're able to make some rotations and help your team get a couple of kills. You just try to snowball from there onwards, and the next power spike is obviously going to be the Shiva's Guard that will come out. And Shiva's is not too bad in this game, but it is not amazing also, because the only physical damage that you're looking at is from the Wind Ranger and the Bloodseeker. I guess majority of the damage that they are dishing out is going to be magical. So yeah.
Yeah. Maelstrom builders, one and all.
And early ATOS by the looks of it for the Wind Ranger.
Really get those stats up.
Yeah. And they are lacking, they don't have the best of lockdowns also, like unless you do hit your shackle. The root is there from the CM, but other than that, it's just the roll coming out from the Beastmaster. So giving that extra a bit of catch as well as lockdown, and allowing you to be able to land your shackle shot, guaranteed shackle shot, rather than trying to land it yourself as a skill shot. So yeah, and obviously the stats on the Universal Hero is definitely going to help out quite a bit. Only worry, I think, is for this Ursa right now in this game. I feel like had a very rough start, and you want your Ursa to have a good start, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, because he does not farm very fast at all before he hits the Battle Fury. And he is currently, I mean, he's doing all right towards it. Like, as far as, like, he has 1,000 gold on top of his cornucopia. Like, I don't want to say it could be worse, because this is pretty much a worst case scenario for him. He hasn't gotten to farm at all on the bottom side of the map, but at least he's not as poor as the anti-mage in the previous game, and also he is not going to be relied upon to make any plays happen on the map for a while yet. It is really all up to the Tinker and his 4 levels in the laser right now. If the Ursa needs to be involved, you're in trouble.
Indeed. And I think the Ursa player has electricity issues, from what the chat was saying. There was a bit of all chat going on, and by the looks of it, the Ursa has power issues. A tough one. I guess 2 things that Dota players can never beat: the ISP and the electricity providers. That's your biggest opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sometimes there's a sneaky third one, which is Dota bugs out. That happens from time to time. Here, was it at the major where we had a glitched Roshan? It was, wasn't it?
Yep. It was where he was moonwalking in one place near the Twin Gates. And they had to use quite a bit of spells to try to get him to move in the end. But yeah, that was a funny one.
Get him unstuck.
And of course, hopefully, Lord Gaben does not bug the game out, and we will have a bug-free game today.
Yeah, I mean, I see Nyx Assassin got banned earlier today. We don't have any Weavers on the field. I think we're good. Cool. Go when ready is called, and we are off.
We still do have that Venomancer, Kips. I'm not a fan. I know you're evil, but I'm not. I just hate that hero.
Yeah, as you're right to. Oh, this is huge. The Ursa waits.
Kill though. They will find a kill on to the Lich. The Ursa is ruptured for the time being, but the return kill is going to be there with the Tinker joining the fight, and that's a killing spree that is going away in favor of that Tinker. So immediately as the game resumes, in the meantime, CM is going to be catching out the Rubik. Rubik going to be in a little bit of trouble. Pops the ward. He does have the telekinesis ready up. Fatebolt is going to be there, but does not have any more sustain. Will the Tinker join the fight? Tinker is going to be joining the fight, coming in with the rockets. The laser is going to be there onto the CM, the Pit of Malice onto the Wind Ranger as well. The rockets will fly out, and the Tinker picks up a double. Tinker really wrapping things up and getting active in these fights. And the Rubik surviving for that long allowed them to be able to make that happen, and especially they had to bring in the Wind Ranger also to try and secure that kill. I love the Tinker, enough time to go back to base, regen, and come back into the fight. And that's something that they need to watch out for as well, taking these long engagements. You don't want the Tinker just freely dishing out the damage with his laser rockets the entire time.
Exactly. You're hitting the nail on the head here about why this Tinker pick was such a big change for the lineup, because they were planning to sit back, just deal more damage, and eventually win the fight by mopping it up. But that means if you're sitting back, the Tinker can pick and choose who he's going to laser. And you have a couple of very attractive targets for that. Especially your Wind Ranger. Like, you could see there that she, with her Atos Rush right now, she is kind of tanky. But compared to how Wind Rangers used to be, right? But it still doesn't mean that she can actually withstand a full Tinker combo to the face.
Yeah, and basically her movements are also going to be restricted significantly with the Pit of Malice, and even if she tries to run out of it, you have the telekinesis back into the Pit of Malice. And meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the Rubik is getting gone on, the Venomous Scale is going to be there as well, but Tinker is already into this fight as well, so they cannot really commit to this without sacrificing here. And the Pit of Malice will catch out Afromosia and will take him out. And Tinker is on a dominating streak. The Rubik does get denied.
That as well. Yeah. You have to understand here though that this was almost deliberate fishing. Oh yikes! That was not good. If you lose only the CM there, right? You just got a whole lot of engagement from a bunch of cores from the side of Syria, while all three of the cores over on Jordan are farming. And this is especially important because this Beastmaster has just finished up his Aghanim Scepter. And this is where the real farming and the real damage dealing for this BM starts. He is now in decent fighting shape. He's going to most likely want an aura item on top of that. But they were buying space for this item to actually get bought. However, space is very expensive if you keep on losing both supports for it all the time. Yeah, poor Nagato here. Like, there were raindrops on both of these supports over on the Jordan side. Aframush has one charge left. Nagato's out.
In the meantime, they are prepping for a push down the bottom lane with the Aghanims picked up on the Beastmaster. They know that they're strong right now. It is a power spike for them, so they are looking to push this out. We have the Underlord trying to defend this for the time being. Quite a tanky hero to bring down. Aframush did a full 360 around, trying to clear out all angles that people might be there. This Underlord is going to be tanky for the time being. What a shackle coming out from the Wind Ranger, and they will lose both their Lich and the Underlord, and the Tinker will get tossed up by the Rubik, trying to save him for the time being. The blink is going to get cancelled yet again by Afromosia. He's going to be in a little bit of trouble here. The shackle shot to follow up, the rupture on the Tinker as well. That's a double kill for the Wind Ranger. Looking to chase down the Rubik as well. Rubik will get Winnable skilled up, and he will not go down. In the meantime, they're still continuing this fight. This is a very dragged out fight, and Bloodseeker is enjoying it. And meanwhile, Bloodseeker picks up a triple, and that was a buyback from the Underlord. Underlord might pay for it with his life yet again. That's a dieback on the Underlord. That's a rough one for him, and Jordan looks very, very strong there. Really playing with the power spike on the Beastmaster.
And really playing with the positioning there as well. Like, if they don't come from behind that tower, if they all play nicely in vision, then this Tinker most likely gets to pick and choose his targets. But instead, there's a whole bunch of people behind the trees for him. He can't quite see them, and it's very hard in general for the side of Syria to decide who they are going to go on, because they're almost in a circle formation around that tower on Jordan. That makes the shot calling super hard. And later on in the fight, you can see them juggling the damage by keeping that half circle formation, with Isla moving back, the Bloodseeker moving forward, and it resulting in, well, that dieback on the Underlord for starters. And Tinker is pushed right back down. He was in the top 3 net worth. He is not anymore.
Indeed, and these are the little things that differentiate, the top tier players. Like that move by Aframosh as well as the Beastmaster to clear the entire back of that tower, ensured that they were able to go into the Underlord without any fear, and also at the same time, like you said, negating the Tinker being able to just pick and choose the targets that he wants to go in, and it was just a very successful fight from there onwards. Obviously, the double shackle coming out from the Wind Ranger helping out as well. Oh, Tinker blinking out, the Gale does miss. He's trying to go out again, so he is getting a little bit annoying. But right now, with the power spike that Jordan is having, they are looking to push down these early towers. They will go to work on this tier 1 tower mid, and I don't see Syria putting up retaliation against it. And yes, they will lose that tier 1 tower middle as well. So their ramping thing is up, looking to play a little bit more fast-paced Dota and trying to get Syria to play to their pace rather than them playing to Syria's pace.
Yep. And there's going to be a brief moment of respite here because Isla needs to finish up his Pipe of Insight first, and the Tower Gold didn't give him quite enough for that yet. But in about 400 gold, he is going to have it finished up. And I think the rest of his team will follow suit by either sweeping across map with him or by perhaps going to look for Roshan with him. So once the pipe is up, like the big damage right now coming out from the side of Syria is on that Underlord with the Firestorm, on that Tinker.
They're trying to go to work on the CM here, the Underlord coming in with the Pit of Malice, the Firestorm as well, but the CM is so tanky, manages to get out for the time being, and the Underlord is going to get shackled up and going to get taken out with the freezing field being used as well. That's a tough one because he did use his ultimate and they were trying to go on a support and they ended up losing. Oh, Tinker does get spotted out. No, manages to TP out just in time.
Close one.
So they only lose the Underlord, but did force quite a bit of rotations, giving this Ursa, who is having such a tough time, a little bit of space to farm.
Top tower is under attack.
Just a little bit. He's flying in his Battle Fury right now, but it will be at the same time as the last one of his tier 1 towers falls. And as Isla also flies in the full Pipe of Insight, so the next couple of, I want to say like the next 10 minutes at least, but maybe 15 are going to be really very hard for the Syrian side.
It's definitely going to be a tough one to fight into that, and I think they recognize that as well. We don't see them moving around the map trying to look for a fight here. They're trying to delay things long enough so that there's Ursa gets a few items and is able to become viable. And maybe get some items on the Tinker as well. But right now, Rubik does get caught out. The force shield is going to be on him for the time being. But we have the Beastmaster coming in from the sideline. He does have the row available. They will pick up the kill onto the CM.
The high ground.
He's going to be using the row onto the Ursa. They will find a return kill onto the Rubik. The Wind Ranger coming through. The Chain Frost is going to be bouncing around. Tinker is going to be on the high ground, just dishing out the damage. They find the Beastmaster as well as the Venomancer. Not the fight that they were looking for. They did not have enough vision over the area, and especially the Tinker just not being caught out there, managing to just deal continuous damage out. They were not ready for that. And also the row being used on the Ursa. Yes, he's not farmed, but he still does have that enrage to be able to sustain a little bit during the fight, and not the easiest of targets to bring down.
I think the problem here for me is that they were getting flanked. Like they were clearly trying to hold the high ground over on the side of Jordan, because they came here through the flank. Isla takes a position, but the Bloodseeker is not actually here yet, and they're waiting for him to become a proper force here. And now the Tinker is over on the side where the Wind Ranger can't reach, and they're trying to focus down this Ursa because he was the roar target before, but that doesn't help because he's not actually their damage problem right now. It's that Tinker, especially once Isla's dead.
Yeah. Did, and the Tinker is getting very, very close to that Shiva's got decent timing on him, and after that fight, Ursa actually does get a little bit of space to farm as well, and they were not supposed to win a fight for the next 10 minutes, so they're going to be quite happy with the outcome of that engagement. In the meantime, Wind Ranger is going to get gone on here. The Rubik joins the fight as well. The Pit of Malice is going to be there. The telekinesis is back into the Pit of Malice. The Wind Run keeping him alive for the time being. The Shackle Shot keeping him at bay as well. He is gonna be able to get back to safety. The Tinker was not there on time. He did have level 2 of his TP, but yeah, he wasn't there in time to try and finish that kill off. In the meantime, they are huddled up on the bottom lane. Tinker needs to be careful though. Afamosh coming in from the side. Tinker just manages to get the blink out. Needs to be careful
Oh, not
though.
yet.
He will get frostbited up. Is there a follow-up in the freezing field? Is going to be used as well. Tinker trying to TP out. Is it going to... Oh, that was close.
Got a little lucky.
100 HP left.
Radiant's bottom
Very, very
tower
lucky.
is under attack.
But with
Close
that
at all.
double damage.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Wind Ranger making the most of the double damage that he was
attack.
forced to pop on the top side, and that does mean a tower on the board for the side of Syria, and that's space that they desperately needed, especially because now that the Shiva's Guard is going to be up on their Tinker, he's actually a split pushing force again. Like a reminder that he does not have March of the Machines anymore for all y'all oldies out there like me. He does the split pushing with the Shivas now, which means that it takes a while to come online, and also Tinker never took towers in the first place, so you also need open waves and like lanes with towers down on them to actually make those waves go. So now the Tinker can buy more time for the Ursa simply by pushing waves, something that was quite hard for their lineup up until this point.
My only problem going to be is that even if this Ursa gets really fat, you can just control him just with Rupture, right? You Rupture the Ursa up, just leaving him in place and just deal with the rest of the heroes. And that's the only problem that I'm looking at in terms of the late game, even if this Ursa does get very farmed up. Because I really, like we spoke about during the draft, I don't see this Wind Ranger being that effective as the game goes further late. I feel like the Tinker is going to be able to deal with him quite effectively. Especially once he does get that BKB and when the BKB charges start running down. So the timing needs to be on point here. They need to decide when they really want to go. They do pick up a Tormentor. The Venomancer receives the shard.
And immediately down towards the Roshan pit. Only the Wind Ranger and the Beastmaster right now. Got him down to about half health. Look at those drums of Slum go, man. I really heard everybody laughing at it, and we're like, alright, fine, we're gonna make it useful. And
the funny part is that I think the only reason that Ice Rock thought about it was because of the taunt that Beastmaster had, because the same thing he does where he bashes the drums while he walks. That was the taunt, and I feel like Ice Rock, thought, yeah, let's make it a skill, man.
Inspired. I mean, I'm not complaining. I think that Beastmaster is, like, on a purely conceptual level, one of the best heroes in Dota 2, not as an individual, but as an asset to a team. And, that meant that when C-Dub had Isla, and he started playing Beastmaster, I was like, aha, we are going to keep you.
It's a very good hero, right? Does give vision, which is very important. Yeah, you're always useful.
Vision.
Yeah, sure.
You have Aura, you have a BKB piercing stun, you can go different builds in the laning stage, which is something that not a lot of heroes can do effectively. You have either Boar or Zoo build, and of course after that you can go auras, you can go damage, you can do whatever you want. World your oyster.
Is under attack.
So one of those heroes that doesn't really go out of meta that much. You'll always see him
blink up.
in the meantime. A lovely Gleipnir there onto two heroes. They will find the Ursa as well as the Lich. The Chain Frost is going to do a little bit of damage, not too much, just due to the pipe being there. So they are going to be they're not even going to take any damage at all from the Chain Frost actually. It doesn't do anything at all.
And this is what the Wind Ranger pick is for. And yeah, okay, fine. Go off, Queen. Extra kill on top. No, this Wind Ranger with the Blink Dagger enables them to actually throw somebody up front and lock down a target that they can then focus their abilities into, something that the rest of their draft previously could not do. So this game has now become all about vision. So yeah.
Wind Ranger is hunting here. The Gleipnir is going to be there, but the defense matrix is keeping him alive for the time being. But we do have the Beastmaster joining in. Yeah, they didn't have any more lockdown left. The robe wasn't there. They used it on the top lane. So the Shinka is able to get away. The defense matrix definitely saving him there. But yeah, like you were saying, I think you're completely right? Because they do have that initiation that they want to be able to catch someone. Rubik is dead here,
he
right?
always
For sure.
does this, yeah. It's just a... Afro's so good, man. He's really good with the shadows around the trees, as well as that you can constantly see him using this Glimmer Cape as an offensive asset. Everybody is saving their Glimmer Capes and their supports like, what if my core gets jumped? And Afro's like, nah, man, what if I'm the one doing the jumping?
Yeah, and like the funny part is no one would expect your CM to be in front of a tier 3 tower when the wave is like almost at the tier 1 in that particular lane. And also they do have gap close with the Wind Ranger with Blink Dagger. They do have decent gap close, so CM realizing the position that he was in, just delaying things long enough for them to catch up and go. Meantime, again, Glefnia onto 2. We have the Rogue going to be used on the Tinker as well. Tinker is going to get run down, but he's surviving for the time being. The Pit of Malice buying them a little bit of time here. He is trying to TP out, and in the middle of all of that, we have a pause. Ay, 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 ay. Who crashed? Oh, the Beastmaster crashed.
Oh, Isla crashed. Well, he got everything out though.
Yeah.
He got everything out. I don't think this actually matters for the course of the fight. This was a over-eager call to begin with, I think. I saw that Hawk go into the base. I'm like, okay, they're setting up to dive the tier 2. Get a pick-off kill to get that tower, but as you can see from their positioning right now, the hero that is actually up on the high ground is going to die to the Chain Frost. They jumped the Lich, but did not actually stop him from getting any of his spells out. He got his full kit off. And that means that they're now grouped fighting into a Chain Frost in a position where very soon the Aura Carrier on the Beastmaster is going to die. It's not quite ideal. On the other hand, of course, the Ursa looks to be dead as well. So it's going to be hard to hold the base here for Syria, but Tinker's out. Tinker's out and the Pipe Carrier is going to be down. I'm not sure Jordan can push their advantage here.
Yeah, same here. I don't think they have the push here because the Bloodseeker used to be KV as well, and the Tinker getting out of here is going to be massive for Syria to be able to push this fight back, because he's going to be coming back, and if the Underlord can survive long enough, they can punish this quite hard. But the Underlord is also going to go down, so they do pick up the Ursa as well as the Underlord. But other than that, I don't think they can do much. Tinker might look to chase down the Wind Ranger, though. He needs to be careful. They will find the CM. The Shiva's Guard slowing things down for the time being. But they might actually find more than this CM. We have another Glefnia onto the Lich. Lich managing to not get out there. He actually dies in the end. And when a Mansa using the Gale onto the
Tinker.
onto the Tinker. I don't think they should have pushed the advantage on the side of Jordan.
No, and I feel like this is the second fight where they make the mistake of focusing down the Ursa when the Tinker is the real goal. As much as you want to make use of your position there and the Hawk in the face, the kills that present themselves are simply not good enough. They go for it anyway, they lose Isla, and that means they lose any possibility of actually pushing the tower afterwards, and that is a failed attempt to use the Aegis, which will now time out.
Indeed, and I think they should have been happy with the Ursa plus, who was it, Underlord kill. I mean, they already got 2 cores, and they went back to try and help out the CM, and they just paid for it way too much. They should have backed off. Even if the CM died there, they should have still been okay. It's a 2-for-1 trade, and you're losing out on a support for the 2 cores that they already picked up. Just overplaying the hand and allowing the Tinker to be able to just dish out continuous damage during that fight. And we were talking about how the Bloodseeker enjoys these long dragged out fights. Another hero that enjoys it is the Tinker. It just ramps up in terms of the amount of damage that he's going to be dishing out. So both teams does have 2 cores who are going to be enjoying these long dragged out fights, and especially when your fight carrier is down, you don't want to be fighting. We might see the Lich going on to the Wind Ranger, and Chain Frost is going to be bouncing around, and they do pick up that kill. They do make it happen with that gate being used from the Underlord as well. Tinker looking for more though. Does not find anyone.
He'll just cut the wave for now, and this decisively put Jordan on the back foot. They had the opportunity to immediately group up again and keep the tempo going, recolonizing the opposite side of the map, but
Top tower has fallen.
a little bit of carelessness from the Wind Ranger there, especially hugging the more dangerous side of that creep wave right there, like standing directly below a blind high ground, as opposed to over on the other side. Was not a good idea.
And this Tinker has picked up a BKB as well, going to be that much harder to bring him down. And we know how, you know, late game Tinkers are. Like, we already saw like a 1v9 kind of play coming from a Tinker during the major as well. So like good Tinker players is definitely scary. Of course, you can only do it once for per series or per day. Like, your fingers are going to be gone after you know, a game like that. But this is the best of one, right? So I mean, he's allowed to go absolutely ham when he needs to, and he is getting to that point that he is kind of unkillable and going to be dishing out a lot of damage. In the meantime, they do find the kill onto the Venom Mancer.
And this all feels a little bit casual from the Jordan side. They're mounting up for another siege. Isla's ping is like, come over here. Why are you still there? Okay, fine. I guess I'll keep the Tinker busy, but he's really not happy about this, and his team was sitting around the outpost here instead. I guess they're going to have to wait for him to come back after clearing top wave. Oh, he's not even going to wait for top wave. We're just going to fight in mid. Under Radiant Vision once again.
Might have the Wind Ranger getting gone on here yet again. The Tinker jumping in onto the Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger manages to pop the BKB. He's trying to go after the Rubik, but he's going to be able to blink out. And now the Lich is going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Tinker still dishing out the damage. It's going to be a dragged out fight. The Rupture is going to be onto the Underlord with the Blazing Field coming out, but the Tinker finishes off the Wind Ranger, trying to still get out, uses the defense metrics, does not have the blink, does have the blink. Now he's able to get out of dodge, and now the stolen Blazing Field coming out from the Rubik, trying to go to work on this CM with the Glimmer Cape, surviving for the time being, but Tinker will be rejoined the fight. In the meantime, they do pick up the Ursa on the backline, but the Tinker still fighting strong. The CM will finally go down here, so does the Bloodseeker. Jordan in absolute trouble, and Syria gets the team wipe onto Jordan. What a fight coming out. Absolutely beautiful stuff coming out from the side of Syria here.
I'm going to call that experiment.
Yep, and their positioning was so beautiful for that fight as well. Like, it partially ends up like that because Jordan walked down into the river and then get caught. But they have Ursa up in triangle hunting Isla, who therefore cannot spam out the wild axes like he wants to. And the Tinker is over on the other side of the river, spamming out his spells down into the Wind Ranger, who got caught in that low ground. So a bunch of vision advantage going the way of Jordan, as well as once again not giving them any opportunity at all to take down that Tinker on the side. Jordan, like, look how confused this Wind Ranger is. She's caught between a rock and so many hard places. She doesn't get any vision. Nobody can step up onto the high ground to the left. And on the right, in the meantime, you can see the Bloodseeker wanting to go up there, and Isla's like, no, find the Tinker, but he gets glimmered up, gets to walk all the way out, blink out, and now Isla is dead over on the other high ground. CM caught in the river, and Bloodseeker left over to the last. This was not bueno for Jordan, and the gold advantage that they've been cultivating the entire game has been all but nullified.
It's just down to 1,000 gold, and things are definitely looking a lot better for the side of Syria here. Especially, like I said, the Tinker being uncontested in these fights is a real problem for them. They haven't been able to close the gap, and anytime that they did close the gap, they went on the Ursa, which is not the target that they should have been going on to begin with. Because the Ursa is just a tanky guy up in the front right now. He hasn't been doing the damage, right? He has been that sacrificial lamb who jumps in and forcing John to kind of deal with the Ursa, but he's just the distraction because the Tinker is not in focus in any of these fights, and he's just able to have a free reign in these fights.
I mean, you can see them looking for him right now, but it's kind of too late almost at this point, because this Tinker has a BKB. He is going to be blinking out of your first and possibly your second attempts as well. And that puts you up in a very awkward position, because by now the Ursa also does enough damage to not just be a distraction anymore, but a genuine threat. And so, instead, Jordan has resorted to split pushing, shoving the waves into bottom. But look at that. There is a sneaky backstab
This is going to be a bit
From
rough
Syria.
if they do get caught out here. The Hawk is going to catch this out, does it? Yeah, he does catch it out, so the Bloodseeker is going to be joining the fight here. The Bloodwhite is going to beat here, but Devotion is already dead, but the jump and snatch coming out from the Beastmaster. What a play. This is going to be good enough, though. The Tinker still out of focus during this
it
fight.
is.
Going on to the Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker pops the BKB, trying to survive. Tinker manages to get out of dodge. They are still fighting on the back line here. They will pop the Aegis, but the Bloodseeker has already gone down, and now the Underlord is going to be in trouble with the Aegis. The Beastmaster does come back out. Tinker still surviving, though, coming back in. The Rubik with the Storm and Freezing Field going to get cancelled for the time being. Tinker jumps back in onto the Venomancer, pops the Shiva's gun, finishes him off. Going to work on the Beastmaster as well. Pops the cheese as well. This man has stolen absolutely everything. But they have still not brought the Tinker down. They still managed to take out 3. There is a buyback on the Venomancer, and the Tinker will get out of dodge.
Dire are scanning.
What a snatch coming in
So-
from this Beastmaster, though.
What can I say? My man's Isla, he is really very good.
Oh yeah, and he managed to
is-
grab the cheese and Aegis both. Like,
Yep.
what?
Just
Crazy.
shoved it all under his coat and walked out whistling.
Dire's middle tower is under
And
attack.
the weird part is it's such a risky play as well, right? Because if he does not get it, that fight goes horribly for them. But he manages to get the Aegis
Oh, yeah,
and cheese
he's-
both, and yeah, it's just too good.
He is in super deep. He dies no matter what. It's very possible that the Wind Ranger dies as well if he does that, but I think the Bloodseeker and the Veno would probably live because they're all the way over on the other side. But once again, by the way, Syria keeping that fight split, making sure that the Beastmaster is never in a position to threaten their Tinker and instead has to fight all of those beefy heroes and spend the entire duration of his first and second life and the cheese taking those heroes out before he can turn his attention over towards the Tinker.
And the Tinker has picked up a Dandelion Amulet as well, so this further blocks quite a bit of damage on top of that defense matrix, so he's not an easy hero to bring down anymore. I think if you're looking for the Tinker, it might be a little bit too late. They need to get the perfect engagement to be able to catch this Tinker or catch him off guard while he's trying to split push. But other than that, during fights, I don't see this Tinker dying.
His BKB CD is going to go down, right? That's going to be it, or BKB time, I should say. But apart from that, yeah, it's quite a bit of trouble, and we're going to need the Abyssal Blade over on the Bloodseeker most likely. But right now, he is not even building it. He is looking to get himself the Nullifier instead. So focusing on the damage instead.
Meanwhile, we might have another engagement.
get better
Jumping
position
onto
from
the
Syria.
Venom's already taken out down for 75 seconds. Was that a dieback? I'm not entirely sure, but they are looking for more here. They do find the 2 heroes. The Rupture is going to be there onto the Tinker. They do get the Row as well. Tinker finally goes down for 95 seconds. Can they fight this? They have overplayed their hand. The Ursa manages to pop the Enrage and will take out the Bloodseeker. So 2 heroes dead on the side of Jordan here, still trying to fight off. The BKB popped onto the CM, but he does not have the mana for the freezing field. So in the end, they managed to disengage with the Tinker dead. But I mean, it started out really well for Syria. They could have continued it if the Tinker didn't go down.
Yeah, there's absolutely no need for him to be jumping in that aggressively, like 0.
Oof. Oh my good god, the Wind Ranger and the CM almost dying. Also the Beastmaster, they all fell very low, but they do manage to pick up the Tormentor. That's a nice boost of 1,400 gold going in favor of them. Who actually got it? It was a Crystal Maiden. CM, right? Yeah, CM got it.
Illusion.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What do you think? Like, who are you, like, I feel like this is such an even game. I can't even say where this game will go because I feel like both teams have equally made a bunch of mistakes during these engagements. So I'm just wondering, where is your head at? Who do you think has the advantage right now?
Where's my head at? I think that Jordan still has a Tinker problem. And this Tinker problem simply will not go away. If they fix their positioning right now, then yikes. Aftermush is going to take a fall here. Yeah, if they fix their positioning problem, if they get a fight in like actual good position, I think it's still really hard for them because they're not going to be able to clean up the Tinker at the end. I still think that the Tinker is going to go away. Any fight that Jordan wins right now probably looks like a 4+1, or sorry, a 4 kill with 1 getting out, which is the Tinker, which would still make following up on that success pretty hard.
Beastmaster is fairly close to that Hex as well, so it gives that extra lockdown that they are looking for to try and keep this Tinker in check. But the problem is they haven't been able to get under the Tinker. The only time that they did manage to get the Tinker was when he actually blinked into 2 heroes, which we haven't seen from him at all, and that was a massive misstep coming out from him. And the Tinker had to make a mistake for them to be able to kill the Tinker. So even with a Hex on the Beastmaster, I don't see how they catch up to this Tinker.
Perhaps they don't get the opportunity yet. Like, there is a problem here, of course, which is that there has been a pretty wide positioning from both of these teams before, but especially from the Syrian side once that Tinker really got online. And you can't do that in the choke points. You can't do that while taking the base. Some people have to always be close to each other, and maybe that will actually provide the opportunity for the side of Jordan to get a pick off on that Tinker. It's it's so funny. I'm seeing all of the hero icons around the island in that top the top side of the map. I'm like, oh, they're doing Roshan.
They are trying to look for a pick here. Rubik is the one split pushing right now, and they might actually catch him out. Oh, might be the Ursa actually. Ursa blinks forward though. Need to be careful. He does run into 3 heroes, 4 heroes. The Ursa is in trouble. Manages to pop the enrage for the time being. They will find the Lich. Tinker trying to chip into this fight. Needs to be careful though. He does cancel it, and they will find the 2 kills here. See ya? For a moment, I thought he was taking the portal.
One day he will.
Yeah, the Ursa just getting caught up there. Unfortunately.
And absolutely melted. Like he gets a little mini stun from the latent toxicity there as well. It's very unfortunate for him that his ult purges off debuffs.
So with this opening, they might look to go to work on another tabletop. Meanwhile, we do have a fight breaking out again. Rubik is going to be in little trouble, but we have the backup coming through. The Tinker will go to work on this Beastmaster. Beastmaster falling down low. He does go down. 95 seconds on the ground. The Bloodseeker wants to try and join this fight here. Will manage to blink out is the Tinker, and now leaving the Underlord to deal with these 3 heroes. Taking so much of damage, but the Tinker joins back into the fight. Will clean up the Venomancer, and the Tinker is going to get held down. And the Bash is going to be there to kill him off, and he goes down for 100 seconds. What a fight coming out from Jordan. The Tinker does not want to buy back into this. He does not have the backup to try and fight it. And what a standout fight coming out for Jordan there. I did not expect them to win that fight.
No, I did not either, because their BKBs was still down from the push on, like the fight on top, and I think that is exactly why it was so unexpected for Syria to find basically the entire enemy team there. They blew everything on the Beastmaster and gave a lot of information about where all their heroes were positioned, which enabled Syria to, or sorry, Jordan to carefully work around the Tinker, though they had to sacrifice some heroes in the process. And yeah, the right bash at the right time can make all of the difference in the world. Who needs an abyssal when you can just click people?
Lord Gaben looking in the favor of Jordan there. The bash, if that bash does not latch onto the Tinker, I feel like the fight might have been a little bit more different. The Tinker comes back in, fight just completely turns on its head. But here the CM coming in, catches out the Tinker. A really good positioning coming out from the CM, just waiting and biding his time for the opportunity to try and find this Tinker, and allowing the team to just clamp on him and take him out. So that's second time the Tinker did die in an engagement, and every time the Tinker has died in these engagements, Jordan has got the upper hand. They need a few more of these to be able to end the game.
Yeah, I would say they do. They have a pretty unfortunate lineup for sieging the high ground. Of course, Beastmasters these days, without their Necrobooks, not really the pushing forces that they used to be. And that means you either, you have a Bloodseeker to hit towers with, which is not great, or you're going to have to put your Wind Ranger up front, who is very fragile indeed. She's going to go for the Refresher though. Give herself that.
Roshan gets spotted out by Jordan here, and we are going to go into the pit. This is Aghanims, Edges, and Cheese. Who could say Eggs here? Is it the winner? Is it the Bloodseeker? Maybe the Wind Ranger.
I really don't think Blood Mist is good at all, so it should definitely not be him.
Who got it?
They have
The Wind Ranger got it.
given
Wind Ranger
it
got it.
Wind Ranger, yes.
Let's give a little bit more survivability, forcing the enemy team to go in for some detection. Underlord gets taken out here, gets caught out. Oh, we have the Glefnir. Robic lifts himself up and throws himself back to try and survive, but they are trying to close this gap. The Glimmer Cap is going to be used. They're still preparing for the fight here. We do have the Ursa jumping in. The Venomancer gets deleted here. The Roy is going to be there onto the Rubik, and he will go down here. But they do lose the Lich in the process as well, and now the Tinker gets hacked up by the Beastmaster. Pops the BKB as well, trying to fight up against this. He will keep him in check. In the meantime, though, triple kill for the Tinker. The Nullify is going to be there onto the Tinker as well. Bash to come through, and that's a full-on team wipe on the side of Syria, and Jordan hits back strong. And I'm not entirely sure what Syria was thinking fighting into that. They just finished Roshan. As Aegis Cheese, that's not a fight that they should have taken.
No, like they certainly thought that they could get the drop on that Venomancer and take him out of the fight immediately, and that would give them the opportunity. But Ayla is so big right now. He is so hard to bring down, and the Hexes especially. They thought they had that fight split up right over on the side of Syria. You have the Tinker once again on the Beastmaster while the two carries are fighting each other, and you're expecting the Ursa to win that one, but not only does the Ursa not win that one, Beastmaster also lives, and as long as the Beastmaster is alive, you are in trouble.
They need to catch someone out with these buybacks, otherwise that's 3 co-heroes buying back into it, and they're not able to get anything out of it. At least, I mean, they do stop them from straight up ending the game. That's what they were looking to do. But yeah, they lost quite a bit in that engagement, and look at the net worth right now, 26,000. The massive drop, or massive gain for Jordan, and that comes at a time that they might have they were playing on the back foot, and just like 3 fights and they're back in the game and on the driving seat right now, just completely dictating the pace of the game right now.
To be fair, the gold loss that you see at the end of a couple of buybacks like that is gold that was in the pockets of one team but now isn't anymore. But that was not gold that was doing anything. That was not gold that was invested in items. This was gold that was already unused. So they're not actually in that much of a different position than before in terms of like the net worth. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, sure, the net worth is a lot different, but the gameplay situation is not. The big difference in the gameplay situation is, of course, that any kill on any of these cores means pretty much game over for Syria now. And their cores are kind of the only ones that shove the waves here, so now they're basically going to have to be holed up in their base. Sol is really risking it all for a couple of creeps on the top side.
They really can't afford to get caught out anymore, and especially the Tinker and the Ursa need to be very careful. Underlord hasn't been as effective, I feel like. He had a really good laning stage, and Ruby gets taken out in the meantime by the Wind Ranger. Catch him lurking in the jungle. Will manage to find the kill.
Like, listen, my man's Underlord is an aura pot, okay? He's doing his job. He's standing there providing Crimson Guard, Pipe, Guardian Greaves, and he's got a halberd. As much as, like, yeah, we haven't seen much impact from him, the build that he has just doesn't allow him to do anything else than stand there and be there. And if he's not big enough while he's standing there, then yeah, that sucks to be you, buddy.
Indeed, and we have Jordan looking to pressure this tier 3 tower top as well. We spoke about not having the best of siege. They are still going to run into that issue. But with the Aegis still up on the Bloodseeker, they feel confident to try and do this. Peter Malice is going to delay things a little bit here. Bloodseeker is just suffering right now, taking rocket after rocket into his face. He's not happy.
No, and here we see why all the way back, like half an hour ago almost. They made that a really weird play because they gotta
The
jump.
dude jumping onto the Tinker, the
right?
Roy is going to be there. He's trying to keep him alive here, but the Bloodseeker might actually end up going down. Tinker still in trouble. The focus fire is going to be there on him. He tries to rearm and get out, but no, he's dead without buyback. Yeah, they're not dead without buyback. Yes, are dead without buyback. What a freezing fill coming out from the CM. And that is gonna be GG. Well played, called out by Syria and Jordan. They had a little bit of issues early on, but they will close out the game in very convincing fashion in the end. And what a jump in there.
Yeah, it's 6k damage from Afro in that last fight. It's the huge red bar at the front of the damage graph. That's what you like to see. And you know, we were talking, right, about needing to jump in for each other. Like, this was the entirety of Jordan jumping in because they know they have to do it, because they know it's the only way they're going to win the game. They only need one core kill. And in doing so, they set up their Crystal Maiden, of all things, their captain, to actually wipe up the entire game and finish it off. And I think that's a pretty dang beautiful way to win.
Yeah, and I mean, they had the perfect jump as well, right? Everyone was on point there. The jumping was very synchronized. They had the Wind Ranger with the Beastmaster jumping in conjunction, managed to get it off onto the Tinker as well. Yes, the Tinker did survive for a little bit of time, but after you get caught out like that, even if you do survive, the Tinker is not going to be effective. You want your Tinker not getting caught out at all. That's how you try and delay the fight and, you know, get the actual damage output from him. But after a row, even if you do survive, we are still caught in the middle of that fight, and he's not going to be able to do anything. And there was the blood right on top of it. He tried to rearm defense metrics. It's just not enough at that point. The Wind Ranger does way too much damage, so does the Bloodseeker. And like you said, the CM with a wonderful ult there, just completely unfocused by the rest of them, gets off the entire duration of the phasing Q to do about 6,000 plus damage in that engagement and completely wiping the flow on Syria. But to be fair though, one of the more interesting games we have had throughout the entire day. I really loved it. We had some action-packed fights happening and just all-around action-packed Dota from both the teams. So hats off to both the teams for putting on a show.
Yeah, like this Tinker did exactly what he needed to do, which was immediately jump into the action once he got the Blink Dagger, and he really blew the game wide open at that point. So shout out to Hellfox here for, yeah, he absolutely did exactly what he picked his hero to do. And their positioning in the mid game was very nice as well. I really do think that that on another day Syria could have taken the win here. But Jordan just looking a little crisper, a little sharper, and maybe a little more ready to take like the wild risks from time to time. Isla's jump in at the Roshan comes to mind.
Indeed. And I think Dota is like, you can't play Dota safe all the time. You need to try and risk things at certain times. It's just you need to be able to calculate the risk over reward there. And I think the Beastmaster jump in there, like you said, was yes, he was committed into it. Even if he lost out, it would have been worse to try and give away the Aegis at that time and let them snowball on the side of Syria. And the jump in worked out in the end. Even if it didn't work out, they would have lost like what, 2 heroes in that engagement. They would have been still okay to fight another day. But giving the Aegis away would have been a lot worse if the Ursa got his hands on it, because Ursa was suffering during these engagements where he does get gone on. But that extra life definitely would have buffed him up quite a bit, and that might have been like a couple of towers or like even high ground pressure coming out from Syria if they did manage to get that Aegis off. So I think the risk for reward there, the calculation from the Beastmaster was just really good at that point, and he pulled it off as well. So hats off to that play. I think one of the plays of the day, I think, today.
I'll give your compliments to Isla.
I mean, yeah, I think we saw quite some really good games, and then like a couple of storms as well. But overall, I think that has to be the play of the day today. I don't think we have seen any, wild plays coming out other than the Beastmaster play that we just saw. So, I mean, a huge shout out to him. I mean, we did have a Rampage as well, but that was kind of a storm. But overall, I feel like it was an action-packed day. And with that, I think we can take a look at all the qualified countries, right? We will have it on screen. So right now, it still stands the same. We have the host countries, Saudi Arabia at Gamers8. Then we have Australia from Oceania. We have Mongolia from East Asia. But the next couple of days, we are going to be deciding who the rest of these teams are going to be filling up these slots from West Asia, South Asia, Southeast Asia, 2 teams from Southeast Asia, and then 1 from Central Asia as well. So we have a lot more action coming your way in the next couple of days. I mean, overall, Kips, I think it was a really good way to end the day. I think a solid game of Dota to end the day.
Yeah, it was pretty dang nice. I'm just going to say that if Isla was going to miss a scrim, because we did have to cancel on scrims for this, it better had been for a win. So I'm very glad to have seen that win. And it was also just a lot of fun to see a lot of these new players, to work with a new play-by-play. It was actually a very good first day, if I may say so. So yeah, a lot of fun all around, and I'm very hyped that I get to do a couple of more days.
Indeed, and with that we will be wrapping things up, but just before we do, a massive shout out to you guys watching from home. Keep supporting your countries in their goal of going into these lands at Gamers8. Make sure to keep supporting your favorite players as well as your favorite teams as well. Thank you so much, Kips. It has been an absolute pleasure, and the knowledge that you have given me as well as all the people who are watching has been absolutely insane. So thank you so much, and a huge shout out to Frost, who has been in our ear, keeping us ready for the production, and also the production team behind the screens as well. Guys have been absolutely amazing. But with that, we will be signing out. It's going to be me, Chera, and Kips both signing out. Catch you guys tomorrow. See you guys.